encourage people to migrate to the United States and like go to the border and try to make it across for better life. It would be just a similar thing, and it doesn't have to be like all of it doesn't have to be organized by the Kremlin or by the Communist Party of China or Iran, but they can still support it by creating, for example, this kind of ad campaigns. And we already know that it's a very it's a big political question in the United States, immigration, and we already know that Trump uses this rhetoric a lot. So I wouldn't rule it out, but it's still quite far-fetched, and proving this kind of thing it's extremely difficult.
Thank you very much, Pekka. Yeah, I think that's exactly what Russia plays on, isn't it? That proving these things is extremely difficult. So even when we really know what they're doing, we can't always necessarily prove it. Christopher, you've got your hand up. You want to speak to Pekka?
Yeah. Hey, Pekka. You know, it's confusing. So I'm reading through some of this some of the Russian newspaper and the local papers and paper in that area. They seem to be, the refugees are being stopped at the border town of Kostomo Kasha. The illegal immigrants are stopped at the entrance of the city. It's a few kilometers away from the border checkpoint on the highway, which checks the documents for people entering the city. At this point, refugees are now accumulating. Then there's some chatter on the Telegram channel, the Arabic Telegram channels, about what do we do with, because some of these people seem to have overstayed their Russian visa, which is apparently a fairly short-term visa, and then Russia would look to deport these people. There was a group of them on November 15th that the police detained 14 of them, including children, and they imposed some fines and forced some deportation from Russia to all of them. So I'm wondering whether they're trying to deport them through to Finland, or would they deport them back to their country of origin? Is there anything clear about the direction, or is it that we're taking advantage of somebody is taking advantage of the situation that already is pre-existing with refugees in Russia overstaying their visa limits, and so instead of sending them back to their country of origin, they're pushing them out through to the west? Just your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so we discussed this previously. Probably no one heard me when I said it, but yeah, there's a lot of these immigrants whose visa has expired, and they are given kind of a choice. So, okay, you go to your own country. We send you back to Iraq. We send you back to Syria. We send you back to Somalia, or we can drive you to the border, Finnish border, and you can try to cross there, and you can go to you can enter Europe, and you can go to their pretty comfortable welfare system where you get housing and food. So they're provided these options, and a lot of these people, they of course choose the option to try to cross the border to Finland and to Europe, because once you're in Europe, you can also go to Germany. Germany is a very common, and like they a lot of these asylum seekers, they finally decide to go to Germany or Sweden, because they both have already big immigration populations. Yeah, I mean, they gather up these people and they give them a choice. Okay, you go back to your own country or you go to Europe, and that's how they get these people to try and cross the border. And they provide them with everything they need. They give them the bicycles, because you cannot cross on foot. And they tell them, okay, take this bike, drive across the border, and yeah, just enjoy your new life in Europe. And well, basically, right now they are being stopped at the border. So
Right. I'm actually reading that that there's a whole system of fees that they would have paid already to get themselves into Russia, and then there's also the cost of the bicycle apparently too. So this is interesting that we're it's kind of like a in this case the weapon of convenience so much. I mean, it probably wouldn't be. I'm not sure what Russia's legal obligation is in terms of sending them back to their country of origin, or whether they can send them to Finland. I mean, that's kind of a great. It doesn't. I'm not at all schooled in that. So, okay, I guess we'll just keep watching the situation and hoping that the Finnish folks can get themselves in a position where they've got a good standing, and then they can kind of repel this, and because it's really not the Finnish problem, it's Russia's problem. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe just to add on that, it's around 3,000 euros, say in dollars approximately, that these people pay for the whole package, kind of. So you get the bike and so on, and just leave the bike at the border or whatever. But a lot of these people, they spend their life savings on this one chance to make it to Europe. Because they really want to come to Europe, because they kind of misunderstand how the system works, and they've been fed with lies. So they gather the money, and a lot of them become really frustrated, and they feel that like they've been deceived and being let down, which is, of course, it's true. But yeah, they spend a lot of money to actually make this trip, and yeah, so they might stay in Russia for a while, or they might stay in Belarus for a while. They might try first to cross the Lithuanian border through Belarus, or Latvian border, or Polish border. If they fail to do that, they might try it again at Finland, because some of these people, they've been interviewed and they've been trying to cross these borders several times, and they just move around through Russia and Belarus and trying to get to Europe. So there was this one young Somali man who said that he's tried to cross through Latvia, through Poland, and now through Finland.
Thank you very much, Pekka. Live Sniper, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Terve, Pekka. I just wanted to hear if you have any information whether the Finns have asked any questions about the Russians, because as far as I know, there are 3 checkpoints on the Russian side before the actual border. So where so far the documents have been checked of anyone who is approaching the border, and they have been vetted if what are they looking for there, and if is everything okay. And now it seems that these practices have changed quite drastically. And has there been any questions to the Russian side? Because it is obviously something, because it has a devastating impact on Finland. I mean, on the market of used bicycles, because the prices plummet, because Finland is just flooded with used bicycles. Okay, well, another thing what I wanted to mention, that just a segue to the Hopak challenge. Don't forget to mention it. I saw the absolutely astounding video which you posted like hour ago, and for U24, this Safe Skies project. But don't forget to mention it. But just basically, the actually honest question was that has there been any attempt to get an explanation from the Russians or reasoning why these practices have changed? Thank you.
Not really, no. What Peskov has said is that Russian officials follow the rules that they've been given, which is, it's technically true, because the rules have been changed, and now they're basically being said that the FSB and the border guards, they're being said that, okay, you just let these people go to Finland. And they've done it before, so it's just this change of rules. And Russia could change it back anytime they want it, but they won't, because it's a weapon they utilize. The reason why I haven't mentioned Hopak Challenge is actually because I wanted to promote the Mirja fundraiser, because it's also, I feel like it's very important. I feel, and I know that during these kind of dire times with high inflation and so on, so people kind of have to choose the fundraisers they want to support. Some of us are lucky and we can support multiple, but today on this space, I would really like to promote this, bringing Ukrainian kids home, because it's first of all, there's this promise to somebody has promised to double the donations done in the next 2 weeks, if I didn't misunderstand. And I feel like this is one of the most important efforts that we can undertake at this point. But I will be promoting the Hopak Challenge United 24 fundraiser on many occasions in the following weeks. So but yeah, if you want to see me dance, go to my profile, check it. I'm not very good yet, but I'm practicing on a daily basis. So
don't break your bones, and I appreciate your attitude and your focusing in this space, in those matters which are relevant for this space. You're awesome, frankly. 10 by 10. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sly Sniper, and thank you, Pekka. We really do appreciate that. You're right, it is just a blitz fundraiser that we're having just for a short period of time, for the couple of weeks, but it is an incredibly important project, an incredibly important fundraiser. We know that one of the main things that Ukrainians say is that they do not want their children and their grandchildren to be fighting this fight. So that's, one of the main reasons that they do what they do. And so it's incredibly important that we can help the children. I sit here, and I'm probably sure many of you also do sit here thinking about those children, thinking about what they have to go through. And then even when you hear good news about these children that have been returned, it's very often still a traumatic experience for them, because many of them don't have people to return to. Many of them are orphans, and even those that have people to return to, they've been through some really traumatic times. We know what the Russians are like. We know how brutal they are and how cruel they are, and they don't spare children when they use this cruelty that they have and that they like to show to people. So, if you really, like me, always want to just be able to cheer those children up, just be able to help them in some way, give them some home comforts, provide them some of the humanitarian supplies that they need. If you've ever sat here and thought, like me, that you would just be able to scoop those children up and give them a big hug and make them feel safe and happy again, then this is one way that you can help towards that. It's a small contribution and it's a small way, but it's something that we can all do together. And as Pekka said, we have a very, very generous anonymous donor. So if you're listening, very generous anonymous donor, thank you from the bottom of my heart for agreeing to double these contributions. It's such an incredibly generous thing to do, and so your donations can be doubled today, guys. So if you can't really afford much, like me, if you're on a limited income, and you can only afford to donate limited amounts, then now's the chance for your money to be doubled, and then that means that money can go a lot further and do a lot more good. So if you are able to, please consider donating. It's really easy. You can go to the easy payment link that we have in our tweet. So we have the tweet in the nest, but I'm just going to move the fundraiser tweet to the front for you all, so you can see that very easily, and then you can click on that payment link there. I like to use that that payment link. I find that the easiest way. It's much more user friendly than the old PayPal link that we used to have. If you feel more comfortable and more safer and more secure going to the website, you can also go there and donate. That's at MriyaReport.org. It's exactly the same payment link, so it makes no difference. It takes you to the same payment page, but we do understand that some people feel a bit more secure directing their donations from the website. So that's absolutely fine if you would like to do that. And thank you very much, everybody, for your incredibly generous contributions. We greatly appreciate it. And you will put a smile, or even if maybe not put a smile on the face of these children, at least maybe dry some tears up for a few short moments. That would be absolutely wonderful if we could think that we can do that. And as you know, Wardogo told us recently, he's now seeing the mine detectors being delivered from fundraising campaigns that we've had previously. So as Wardogo said, you can imagine that your donations will be helping every single day, and they continue to help. And so not just saving the lives of children and saving the future lives of children with the mine detectors, but now specifically helping with this campaign where this will go directly to these children. And so, you know, we've been joined by Marion Lambert before. She's absolutely incredible. And she's been feeding orphans in Ukraine for 600 days or more than 600 days now. So let's all give as generously as we can and maybe cheer these children up a little bit, and let's hope that we can give them lots and lots and lots of fantastic supplies, because you know, we know Ukraine will take care of their health and the psychological health and things like that, but when you've been through such a traumatic time, it's incredibly important to try and give children as much normalcy as possible. And whilst that's a difficult situation in Ukraine, you know, we can use our donations to try and help in that regard. So please consider doing so. And now I'm going to stop waffling because I think I'm just waffling a little bit here, Pekka, but I get carried away because it's just so incredibly important. And if anybody has any questions, please come and up to the panel. Now is your time. Or if you have a comment that you would like to hear, you may not necessarily have a question. You can always message Christopher and I in the background if you still don't want to come up to the panel, but we do like to hear from new speakers. So at this point, Pekka, is there anything that you would like to say?
Yeah, maybe about, I would still like to talk about the fundraiser a little bit, because we cannot forget that it's what Russia has been doing in Ukraine. It fills the criteria of a genocide. And if you think about war in general, who suffered the most during the war is, of course, the children. But we now know that there's this planned effort coming from Russia or from the Kremlin to destroy and destroy Ukrainian culture, destroy Ukrainian heritage, and this kind of like the whole Ukraine as a nation. They're trying to destroy. Not just like literally, they are trying, like, if you go to these regions the Russians are temporarily controlling right now in eastern Ukraine, in Crimea, they are conducting huge propaganda efforts to destroy Ukrainian culture. I mean, anybody, they'll have, these people have to sing the Russian anthem. If they cannot do it, they are beaten up. They are using Russian curriculum in schools, and these people, they've what they're trying to do is they're trying to steal these people their Ukrainian identity, and it's a very common propaganda strategy in, basically it's been for a long time, because once you destroy this idea of a nation, once you destroy the identity, it's very easy to provide them with a new one, and the new one is, of course, the Ruski Mir, the brutal imperialistic version. So it's a genocide what's going on in Ukraine, and this is why this is probably the main reason why I feel like this fundraiser is extremely important. And the Russian officials themselves have said that they have abducted 730,000 children from Ukraine, and they claim that it's to kind of protect them. But we know that these people are being brainwashed. They are being persuaded to kind of accept the Ruski Mir. So it's a very sad situation, and if I personally can do anything to stop this kind of assimilation process, I'll do it, and that's why I feel like this. That's why this is the third time when I say that this is an extremely important fundraiser for me personally, because it actually is.
Thank you, Pekka. And no, I absolutely agree with you. It is incredibly important. It's a staggering amount of children, if that's right. The amount that Russia says, of course. Ukraine have confirmed over 19,000 themselves, and these are the ones that have actually been verified, that we know, like we say, it's a great deal higher. It's difficult to know how high the amount is. It wouldn't surprise me if it's even more, and Russia's just stopped admitting to it since the international criminal court warrant. It is genocide, and this is why the warrant was issued for the indicted child snatcher and Lvova Felova. I absolutely refuse to call her by her proper name, even if I was able to pronounce it, because I don't think people who steal and kidnap children have a right to have their names pronounced. We can't dehumanize people because I'm not going to lower myself to that standard. However, I can refuse to call people by their proper names, certainly when they don't deserve to be used. But absolutely, Russia admits to over 700,000 children themselves. And as they've bragged about this and shown these children on TV, like some kind of sick and twisted TV program or some kind of movie, it wouldn't surprise me if there are that many children there. So yeah, we need to do everything we can to get these children back. And if we can have any hand in that, if that means donating a little bit of money, I know I am certainly trying to make sacrifices to save money so I can donate more. I'm not expecting everybody else to do that. That's just one of the things that I try to do to save money, because it is incredibly important. There's so many different ways that this money can be used, and there are so many different people involved in this campaign in trying to bring these children back home. So if we can help with a bit of money and help support in that way, then that's going to make a big difference. There's all sorts of expenses that they need, expenses that we probably wouldn't consider when trying to get these children back. Traveling expenses, humanitarian needs, all sorts of things. So let's give as generously as we can, because it is just a blitz fundraiser. It is running for just a short period of time, just for the couple of weeks. And as I said earlier, I'm going to say it again for anybody that didn't hear, we have an incredibly generous anonymous donor who's going to double all the money that's raised within the next 2 weeks. So it doesn't matter if you can pay 50 pence, 50 cents, I don't know, whatever the currency is in your country. It doesn't matter. Add it all up, shake out your sofas, shake out your pockets, all that spare cash that's down the side of your sofa. Let's get it all out and let's get it to this campaign, and let's really, really raise as much as we can here, because it's vitally important. These children are the future, and I know that's really, it sounds like a corny, cheesy thing to say, but it's the truth. It's a cheesy thing to say because it is the truth. I sit here thinking about these children, as I'm sure many people do, and wanting to find ways to be able to help. So just a small chance and a small privilege, and the honour of being able to help It makes a really big difference for me. You know, you sit here feeling powerless to do anything about these things, especially when it comes to the children, you know, because we're at a distance and because there is really nothing that we can do physically. You know, if it wasn't for these people, if it wasn't for people like Marion Lambert, you know, this wouldn't be happening as much as it is. So, you know, these angels like Marion Lambert, we need to support them as much as we can. These people are heroes too. And, you know, it's the Orphans Feeding Foundation. So it's at orphans_feeding. That's also in the tweet. So please go there and make sure you follow the Orphans Feeding Foundation and follow Marion Lambert as well. Hopefully we're going to be having her back as a guest very soon. And she is focusing on returning illegally deported children back to Ukraine. So yes, definitely, please help if you can. Please consider asking your friends to donate. You know, one thing that I'm asking my family to do is I'm asking them not to buy me any Christmas presents. And my daughter literally just asked me the other day what I wanted for Christmas, or if there was something that I'd seen that I wanted. And I've asked her to make a donation to this campaign. So that's something that you could consider. And she said, well, what are you going to do on Christmas Day when there's no present to unwrap? And I said to her, well, you know, you can send me a picture, to do me a screenshot of this fundraiser and wrap that up in a box and put that in a box for me, because then I can open that on Christmas Day and I can know that my gift has maybe been given to a child, or if not even been given to a child that's been able to return home, even maybe being able to support returning one child home, even if it's just one child. If we can all plug away at things like this and we can all keep doing things like this, then we can continue to get more and more children home. And, you know, it doesn't seem a lot when it's just one child here, three children there, especially when you know the scale of the children that have been taken, that have been kidnapped by Russia. But you've got to remember, for that child, that's incredibly important. And especially for family members, if that's a child that's returning to family, and even those that are not returning to family, you know, these children are psychologically damaged, you know, they're traumatized. Some of them are even tortured. We hear stories of them being made stood singing the national anthem, the Russian national anthem, over and over and over again until they can repeat it in Russian. You know, the horror stories that we hear, it's absolutely unbearable. So if you can help, please, please, please consider doing so. And just remember, you are helping children, and there's nothing more important, I feel, than helping children. Christopher, do you have anything you would like to add here?
No, ma'am, that was beautiful.
Well, thank you so much. It wasn't. You just speak from the heart, don't you? I think that's all you can do, really. So when we're saying these things, I hope everybody knows that, you know, it's something that we speak from the heart. It's genuine, that we come across. You know, it's not. Some people say you have good spiel when you say these things about the charities, but it's easy to say when you speak from the heart, and it's easy to say when you mean these things. And I'm sure everybody else feels the same way too. So, Pekka, would you like to add anything here?
No, that was a great speech. I mean, if he can save one child, that's great effort. But maybe if people have questions to me, now would be a good time. If you would like to see somebody covered in Vatnik soup, and in the near future, I would love to hear from you guys. Yeah, I mean, any questions regarding, I mean, disinformation, social media, Vatnik soup?
Got questions.
Ask away.
Scout, are you on a computer by any chance?
Yes.
My apologies. I thought you were clapping. I did not realize you were on a computer. Please go ahead.
I appreciate it. Pekka, thanks for Tracy. First of all, thank you for the work that you do and the things that you lead. And And I just appreciate you being on here. Thank you so much. And Scout, I'm sorry, I'm coming on to ask Peck a question. You've really opened my eyes about the kind of troll groups. I think troll farms is a little narrowing now as I've started to learn more about them. And I have a question related to that you might be able to answer. One is, I'm in my professional life, I'm in green technology, and I've been doing that for some years. And I reached out in years past to some green NGOs. There's many of those I found out. That to see if we could talk to them and understand their issues with green technology and things like that. And I found some interesting things. Some of them we could talk to just fine and have real issues, and we could sit down and listen to. Some seem to be just kind of transparent groups that lived off of grants provided by organizations behind them. And when I did the research, a lot of them traced back. More than half that I tried to reach out to reached back to a group called Media Matters, and so they were the grant issuing people. And the reason I'm asking is there's some recent lawsuits that have just come out in regards to Media Matters that suggest that they've been behaving sort of like a troll farm or a troll group or an information operation group. And I was wondering if you know anything about Media Matters in that group. I'll step down and listen from there.
All right. So I have to say that I don't know enough about Media Matters. I know that they have a very strong beef with Elon Musk and X. And I believe that Elon Musk's X filed a lawsuit against Media Matters about their statements regarding advertising on X. So Media Matters, they have stated that X shows ads from Apple, from, well, these big corporations, next to posts that are anti-Semitic, racist, or in some other ways they can be considered to be against the rules of the platform. And possibly due to this Media Matters campaign, a lot of the big advertisers on X have fled the platform. We already know that Disney, Apple, Lionsgate, they've removed all or paused their advertisements on the platform, probably because of the backlash they've kind of received, and this is a huge thing, because when you think about, like, Apple spends $100 million every year on advertising on X. That's like huge amount of money, and losing all that, it's a big deal for X as a platform. It decreases the profitability, and this is probably the reason why X has filed the lawsuit. So they try to fight this, and they've stated that none of these ads have been shown to any actual, like, users. So the user accounts that showed that these ads, that these posts and ads were shown were fabricated or somehow, like, fake. And that's the basis of the lawsuit. About the Media Matters as a organization, I'm gonna, after this segment ends, I'm gonna start doing research because it's a very important topic. I haven't had the time before, but I will definitely take a look. It's not really that closely related to Vatnik soup, but it's still a very interesting topic, and I would, for the next segment, I will have better answer for you. But that's the basically the background. What has happened, and yeah, as a like this, advertisers pulling off of X is a very big hit on the profitability of the platform, and that's why Elon Musk basically has to act. And Linda Yaccarino, or whatever the name of the CEO is, but basically it's Elon, of course, pulling the strings.
Well, thank you. I'm not trying to. Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to talk pro or con Elon Musk or X or whatever. I just noticed that so I have some information from my earlier research about them, and if you'd want to reach out to me at some point, like I said, my background in research is working and trying to reach out and talk to green NGOs that were opposed to green technology. So that's all. That's all I have. I'll drop down. Thank you. Thanks. I look forward to your reports twice a week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Scouts. Go ahead, Christopher.
So we had chatted, Becca, we chatted a little while ago about Peter Thiel, and it seems like although Palantir, he co-founded it, it doesn't seem like he's a board member, but he doesn't seem like he's in 100% day-to-day control, because he made some comments last week when when Palantir won the contract for NHS's data maintenance and whatever else that's supposed to be for the National Health Service for the UK. Now, we know that Thiel is a bit controversial. Some might say he's a wanker. Others might say he's a genius. But I'm curious as to whether or not this is still on your radar. Thanks.
Yeah, I have. Should I call it a dossier, or I've started research on Peter Thiel, and he still seems kind of like this big mystery to me. I need to do more proper research. I mean, I think he's involved with Rumble and these kind of so-called free platforms or free speech platforms, and he's been involved in them for a long time. But there's also, yeah, I mean, Palantir and these kind of projects that are being used extensively. I think they need to be investigated in a sense, like what's really going on, because I still don't really understand what Thiel is going for with his investments and like these projects. But yeah, to be honest, I cannot say much about Peter Thiel because I don't know that much about him. I would love to take a really really close look, but again, like in the context of Vatnik soup, I feel like he's not really potential Vatnik soup target, but other maybe this kind of person who invests a lot in these so-called free speech platforms that often promote hate speech and xenophobia and anti-Semitism, and yeah. So, but yeah, Peter Thiel definitely is something, somebody who's on my radar, but I just haven't had the time to do a deep dive.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We have another question from a listener, Pekka. They are asking that, do you think it's possible that the Finnish president has discussed with the Polish president possible ways to deal with the forced immigration issue, you know, given that Poland has now a multi-year experience in dealing with Belarus forcing migrants through into Poland there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's the main topic that they discussed about. But Finnish President Sauli Niinistö has been very adamant about that, like Russia needs to be stopped, and the Finnish border can be closed completely if it's needed. So yeah, definitely, and I believe that the Polish president agrees with this statement, and as we can see from the kind of that some would call drastic measures that Poland has taken against Belarus with their shared border. Yeah, these two guys, they probably agree on what needs to be done, and they just need to deliver this information to the Finnish government so that the border can be closed. So we can safely say that the border will be closed probably this week, even next week at latest, unless there's some kind of Finnish legislation that disallows this. But yeah, these two men, they probably agree on this particular topic.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And yeah, as we say, like Poland is more experienced now at dealing with it. But I don't know. I think that some laws will have to be changed at some point, Pekka. What do you think? Because Russia's not going to stop doing this, are they? And short of putting up walls and putting up fences like Poland's done, there's not a great deal more that we can do unless we look at somehow changing the laws to include this Russia weaponizing immigration.
Yeah, sure. And it's not only Russia that does it. I mean, in a way, Turkey has been doing it also with Greece and Cyprus. It's been used as this kind of geopolitical weapon in many regions, and to a lot of people coming from these poor regions, Europe is a very attractive target. It's a very attractive location to go to. Yeah, I mean, they all also probably have a very unrealistic image of what's going on in Europe. But I would say that there needs to be some kind of legislation change, like EU-wide legislation change in like just to prevent this hybrid warfare. And it feels like it's the exploitation of human rights. It's exploitation of these agreements that these countries have done a long time ago, that we treat human lives with respect and we help those who are in need. But now it's being weaponized, and yeah, definitely there will be some changes to EU-wide legislations.
Thank you very much, Pekka. So Christopher and I are going to be changing over co-hosts soon. So we've been joined by James, who I believe is going to be taking over. Welcome, James.
Hello. I hope you guys are doing well. I've been listening, very interested in at least the last 20 minutes of this. Couldn't tune in for the whole thing, but it sounds great. I'm glad to hear about the kind of next steps you're going to take, Pekka. Those sounded interesting. Peter Thiel's often on an editorial page somewhere, so he's an interesting guy.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic segment, and I'd just like to say thank you so much to everybody for sticking with us through the technical issues. We very much appreciate your patience, and so if you would like to ask a question to Pekka or make a comment, please come up and take your opportunity to do so now, as he will not be with us for much longer, and we will be changing over co-hosts. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Lie Sniper. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to come back to this point that regarding change of laws. in Finnish law, they already have in the paragraph 16 of the Rajavartiolaki, that's the border guard law, they have the terms that the government can decide to concentrate the entrance to Finland for seeking asylum to one or several crossing points if it's necessary to maintain the public order or national security, or if there's a huge amount of applicants, or if there is knowledge or founded suspicion that the applicants are affected and pushed by a foreign nation. So basically, this is already included in the Finnish law. And this Finnish law it says that the Finnish national border can be, that the entrance of those applicants can be restricted to one crossing point. No one says that this one crossing point must be on the Russian border. It could be on the Norwegian border or wherever. So in order to fulfill the law, it would, I don't see any restrictions from the law to not to be able to close the Russian border completely. But there's this oikeusasia, I don't know, oikeuskansleri, justice kansler, I don't know, who said that it would be problematic if Finland would decide to close the Russian border. But based on the Finnish law, I strongly disagree. I think that the paragraphs which I have read regarding this would absolutely allow Finland to close the whole Russian border, but still leave the opportunity to sort of refugees to enter Finland through at least one crossing point. Just wanted to throw this in. Rajavartiolaki 16 pykälä, Pekka, if you want to check. Thanks.
All right, thank you for the information. I think this is a good point for me to stop this segment. It's been a really good, even though we had these unfortunate technical problems at the beginning, but I think the ending was very smooth. The second part of this segment, it was very smooth. Yeah, to summarize, I mean, I think we're gonna see the Finnish-Russian border close probably this week completely. There was this really interesting theory that it could be Russian plot to stop people fleeing from Russia to Finland after the part or full mobilization starts after the presidential election next year. So that's, I mean, it's a viable theory. But yeah, if you wanna hear me speak again, please join us on Friday from 1 till 3 p.m. For another segment about social media disinformation and Vatnik Soup. And thanks for the great questions and great discussions. And have a great day, everybody.
Thank you so much, Pekka. It's been absolutely fantastic. We very much appreciate your time for this incredibly important segment. So we hope you also enjoy the rest of your evening. And it's been absolutely incredible. So we look forward to seeing you on Friday when you come a little bit earlier. So it will not be Christopher and I. But either way, we have a fantastic session on each of the days that we come. So if you've enjoyed this session and you've enjoyed Pekka, please don't forget to retweet the speaker cards when they come out and bring more people to the segment. Let more people know about these segments that we have every Tuesday and every Friday. Tuesday and Friday. And now, James, where are you? Look at you down there. How come you've not jumped up at the side of me yet?
Well, I am still on the ladder on the way up, taking the long way, I think, today. So I'll get there. I'll act like a co-host until I am a co-host. How's that sound? And then I'll just also add that I did hear that there was some issues with the sound earlier, and just don't forget, this will be on Spotify soon, and we'll let you know. So if you really like this segment and you want to hear the rest of it, you can go back and listen to it. So there's all kinds of good stuff that you can go back and listen to on our YouTube page as well. And it's often interesting if you miss some words, then go ahead and do the thing, roll it back, play it again. And captions are a great tool. I'll just remind people of that. If you're listening to someone and maybe you're not used to that accent from that language that you're listening to, captions is a wonderful way to begin to hear better and hear the words better. So I encourage people to do that if they like. And it's just a neat little feature that we've got here. Very powerful tools we've got, and the best thing we can do is use those powers to get the kids out of Russia, to drive the Russians out of Ukraine, to alert our representatives that our priority is that Ukraine gets everything they need to do the job. And then we will see why and how the Russians are defeated, and we will also see and know what it is worth to us. It may take years for us to see the full benefit of what investment we're making in Ukraine, but think about it as the next generation is going to get paid from our investments, and that is the best kind of gift to give, is one that lasts over the centuries, because that'll just carry through. So back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, thank you for those ways to listen back. That's a very good suggestion. If you are missing what Pekka was saying earlier, you can go to the YouTube and you can wind that back. And of course, don't forget the Spotify. You can listen to the whole thing over again then if you like. My recommendation is listen to it in twice the speed. Then you can get through that faster and get back to MriyaReport and listen to all the wonderful things that we talk about here. Because of course, you do not want to miss anything that goes on here. We bring you some fantastic information. We have fantastic guests, just like Pekka, incredibly important and useful segments. We've had Latin and Hopsy on this morning talking about airframes and aircraft, and that was also incredibly useful, giving us all information that we can then take back to our politicians and our representatives. So James, you are now in the co-host seat at the side of me, so you have the power, and I'm going to say thank you so much to everybody. It's been a wonderful afternoon, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of James. Good evening.
Thank you, Tracy. You're the one who has a great voice. Your talking about the kids is very moving. And I think that very accurate, and shows the knowledge that you've gained as you've studied these issues and studied what Russia is doing and how Ukraine is responding. And so you've done a wonderful job of co-hosting. So I always appreciate getting to work with you. So with that, I think that if there's any kind of follow-up that anybody wants to make to maybe suggest or tell us at least what you'd like to hear dissected next and put into the soup. If you want to talk about something else, we can also do that. And I had a couple news stories too. But first, is there anybody that would like to suggest what additional things, or did everybody speak to Pekka? Christopher, do you know, did everybody speak who wanted to ask for new segments? Well, perhaps Christopher's not really a speaker. I don't know, but he looked like one. So anyway, I'm going to go on to some news stories. And,
James,
yes, sir.
I have no idea what's going on with other people, with Chris, but I don't know if he can hear you, but yeah, I believe everyone got to speak to Pekka. It was great.
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. Excellent. So boy, the people are moving around. I'm trying to push on an avatar, and it keeps moving on me. It's hard to hit the right target. It's a moving target. So I'm just going to read a news story to you. This from the AP. From, let's see here. From, gotta find it. There it is. Okay, from 10/20, November 21st. Poland set to get more than 5 billion euros in EU money after Commission approves recovery plan. So Brussels, and this is AP. Poland is set to receive more than $5 billion, 5.5 in fact, in EU funds after the EU Commission gave a positive assessment Tuesday of the country's revised recovery plan that include green reforms and investments. The 5.1 billion euro pre-financing is part of the bloc's Repower EU program aimed at helping the 27 EU nations recover from the energy crisis that followed Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year and reduce their dependence on Russian fossil fuels. The announcement came a month after an election in Poland secured a parliamentary majority to pro-EU parties aligned with Donald Tusk. A former EU Council President, Tusk is expected to become Poland's next prime minister. He traveled to Brussels last month to meet with top officials and repair Warsaw's ties with the bloc, aiming to unlock billions of euros in funds that have been frozen due to democratic backsliding under the outgoing nationalist government. The EU previously blocked 34.5 billion euros in post-pandemic aid over rule of law concerns. Following the EU's executive arms proposal, sorry, you guys, that's a possessive arms. The council representing the EU countries has 4 weeks to greenlight the disbursement of money. EU finance ministers are expected to approve the plan at their next meeting in December. The total value, which amounts to 59.8 billion. You wonder why they have 3 different figures, including the billion in loans and 25 billion in grants. So there's that. And then the EU Commission says that Poland must reach super milestones, quote unquote, before the bulk of the money can be released. A key milestone involves ensuring the independence of the judiciary. Quote, this means that no disbursement following a payment request under the program is possible until Poland has satisfactorily fulfilled 3 super milestones, the Commission said. The ruling party Law and Justice, which has governed Poland for the past 8 years, implemented a number of new laws that gave the executive and legislative branches greater control over the judiciary. The steps have caused years of tension between Warsaw and Brussels and led to the funds being frozen. Law and Justice, however, is expected to hand over power soon to a bloc of pro-EU parties under the leadership of Tusk. Law and Justice was the biggest vote-getter among the parties that ran in national elections on October 15th. However, it lost its majority in parliament and the ability to govern. The pro-EU parties, which already control a majority in parliament, are expected to have a government in place by mid-December. They have promised to take steps to ensure judicial independence. However, much also depends on President Andrzej Duda, who is allied with Law and Justice. He holds veto power, and his term lasts for another year and a half. So there you have it. That is a story from the AP, and it is interesting to us because it affects, probably one of the closest allies that Ukraine has, and it affects Russia, and it affects democracy right at its core. So very important stuff there. Tracy. Hello, Tracy. I see your hand is up.
Tracy?
Well, no matter. There is another story I think that is worth also hearing. This also from AP. from November 21st, 7:45 a.m. Stop me if you heard it, waggle your hands or something. But NATO head says violence in Kosovo unacceptable while calling for constructive dialogue with Serbia. This is Belgrade, Serbia. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said Tuesday that the recent violent outbreaks in Kosovo were unacceptable and perpetrators must be brought to justice. Quote, I can count on all sides to reduce tensions and to refrain from escalatory actions, he said during a visit to Serbia's capital, Belgrade, after his stops in Bosnia and Kosovo on the second day of his trips in Western Balkans. Stoltenberg's trip reflects Western concerns over the stability of the volatile Balkan region that went through a series of wars in the 90s. Serbia and Kosovo witnessed a spike in tensions following two violent incidents in May and September as the war raged in Ukraine. Western allies fear Russia could try to spur Balkan trouble to avert attention from its aggression on Ukraine. In May, Serb demonstrators in northern Kosovo clashed with NATO peacekeeping troops. In September, a Kosovo policeman and three Serb gunmen were gunned down in a shootout after about 30 masked men opened fire on a police patrol near the Kosovo village of Banjka. The two incidents have prompted NATO to beef up its peacekeeping presence in Kosovo. Stoltenberg said on Monday that NATO was considering deploying additional peacekeeping troops. The NATO head said in Belgrade that some of the 93 troops wounded in clashes with Serb demonstrators had life-changing injuries, quote unquote. This is, quote, this is unacceptable. The facts must be established. The perpetrators must face justice, said Stoltenberg. I welcome that Serbia is prepared to cooperate in these efforts. Stoltenberg also urged Serbia and Kosovo to engage constructively in European Union mediated dialogue that is aimed at normalizing relations between the former foes. Serbia does not recognize Kosovo's 2008 declaration of independence. Both Serbia and Kosovo have been previously warned by EU diplomats that refusals to compromise jeopardize their chances of joining the EU. Serbia President Alexander Vučić said at a joint press conference with Stoltenberg that tensions in Kosovo were the result of increased pressures by the government there on the ethnic Serb minority. Only Serbs, quote, are under threat in Kosovo, Vučić insisted. Serbia has pledged to prosecute the alleged ringleader of the armed group behind the September shootout in Kosovo. Belgrade has denied allegations it orchestrated the incident. I'm thinking maybe there's a third party maybe that did it, maybe. Stoltenberg also called for increased cooperation with Serbia and the resumption of joint military training exercises, saying that NATO respected Serbia's decision to remain militarily neutral. Belgrade has maintained friendly relations with Russia and refused to join Western sanctions against Moscow, which has backed its bid to retain claim on Kosovo. So there you have it. That is another important news story about some of the near neighbors and perhaps another hot point that Moscow will put a match to, if you know what I mean, start another fire of distraction. So that is from the AP, and that was what I wanted to start with. And then I wanted to turn to the Finnish border crisis. And I'm glad to hear that there is an option to close all of those, yet remain within the law. I hadn't thought of that, Live Sniper. So it was good to hear you say that that is quite possibly the case. I was thinking myself that what also could be done could be at an international level, and that is to, or possibly a national level, add the transshipment of refugees through a country to be perhaps one of the steps taken in a genocide. It is possible, or it could be seen as various other kinds of crimes, if not part of genocide proper, because it may not be their intention to genocide the people involved, but the transshipment of refugees through your country, while you do not do your duty to them, is something that is certainly benefiting Russia's genocide, which that was why my first thought was in the genocide law, but it could be another kind of crime. And it doesn't have to be in the UN. It just depends. If Finland wanted to make that up, and it would apply to every bordering country, they potentially could. So that's just an idea, thinking about different ways that Russia can be, their wings can be clipped so that that double-headed bird doesn't fly anywhere and just gets roasted. So that is my thoughts on Finland. And after that, I got nothing. I do have a lot more to say, but I don't want to just talk all the time. So I'm hoping that, oh, hold on a second here. Hoping, here we go. Yeah, I was hoping a speaker would pop up who could address this a little bit more intelligently than me, and perhaps who knows the law better and has thought about it more. So, Sniper, you came up and your hand is up. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that I'm not the lawyer, but I can read the Finnish law books, and there might be hidden somewhere some things, restrictions or whatever. But according to the border guard law, paragraph 16, Finland is not, according to Finnish laws, we just have to have at least one opening for people trying to ask for asylum. So that's my interpretation. But and regarding these, what the international law says, and if Russia is breaking international laws, what do I say? They don't care. It's for them. It's all the same. Whatever laws they break, if it's human trafficking or whichever laws you would like to prosecute them with, if you're threatening by hey, Russia, you are breaking the law, forget it. They don't care. They simply do not care. And I think we are too much restricted in our minds to thinking what is allowed and what is not. And Russia is weaponizing our law obedience against us. When I say us, I mean the Western nations, democratically ruled nations. That if the Western nations would have sunk on the same level of illegality as Russia has, then they would already be toast, really. But the one thing that's inhibiting us from giving good response is that we buy, for example, let's export licenses for weapons, and a country would like to export some weapons, but Switzerland or whatever, they said, no, we are not allowed. And, the country would like to export those weapons. They could just say, fuck you, Switzerland. We do it anyway, if we would act like the Russians do. But what makes the difference between terrorist states and civilized nations is the rule of law. And I think that if we start slipping from that path, then where would it end? That would be basically exactly the chaos which Russia is trying to inflict on the Western nations. Thank you.
That brilliantly stated. I have to agree with you that the imposition of new laws just defines the edge to which Russia will go and then surpass. And they will at first go up to and use that while it is, useful to use it, and then they'll break it. The sooner you get to sanctions and real stuff that matters in the pocketbook or otherwise, those are the important steps here. How do you, as it were, bleed Russia for the damage that they're causing? And that I think is the question. And so I do feel like some of these things, some expansions of law, such as what we're talking about, maybe if we can fit them under an existing law, then we can use that against them with a sanction right away or something else. And I think an embargo by a nation, is another option. And of course, that leaves all the other neighbors to do that as well. But that's, up to each nation, I think. So, Live Sniper.
Yeah, one thing I think what we have learned about this whole mess is that how to say, when people get married, they usually make some kind of agreement. What happens if they divorce? Who gets the house and who gets the car and who gets the dog and whatever. But in international contracts, for example, if the Security Council from UN, there's no clause that how can people be sort of kicked out or nations be kicked out from there, or NATO the same. But this paragraph we have failed to do such things and such agreements, and I think that's a huge mistake which has been made in the past, and I think that's something which the international community should learn from this whole mess. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again, Live Sniper. Good observations. I think that that people are kind of waking up, the ones that are paying attention at the national level or international level to what's going on with Russia are realizing that these are things that they do deliberately, with malice, I would say. And so they are knowingly causing harm to not only Finland, but to these refugees. And the harm that I see to Finland is that the potential, disruptive influence the people that are getting shipped could have. So why invite trouble on your border from somebody who has displayed their total complete contempt for human rights, for dignity, for life itself? There's just no reason to cooperate with them. So, G-Man.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, but I think it's worse than that. I mean, Russia is testing Finland with these immigrants, just as they did with Poland, although it was officially Belarus doing it then, but we all know where it was coming from. But also some of the propagandists, so their propaganda people on TV, are threatening Finland now with tax and all sorts. So obviously we could probably deal with the tax easier in some respect than we could deal with the migrants. The migrants give us a political issue. The tanks, not so much.
I saw the little, I forget the guy's name, some quote unquote journalist in Russia talking, and the tank was a little cartoon tank. It was kind of cute. But the menace was there. They're attempting to scare Finland. And at this point, I don't think that's going to work. I do take it as a real threat, however. Their willingness to do this has been widely stated, whether it is Poland or the Balkans or England or any of the states. They've threatened just about all of Europe one way or another, one country or one sector at a time, with reinvasion. So these are serious threats, and at all their ability to do it aside, their ability to do it will grow if they lose, or I'm sorry, if they win in Ukraine. So Russia must lose. So back to you, G-Man.
Yeah, I mean, the Finnish army are probably going, oh yeah, well, bring it on. Not that long ago, there was that documentary, Living Next Door to Putin, and certainly from the Finland part of that. This is a country with 5 million people, just over, and 1 million in their that are in their reserves or regulars plus reserves, fully trained, 1 million, and bomb shelters for all the citizens in all the cities. They're ready. So if they want to play big boys games, and I'm not finished. I'm not talking for Finland, but I'm sure that if Putin wants to play big boys games in the north, they'll regret it.
I certainly do agree with that. I think they'll live short lives and regret that they have lived short lives. So there is that. You want to come back on that, or just go to Ghost?
I just wanted to say that Finland has the strongest artillery in Europe. So basically, that speaks for itself. And the eastern Finland, especially, there are lakes and rivers and lakes and rivers, and it's very difficult terrain. The enemy would be forced to go pretty narrow paths, and that would be the first time when Russia directly attacks a NATO country. So in addition to the Finnish forces, we would have the NATO support. So I don't think of all the madness what Russia has done, I really doubt that they would go so far. To be quite honest, and if they do, they regret it surely. Thanks.
Oh, I absolutely agree. It kind of makes me laugh when I think about their unwillingness so far. They blather on about threats, but actually engaging NATO? No, they're not going to do that because they know how that ends. So yeah, definitely. Ghost, what's up?
Yeah, I wanted to agree with G-Man. The Finnish are basically 60 years already in war because of Russia taking some land. And on that land, there already lie 200,000 dead Russians that lie there since that latest attack the Russians did on Finland. So the Finnish, just like G-Man say, the Finnish will say, bring it on, and you can lay down at the sides of the other 200,000 that already are there.
I have that prompts a question to well, he's gone, but to Lie Sniper, and that was, or any other Finn. So I know that in Ukraine, such gifts as Russians leave in the soil grow sunflowers. I wonder what the Finnish soil pops up out of the ground in
Trees.
response to those kind of
Christmas trees.
trees. It's the evergreen
Christmas,
trees.
yeah. I was going to say Russia's. I know it's just there's a bit of a pun, but anyway, Russia's welcome to start something, but the Finnish will finish it. Sorry.
Exactly.
I had to drop down because
You punned. You made a pun. That was good. Thanks.
No, I couldn't hear Ghost at all, so I had to drop down and come back again. Thanks.
Well, I said, Lie Sniper, that basically the Finnish are already 60 years in war with Russia because Russia took a piece of land and had to pay for it with 200,000 of their souls. So the Finnish will say when Russia wants to attack, bring it on. You can lay down your body at the side of the other 200,000 that already are there. That was what I was saying, Lie Sniper.
Okay, I think it's. I wouldn't say it's a frozen conflict. It was a very deep frozen conflict. Now in hindsight, so basically we were never the best friends. We had tried to keep some kind of friendly relationships, but it's quite obvious that, for example, when I was in the military, there was always the in the training there was the assumption that the enemy attacks us, for example, from the east, and the example was always from the east somehow. And if it was from the west, then it was basically the Russians have made a hook over Sweden. But basically, it was it was not officially that Russia is our enemy, but it was in the training. It was quite obvious that we don't see that Sweden would try to attack Finland anytime soon. So it's been like this since the war, basically. So now we can speak with openness that Finland may openly, the military can openly say that Russia is the threat which we are preparing to defend us against. Thanks.
I think that's the same for everybody in the boat. Russia is the threat at this point. So yeah, G-Man.
Yeah, I mean, we are joking around partly with this, but not really. I mean, I remember lots of my friends going to Norway every year to train, and the training regime that the NATO armies put in, I mean, it's basically, well, it's to make sure that they're ready for whatever eventuality. Nothing really prepares an army for war except, well, war, but hard training at an extended training regime is probably the next best thing. Probably why the British are at war so much. You know, there's famously in the last century, there was only 1 year, 1968, when British forces somewhere in the world, and somebody didn't lose their life in some sort of action. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But the other thing is, one would think by the timidity that our politicians show that NATO was an inferior force to the threat, and the reverse is true. It's NATO. I mean, this is why Russia keeps naming NATO as the bogeyman, because we would squash them if we got ourselves roused, and they know it. I mean, I do question again a lot of my friends that served in the British Army in the Rhine, and at the time they were probably they were fearing the Red Army, and now they're scratching their heads going, did we really need to fear them? Now, so the Russian army and the Red Army they're not quite the same, except that the Russians think they are, which is partly why they've gone on this adventure. Just some thoughts.
Thank you, G-Man. I appreciate your thoughts. Good ones. Welcome up, Prince. You're co-hosting. Yay. How are you today?
I don't have much of a voice, but I'm here. How are you?
I have voice. I have lots of voice. So I don't know if it'll last 5 hours, but that is the plan. Or ideally, get other people to talk, so I don't have to exhaust it all at once. So I can carry on and keep talking later.
Axel and I are debating in the back channel here who has the most voice to be able to possibly speak a little.
Well, I hope everybody's throats recover. I like my little gin candies. It's these ginger taffy kind of candies, and it helps do the thing that I want done. So I know I hear all kinds of hot toddies and stuff like that. Oh, but no, I'm not going to take that route, because then my ability to speak will be replaced with my ability to ramble. So I don't really want to do that, but I understand not everybody reacts the same way. So I hope everybody's voice gets better, and rest, relax, recover, and then come back and join the fight, right? That's the thing that we do.
I am not giving up the fight in any way, shape, or form. So it just might be some quiet co-hosting. So but that's okay. We'll figure it out, because what matters is bringing back the kids and supporting Ukraine.
Absolutely, that is the thing. This is a wonderful thing, and from the time that you shared a very long story about a young lady who was recovered actually from Russia, I read through that, and it was just really a horror story. It would make a very bleak, dark movie, and it just ugliness all the way through it, except until the end when she does get home. And since then we've had the Bogdan, who also has come home, whose destiny was in Russia to be a soldier fighting against his own nation. And that young lady, who knows what she could have ended up had she not come home. I hate to think of that. And at the very least, the brainwashing, the reprogramming, turning free Ukrainians into the slaves of Russia, the Russian state. For whatever purposes, however good Russia may think they are, that is not theirs to take from anybody. And so we're fighting evil, and we're getting kids out of captivity. And it's the best gift in the world to give. So I'm all behind it. I donated some money up front, and I probably will again, because this is a good time to put your money in, since there is a match. The Orphan Feeding Fund group has sort of taken a diversion from their original obvious intent of feeding orphans, but they are stepping up and doing something just as important. And it's a sad comparison to make, but Russia is acting like Hamas, right? They also have taken hostages. They're releasing some, and they're using that, right? And they're also, pulling all kinds of manipulative BS to make it look like, oh, we're just taking care of the kids. So it's despicable. And some of these kids will never, I hate to say it, that we'll probably never see or hear of them. That's sad. They'll be used as chips in bargaining. They'll be used for coercion. It's just terrible what Russia does. So we have a chance to address some of that, relieve some of the hurt that Russia has inflicted with our actions and a little bit of our money. So do give. Think about how much you can, and do give. We've got what 12 more days of this fundraiser. Is that right, Prince? I think it's true.
I think so. I think it's right
There-
around there,
there
because
you
we started on Sunday. So yeah.
There you go. So let's just say 2 weeks out, Sunday at 6 p.m. or something like that is the end of this. So I love the ideas that Tracy had about gift giving. I think I'm going to go that route. Although I don't get as many gifts as I used to. Everybody knows what color socks I like, and that I already own those. So, and ties. Yeah, I've got some ties too. So fewer gifts come in. But anyways, I will still suggest it to the people that do still give me gifts, that's what I really want for Christmas. So hang on just a second here. And there we go. And anyways, Prince, would you like to hear more news?
I would. I also think that somebody may take my place. And so, and if that happens, that's fine. I am sorry, guys. You can hear I'm not myself. I'm trying here. I am sucking down tea like it's the only thing to drink on earth, and it is helping, believe it or not. So I love you all, and I will talk to you guys when I talk to you. But um, don't forget, bringing back those kids is so important. And just want to say also, if you did not hear Miriam when she was on the space, I believe it was November 5th, please check that out. I will see if there's something in the nest there about that. There should be a tweet in the nest about that has a link to our Spotify recording of Miriam when she was on the space. She is just a pile of energy, doing amazing things to help kids.
Thank you, Prince.
From Dalek to Dalek, your voice is really, really down.
So is yours. So is yours, Axel. It's like, I don't know how you spread this to me from Tallinn, Estonia to Portland, Oregon, but I think we caught the same thing.
It's the gravel throat gang.
Okay, I think I am gonna have to relent and let somebody else take the spot here.
No problem,
So,
Fritz. You take it easy, and or if you just want to run the buttons for a while and relax, I got this for a while. So no issues either way. It's good to have you here. So I don't want you to go, but you do the right thing for you, because we need you rested, relaxed, and recovered. So do that.
thank
and,
you.
Take care, and then you'll come back and you'll be better than ever, I am sure. So, and you, Axel, as well, be careful, recover, rest. No, I'm getting it wrong. Sorry, pardon me. Rest, relax, recover, in that order. Do it in that order. It's the best order. Although you can mix them up, actually. So anyway, there is that. So I'm going to go quickly and just say a bit of news off of Twitter itself. And this is from some guy named Vladimir Zelensky. And he's presidents of the EU Council in Moldova paid visits to Kyiv for Ukraine's Dignity and Freedom Day. This is really symbolic. The main focus of our talks was on Ukraine's and Moldova's EU integration. Ukraine takes every necessary step to begin EU's accession negotiations. We have adopted all of the necessary decisions. We will shortly adopt even what was intended to be adopted until spring. That came up a little rough, but I think that I read it properly. Anyways, after the political EU decision to open negotiations, Ukraine's position is crystal clear. We must do everything in order to be completely prepared for the start of the accession talks. This has a very real value for us since every success of our state adds confidence and motivation to our people, to all those who are defending Ukraine and helping. That would include us, I think. Today, we discussed the steps ahead. And of course, it's very important for the EU to follow through on its promise by adopting the decisions that will enable the beginning of Ukraine's EU accession negotiations. So there you have it, right from the leader's mouth. This is an important process. It's one of those big flashing lights for Russia to help them recognize that they're not going to have their way, and that the most treasured thing that Putin and his gang wanted, they're not going to get. They're not going to get Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, or any other part of this, and that is a very good thing. So that's that news. So anybody want to ask about accession, or anybody want to say anything about the accession process? And if you know about it, I'd like to know more about it, and where you think, especially if you have ideas where you think maybe it's going to be the most difficult, or perhaps maybe where it's going to be the easiest for Ukraine to meet all the needs. You know, the gin candies do work really well, but you still have to moisten your mouth once in a while when you're talking. So at least my voice is not a synthesized voice. Perhaps Elon Musk will do that one day. He'll have a neural link to an artificial mouth, and I can just talk through that. I'm not going to trust anything that he does, though. So I probably will not buy that from him. Maybe somebody else will do that. So, other things in the news would be the numbers, and I'm not going to read them yet, because first I am going to take after mockers and say, please retweet and share the space, try to pull in more people, and we'll get to that. It's important to extend our reach, to extend our effectiveness, and that means not only getting as many listeners in here, inside of Twitter or X, to come and listen to us, but also to use our voice outside of Twitter to reach out to people. And that can mean sharing the YouTube link. It can mean Facebook, Instagram, certainly Spotify, any of those ways that you can share MriyaReport, please do. We're a good organization. We are dedicated to Ukraine's victory as fast as possible, and to ending the genocide that is occurring there, being executed by Russia. So that's what we're about. And we're about spreading the word, and do spread it. Do write to your Congress people about this if you're in the US. And if you're in Europe, please note that we're having political difficulties in the States. And this is your advisory that you should look after your own house in terms of defense. I don't think that America will fail ultimately, but if the engineers that maintain bridges give you a warning that maintenance is due, then you better think about that, right? So consider it like that while we fully intend to completely support Ukraine to help them win, we will do that to the best of our efforts, but it could come slower, and it could be less than what we want because of the opponents of Ukraine that exist within our Congress. So there you go, Europe. There you go, rest of the world who is in Ukraine's camp with them. Please step up. And I know many have. Germany's message that it's going to double its military budget. Japan now spending 19% of their GDP on defense. And other nations such as this, even some of the unwilling ones have stepped up. And there was an interim goal of 2%, and now Europe has met much of that. And the risk is real. You don't want to go into a situation where you're going in with less than optimal forces, and 2% may not be enough. So I'm expecting more. I think that you want to go into this with enough power to deter Russia, because deterrence is always better than war, but war is always better than giving up to a tyrant. Surrendering freedom, surrendering dignity, surrendering your wealth to a kleptocracy is not a victory. So don't let that power spread through the back ways, through the mice, the money, the ego, all that stuff, all the ways that Russia uses to coerce people into doing their will. And money's a big one. I know that in the U.S. Don't let them do that. So do look after your own house. Do look after your own defense, Europe and the rest of the world. So in the meantime, Americans, look to your own house and that House leader, Mike Johnson. Give him a call. Tell him the story about Bohan, or tell him the story about the other lady. I will post something in the nest when I get a second about her story. And do also tell them about the 730,000 children that Russia says they've taken. Tell them about Belarus complicity in this and the report that's out about that. Tell them about all these things, because they need to understand that we're not going to put up with monsters that do this to children. And if they're going to let that happen, then come election time, they're going to hear about how they abetted this horrible genocide by way of allowing these kids to be used as chips by Russia. So please be polite, but be firm. Do offer to potentially fund their election opponents as well. But for Mike Johnson, mainly get a bill to the floor, make sure it's unencumbered aid, no poison pills in it, nothing else, but just a clean aid package in the amount that the administration has requested. Get it done, make it a non-political issue, and be done with it. So I think I've blabbed on enough about that topic. Tracy.
Good evening, James. I'm back again.
So I closed up my window to look at something else, my window of the space, and the last thing I saw was Prince, where you were, and now you're here. It's like magic. It is like internet magic. I'm amazed, delighted.
It's a kind of magic.
Yes, I thought it better to let Prince go and rest, because as you can all hear, my voice is certainly a lot better than Prince's. And as we know, when we're not well, it's not very good to push ourselves too much if we can help it. And if there's somebody to come and help and take over, then that's what we all do here and support each other here together at MriyaReport. So you have to put up with me, James, for the rest of the evening, I'm afraid.
I am delighted to do so. That is just fine with me. But perhaps, once Prince is in fine fiddle again, if you like that expression, then maybe her voice will be better than yours. It's a competition. No, it's not. No, it's not. Every voice is for Ukraine, and that is the test of a voice: is what they say, not how they sound. Although some of the speakers have wonderful voices, how they sound, and I do enjoy that. Although some of the speakers, I think, intentionally yawn at me when I'm up too late and induce sleep in me, and I feel like, well, anyways, it's probably the right thing that they do. I should probably sleep more, to the point of resting, relaxing, and recovering. So, yeah. Anyways, Tracy, so I am delighted to see you here because I lost a reference. I saw I had issues with my screen closing early on one of my phones that I use. And so I missed stuff because I wasn't able to quickly navigate over to this other screen, and I saw something, and it was a Fringe reference last night, and I completely missed the reference. I don't know if it's worth bringing that up or not here, but I leave that to you. But wondered what was the Fringe reference, because it didn't connect with me in time for me to get it.
Boston Dynamics.
Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah, which massive dynamics. The question is, what do they do? The question isn't what they do. The question is, what don't they do? They play a pivotal and somewhat sinister role in a fiction series called Fringe, which is actually pretty good, pretty far out, kind of down the rabbit hole, but that's what Fox TV does sometimes. Think about X-Files, for example. And if you can take it as entertainment, then it's quite interesting and entertaining. But if you get caught up in that kind of stuff and think it might be true, don't. It's ridiculous stuff. It is analogy. It is what are those other things that you say about a story that tells another story? Kind of an analogy, but there's a different word, but you get the
A
picture.
metaphor.
Metaphor. Yes. Another universe, as it were, next door that is like ours, but not like ours. That was the main metaphor. And there were others. But anyways, we now are solidly out of Ukraine, heading diametrically opposite direction from Ukraine. But you know what that means, Tracy?
What does that mean, James? We come right back to Ukraine?
Yes, the long way around. Yes, we just keep heading around the world. We get back to Ukraine. So, I mean, it's one way to get back to Ukraine is the long way. There's the short way, but sometimes the scenic route, as through these other news stories I've read, is the interesting part because Ukraine is not an island. I hear it's connected by land bridges just about on every side. If you call those land bridges, or just do you call them borders? What do you call them? Land bridges, borders?
I mean, I just call them borders, but they are referred to as land bridges, I guess, sometimes. And I suppose it applies in some geographical places more than others. Certainly Russia likes to call these land bridges, don't they? So maybe we should just call them borders. What do you think, James?
I'll go with borders. Borders sounds good. I like that they have, you know, other bridges too. Some of their bridges go across rivers, and some other people's go across straits, like the Azov Sea. And that bridge I don't like. I like a lot of bridges, but that one could go, and I'd be happy. So, anyways, don't Olaf, or if you're listening, don't get to the Kerch late. Get to the Kerch on time with those Tauruses. So, anyways, there we go. I plugged that too. Check mark checked. Tracy, is there a topic that you wanted to go with? I have more news stories, but if you could take it up for a minute or two, I would be very pleased.
Sure, James, no problem. I mean, I don't have anything specific that I like to talk about other than SBU, of course. We can always talk about the SBU and what they've been up to today, but there have been some other various bits of news and things going on. I was just looking at a notice that some drones have been taken down. Let me just find that. Here we are. So let's have a look. Moha 6. Now, this is not a drone that I've heard of before. I don't know if it's just that I've not picked up on the name, but a Moha 6 UAV was destroyed in the Odessa region. And that was destroyed over the sea by the Southern Air Command. So that's just been reported at, let me see, just after 5:30, like 20 to 6. So that's very interesting. And of course, we've had lots of visits from Germany and other countries. We've had the Defense Secretary from the US came yesterday, and then of course Boris Pistorius came today. We've had the wonderful new defense package from Germany, and so President Zelensky has made a post about that. What he said is, we have a powerful new package of support from Germany. And this is a defence package of 1,300,000,000 euros. That's a staggering amount. Among other things, this is to include the strengthening of our air defence, namely the production of a new IRIS-T system and missiles for the air defence, which is extremely interesting. And of course, he's saying thank you, and thanks to this, that the cities and thousands of lives of people will be saved from Russian terror. This is the thing, really, isn't it? You know, we say, we talk about these defence packages and we talk about these things, but when you think of it, really, that's the terms that it is. It's exactly like that. You think of those lives saved, because I know when Mockers reads the numbers out every day, that's one thing that I always think of. I always have this image in my head of these big artillery systems that they have not been able to fire anymore and being stopped firing. And I have this, maybe I have just too much of a vivid imagination, James, I don't know, but I always imagine people being saved and then people being able to walk away and those lives being saved from, I mean, you think if they take out 45 artillery systems a day, that's at least 45 Ukrainians saved. And we know realistically, it's probably a great deal more than 45, because one artillery system doesn't just kill one person, does it? With the size of the shells and things that they fire, more people are injured and killed than just one person. So I always equate it in lives, and that gives me a good idea of some of the good work I think that we're continuing to try and do here in support of Ukraine. What do you think, James? Do you think I'm having too much of a vivid imagination there?
No, I think that the ability to imagine the future is one of the greatest gifts that we have as a human, because it lets us play out scenarios that we can learn from without actually having to go through it. It's always good to learn secondhand, especially when these are kinetic lessons, if you know what I mean. So the possibility that the flow of ammunition for weapon systems could stop or even slow is one that means that there's less ability to take out Russian targets. And so you are right to be concerned about it. The logistics paths are long, and there's political steps that are in them, unfortunately. And so there's also really practical steps just about getting all of the things you need together to build munitions. And so those can go wrong. So there's a lot that has to go right for this to continue to work. So absolutely, it is a something of concern. To me, I am somewhat comforted by the fact that already there has been a continual flow of weapons. Not enough, not fast enough, I admit, but they have been, they keep coming. And the fact that all of the 155 munitions for the artillery, that worries me some. But then I do think about how many times I've seen videos where they're taking the 155 shells that are the cluster munition shells and cutting them open to get each one of the the smaller bomblets and using those individually, because that fits the style of war that they're fighting. And so to me, that just, and that means drone warfare, by the way. That was the point I wanted to get to. And so the weapon systems can absolutely have overlap with other weapon systems in terms of what they do. And so stepping up the drone war really has filled some of that gap. And I'm encouraged by what I see out of Ukraine in that regard. And so I watched, for example, some cluster munition 155 whole shells being used recently. And what I saw was that, as you'd expect with the use of that kind of thing, there weren't 500 people gathered, packed together that got hit. It was enough people to make it worth it. And they were certainly destroyed. But in fact, most of the bomblets didn't kill anybody, or they were superfluous, right? But so that speaks to the need to fight the war a different way than you might want to optimally, and that they're fighting the way that they need to is the best thing. So I'm encouraged by that. I think that the challenges that really are before them are the progression of weapon systems into the future. And Ukraine's on that, so I'm encouraged by that they're developing new systems, that there's new, there will be replacements for each one of the missile systems that they're using now. And probably, hopefully, hopefully they come too late for this war. In other words, hopefully the war's over soon. But that is in the planning work. So this idea that of how Will Teal expresses it about so much munitions for every system every month is what they need, and they haven't had to stop the war because they don't have it yet, and that's encouraging. Can it be better? Yes, it can, and I think it will get better. Casey?
Yeah, I hope so, James. I hope you're right. We do see things moving. Certainly that the information from the UK that we're going to start making the 155s, I think that's fantastic news. It could have come sooner. Like you say, it's a shame it didn't come sooner, but we are where we are and things are keeping on moving. It's just, it's really frustrating that, it seems to be political will. Will Teal and I were discussing this morning, actually, because in particular, the statement from yesterday when the defence minister visited Kiev, what he said, we will support Ukraine as long as it takes, or something along those lines, or as long as is needed. Now, I'm not so sure that that's a great phrase to be saying to the Americans, because I think if you're trying to sway the US public that's not already swayed, and I'm in particular thinking of those that have issues with this forever war type of thing. Many people are categorizing this incorrectly. I think, they look at Afghanistan and Iraq and things that have happened in the past along those lines, and they think that this is nation building and that this is the same thing. And it's not the same thing, as we well know. Ukraine is already a nation in its own right. They already have their own sovereignty. They already have their own democracy. So, it's not a forever war. And I just wonder, James, what your thoughts would be on this. I'd be interested to know, because I think that term is subliminally saying to people that this war is going to go on for a long time. I think a statement along the lines of we will support Ukraine to a quick and decisive finish, or something like that would be better. What do you think about that, James? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I sure do. Let me start with saying we're at war, and we are not at war at the same time as countries that support Ukraine. We are not in the active war as we support Ukraine. About the munition flow and all that is under the auspices of a UN law, and it makes sure that we are not combatants just for supplying military and humanitarian aid. We are at war in the sense that the hybrid warfare that Russia uses has always been aimed at us. So that is sort of in the background of the real comment about that. So is there a forever war? Well, I would say that the struggle between good and evil goes back to the start of time, you know? So in that sense, yeah, we're in a forever war, but in the sense that we're in a war, that this war will last forever, it will not. It will not. And it will end when Ukraine beats Russia. And they're doing it through an indirect route, I have to say. And I'm thinking about Little Hart's book, Strategy, the Indirect Approach. And what a great book that is. Although I have to admit, I skipped some sections of it because there was many other things to do, but really spoke to the need for how you fight a war when you don't have all the forces that you need or would like to have to quickly, defeat an enemy. And when you don't have all those forces ready, it means you have to fight in a way that you'd prefer not to, but it's the war that you have to fight. And so they found a way to do this. They are winning the attrition war, and this is a big part of the formula here. Since Russia is so much larger, their defeat will come about through the vast attrition of their forces. Much has been done, obviously. We've seen it. We see it in the numbers, the totals. And Ukraine will have to continue to fight a war that is not the one that they'd like to fight. But since it is here, they will continue to fight on. That it does mean, I think, that Chuck Farr's right. It does mean that this isn't going to be as fast as anybody wants. Forever? No, not this hot phase of the forever war, if you want to say that. Not this phase. When victory comes and Russia is out of Ukraine, there'll be kind of a new equation about this, whether or not it's a forever war, we'll see, because Russia can continue to do rotten things. And I think they'll be much diminished by that point, and they'll be less able to pursue their imperialistic program in the way that they'd like to. So that goes both ways. Not everybody gets to fight the war they want to every time. And the trick is to make sure that Russia doesn't get to, have the fight their way. And they're not. So is it, but definitely not this Christmas. And that's sad. It'd be nice to say that. And so I think it is good that our swift victory. He's not saying that, well, you can't guarantee that that there will be swift victory, so don't promise it, I think, is a good thing. And let's see here. Oh, hang on a second here, folks.
We will hang on a second for you, James. In the meantime, you can bring back Tracy up, because she had some difficulties. And look at that, there she's coming.
Thank you for jumping in. That was what I was attending to. So I hope that Tracy heard all that, and I don't have to repeat it because I've already forgotten it. But it leads, Tracy, go ahead.
I'm afraid I did not hear any of that, James. I do not know what happened. Everything just disappeared, and I could not even find the space. So the space did just not like me for a few seconds.
Well, I just want you to know that it was so good. I want a Pulitzer for talking. Just it was such a great answer. You missed the best answer in the world ever. You can play it back and listen again. But I'll recap it briefly and just to say, don't promise what you can't deliver. So don't promise a fast war if it may not be fast. To steadfast resolution is a better promise overall, because that anticipates any of the various scenarios that this could go. And could go doesn't mean will probably go. This means it could go badly for Ukraine. I highly doubt that, because of their care with which they're executing this war is extreme. They are being extremely careful. And that is part of the war that I think they would fight that way either way. Perhaps a little bit more loosey-goosey about equipment, but in terms of life, I think they care about every single Ukrainian who is on the front fighting, and that they are not going to fight a sloppy war the way that Russians have been fighting a sloppy, bloody war. And so that's my short version of that. I went on very eloquently, though.
I bet you did, James. I can imagine you absolutely did. But yes, I completely agree with you. I know what you mean. It's a good point to make that, like you say, you can't specify that time. But I just think this, as long as it takes, type of a statement is not very good for American public. I think if you are one of these people that does worry about things like forever wars, then that's just a subliminally the wrong message, I think, because I just think it gives people the impression that, you know, although I think, albeit with good intentions, because they're trying to say that we're going to continue to support Ukraine and we're not going to stop. So I do understand it, but I just think this, as long as it takes, is not a very good statement to use. But so I think we're pretty much in agreement on that, aren't we?
I think so, and maybe a better way to say it is that we're going to support Ukraine through this war and beyond.
Well, they certainly do need the help beyond, that's for sure, and all of us here will definitely be doing that also. So yeah, absolutely, they're definitely going to need continued support. You know, it's like we said about this mine's going to take so long to get rid of all these mines. I mean, that's just one thing to consider, but then there's the rebuilding and restructuring and all those things that they're going to have to go through. And in fact, actually, it's a special day today, isn't it, James? You're probably already aware that today, the 21st of November, Ukraine actually celebrates like the Day of Dignity and Freedom. And that's because, as many of you are probably aware, it's 10 years ago on November the 21st. In 2013, the first activists came to Independence Square in Kyiv, and they began their protests there against the non-signing of the accession agreement with the European Union. So it's interesting and intriguing that the timing is happening now, that they're going through this process and that they're aligning with the EU laws so that they can join the EU, because, as we know, Ukraine is part of Europe. And I think for them to celebrate the feat of the nation, what they've achieved really in the past 10 years and everything that they've struggled through, you know, I mean, Russia's tried to turn Ukraine into one great big concentration camp, you know, so the struggle that they've gone through, and the honour and respect to the activists of the Orange Revolution and the participants of the Revolution of Dignity. You know, and President Zelensky has put out a wonderful speech today that's about 10 minutes long. I've retweeted that, and the main MriyaReport account has also retweeted that. But I think another interesting thing, just to mark the occasion, James, is that also on the 21st of November, they actually celebrate the Day of the Airborne Assault Troops. So, you know, they have all these professional days in Ukraine for all these different jobs that people have, all these different careers, all these different professional holidays that they have, which I think is actually a really nice thing. I mean, I must admit, when I first saw that, James, I thought, goodness me, a day to celebrate, you know, every different job, every different career, every different thing. It's going to be, you know, a bit too much, really. But actually, from watching them and seeing them, I think it's really quite moving. And, you know, it's funny because in the UK, some of these holidays, shall we say, like Mother's Day and these types of things, they tend to be sometimes a bit too commercialised. And I just found it really touching, actually, to see how they respect and honour certain professions, and everybody has a professional day. And imagine if you're the Airborne Assault Troops and you have your professional day on this particular day, on the 21st of November. It's like a double celebration and double meaning. And, you know, given the last 10 years, that's going to have, you know, a lot more significance, I would imagine. What do you think, James?
I think you're exactly right. I do like celebrations of different, you know, groups, and have them having their day, as it were. Every dog has their day, I hear, is a good thing. And so we need a fella day, I think, is what is called for in addition. But this is a special day to double up on. So they're very lucky, and I think that recognition is due to anybody that provides extraordinary service to their country. To the cause of democracy, because it isn't just about country. Any old fool can fight for their country, but to know that their country, know when their country is worth fighting for, because it is a democratic, free society that respects human rights, for example. That's the kind of thing that is the treasure at the bottom of this, that they're working to get and respect. And I celebrated Veterans Day recently by going up to our local, one of the local parks where they memorialize this, and it's very moving. And it's just a way to at least let people know that they're appreciated, and it is. It's a great thing. So the day of, you know, celebrating the revolution of dignity in the face of such indignity. It's like matter and antimatter. And so I'm just delighted that I'm here for this day. And, you know, thanks to all of the Ukrainians who are fighting and risking their lives, some losing their lives in the struggle against this horrific monster that is Russia. It's a good thing to celebrate, good thing to remember our past so that we don't have to do it exactly the same way again, which unfortunately, in many ways, we are reliving our past. And we said never again. So we need to mean it this time. And it is an investment worth making. And so the question that you asked earlier about the messaging was a really good one. And you're right about the forever war part of this. That there is something, there's a struggle always going on, but the war isn't always on. So that is a good question. And I thought that the other question that went with that is, what are we aiming for in the future? We're aiming to solidify sort of the foundation for democracy to exist around the world, to be free of tyranny from other states that just see us as, you know, targets of imperial expansion. So that's why this is going on. That's why it's worth supporting. And the sooner we get about that, the better the world will be for it.
Absolutely, it certainly will. And, you know, it's a good time to say to people, please retweet the space. Let's get more people in here to have some great conversations. And also, I would like to give everybody an update on the demining equipment. So thanks to all your help, all your generous donations, and not just to the donations, but also to the people that retweeted and shared the fundraiser. So MriyaReport was able to raise $8,500, and that means that we are now able to provide Arsenis unit of the the Centre for Humanitarian Demining, and this is the Rapid Response Unit. So this is the unit for the State Emergency Service, who we fundraised for. And remember that this is civilian demining, and that these guys in particular, one of the things that they do is going to newly liberated areas. So not only do they have to deal with mines, but they have a variety of booby traps and other explosive devices that Russia likes to, you know, try and hide in places that they can try and take more lives, because that's how vicious and brutal they are. So thank you to all you amazing people. This money has now been able to purchase 17 of these mine detectors. So that's, yes, I did say that, 17. So how amazing is that? All you wonderful people, thank you so much, because this is going to continue to save lives every single day. As I said when we were having this campaign, this money will not stop saving lives. It will continue to save lives. So every day when that equipment goes out, every day when I read those figures out to you in the morning or in an afternoon, even sometimes in an evening, that the State Emergency Service put out of the figures that they've taken out, every day you can know that you have contributed to those figures. So let's go and see what the numbers are for today, and I will just give you an example. So this State Emergency Service today, they examined and surveyed and another 4.15 hectares of land, and that's in the past 24 hours. And they managed to neutralise another 320 explosives. So all you wonderful people, you've saved at least 320 lives today, possibly a great deal more. And so look, you can go in the nest and see now, and I've also just retweeted it for people to see. There's a post there where you can see what the information that I've just read out to you, and it shows an image, a picture, a little video, which some of you may have seen before, of one of these devices being used, which looks like a metal detector, but it's not a metal detector. It's obviously a great deal more sensitive than that, and has a great deal more value than just a metal detector, because I don't think metal detectors generally go on to save lives. I guess they possibly could do in certain circumstances, but that would be something exceptional. However, these devices will be saving lives every single day, and that's thanks to you. So let's continue to save lives now, and in this time we're raising money and funds for orphans. So this is for the NGO Orphans Feeding Foundation. And they've been having a critical mission now to try and bring children back from Russia. This is children that have been illegally deported and illegally kidnapped from Ukraine and taken to Russia. So we're trying to do everything that we can to support them and help get children back. So if you can, consider donating. Please go to the tweet, and you can just click on the nice and easy payment link there. It just says in the tweet for you, please donate here, and the link comes up in blue so you can see that nice and easily. Or you can go to the MriyaReport.org website and you can direct your payment from there. It's the same payment link, it's the same page, it takes you to exactly the same place, but it does just give some people more peace of mind for directing it from the website, and that's absolutely fine. It makes no difference to us, as long as you can donate funds that you can afford, because that's another thing that you must consider as well. Don't be giving funds that you can't afford. You know, we don't want your food money, we don't want your rent money, as one of our other wonderful co-hosts says. We just want your disposable money. So maybe consider doing without that second or third cup of coffee. Maybe consider doing without one or two luxuries that you really don't need. Maybe you have enough luxuries in your life already, and you could consider just giving up one, and also consider doing something that I am doing in order to raise more funds for this campaign, and that is asking everybody in my family to make a donation to this campaign instead of buying me a Christmas present. I don't really need another Christmas present. You know, I'm old now. You get to a stage in life when you get to a certain age where you have so many things, And although all these gifts are wonderful and I enjoy every gift that my family buys me, it's not something that I really need. And I'm going to take great delight when I've asked my daughter to take a screenshot of the fundraiser, and I've asked her to wrap that up in a little box for me. So when I open that on Christmas morning, I can have a huge big smile on my face, and that vivid imagination that I like to use of the image of a child that's either been saved, returned, or even just given a few little home comforts once they have been returned, some humanitarian aid, or even some Christmas presents. Children need Christmas presents at this time of year to take their mind off things when they're going through difficult times, through traumatic times. These tiny little things can make a difference. And while Ukraine will, of course, take care of their physical and mental health, that does not mean that they don't need the support. So let's support this campaign, please, everybody, because it's incredibly important. It's only running for a couple of weeks as well. And I have to keep telling everybody, we have an anonymous donor, a wonderful, incredible angel who has decided to double all the funds that we raise in 2 weeks' time. I mean, I'm just absolutely over the moon at that. I think that's not just only generous, it's absolutely wonderful. And so I'm really, really excited to see if we can raise a great deal of money for this very important campaign, because let's face it, we all want to protect children, and we all want to help children, and children are the future. And if we're not fighting for the children, then what are we fighting for? And I don't mean fighting kinetically, obviously, I mean fighting in, the information war, fighting to fundraise, fighting in all the ways that we are in order to support Ukraine. But I think maybe I should stop waffling, James, because it looks like we have some hands up.
Waffling? I had no idea that was waffling. I thought you were communicating very effectively. No, AKA waffling sometimes. So why don't we go to that? But first, let me just pump one thing out there. I moved Chuck's bullet points post out there and ask you to retweet, share that. And get the crowds in for later. And he always does such a good job for us, so let's make sure that he's got an audience there to listen. And Marcus, I see you have your hand up. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding the matching donation, is it important to mention the story behind that, or we're good? The teacher and okay, never mind.
Oh yes, please, Marcus. Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, so it's a person involved in the space. His mother has they have some money from her estate because she passed on, and she was a teacher. So this is a fitting tribute to what she's done in her life, is to put this money towards rescuing children.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Oh, sorry. This is one of the risks of co-hosting, is talking over each other. It happens all the time, I think. So, but thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. And we'll try to share the hosting duties here equitably. I don't know if that means every other turn or what that means, but we'll figure it out. And no worries, no matter what, we're on the same side. So you talk over me as you need to, or oh my God, I might do the same. So anyways, yeah, that's a good point, Marcus, that it's coming from a real place of love, on behalf of this other person. And they want to be taken advantage of, but I don't even think they think of it that way. I think what they're thinking is, I would like to see my money multiplied times 2. And you know what? This is one of these win-win situations where both sides can have their money, doubled. And so it truly is a win-win for everybody. And win-win-win, us donating, that person doubling, and then the recipients of this are those kids and those families that get to bring their kids home. So win-win-win, and that's a great thing for everybody. I can't think of any downsides, except no, I can't do it. So yeah, that's it's a good thing. So if you haven't again, just push out, retweet Chuck's card that's in the nest, and we'll move up the fundraising card again to take that place. But please do. And then let's see, the demining stuff. That was a great summary, Tracy. I appreciate that. It is really good to hear feedback about what impact the people who do give here generously give their time listening, and also generously give money. And thank you to everybody. It's so good to hear that. And I don't know what else to say. It's just great. So let's see. Then let's see. I'm doing a little pruning, by the way. Did you know that a nest needs to be pruned? I didn't know that, Tracy, until I joined up here.
Well, I didn't know until I became a co-host either, James, but I soon learned. However, I was trying to do that earlier, and none of the tweets seem to be deleting for me. So if you could do that, I would very much appreciate it. For some reason, sometimes they delete, and sometimes they don't for me. So I think the nest has days when it likes me and days when it doesn't. But James, I was wondering if you'd seen the news about. So I think this is very interesting. The European Parliament are planning now to open an office in Kyiv, and this should obviously help relations between Europe and the European parliaments. And it will be the only European Parliament office in a country that is not yet a member of the EU. What do you think about that? I think that's just brilliant.
Woohoo! That's great news. I mean, that is when you start investing in real estate to, welcome a nation in, then it's a sign. This isn't like a temporary gig. Is it like a marriage exactly? I don't know. It's a strange 27-way marriage, but whatever, right? That's okay. Whatever they want to do. But it really is sort of a strong commitment, and I think it will encourage everybody that Ukraine is being taken seriously and their needs are going to be seen to, and that they will be accepted into the EU. So I think it's good stuff. So let's see here. I see a hand down here. It's Carrie.
Hello, James.
Carrie.
Hi, Tracy. I'm on a mad. I'm on a. I've been ill all of. Hello, Marcus. I've been ill all of last week, which is partly why you haven't heard from me. And I'm back working now, so I'm like madly trying to catch up, which is why you haven't heard much from me. But I'm just trying to catch up with a few things now. And I just wanted to say, and on the back of what you were saying, James, I've just listened to Zelensky's speech about that was very sort of European focused, and it was the day of I can't remember. Oh God, somebody save me, Tracy. You probably know, but anyway, it was the one he did and released about 12 hours ago. Oh my God, it was stunning. I mean, the man can put such good speeches together and deliver them so well. But the thing about when he talks is it's not bullshit. There is action behind every word. And so you're not listening to somebody who is purely a great orator. He is saying it from the heart, what he really thinks, what he believes, what his whole team believes, and what they are making happen. And I felt it was so well said, so pointed, so full of determination, courage, direction in the face of our spineless, weak-willed politicians that we're having to deal with at the moment. But yeah, you saying about Europe, it just made me think of that again. So if anybody hasn't seen it yet, I absolutely encourage you to see it. It's the best speech I have heard since I can remember. I think it's the best speech from him. I really do. So I think it's a very important one to listen to at this really critical time. It's really dicey. And I think he hits the nail on the head. And I hope more people listen to it, and it helps to galvanise both. It's written for his own people, but also as a direct message externally as well. So I just thought I'd flag that up.
Thank you, Carrie. That is high praise, I would say. It is something that I have not yet heard because I said, 10 minutes, too long, can't listen. But yeah, now I have to go listen to it. So
Yeah,
thank you for
you
that.
saying
I
that,
will.
James, is I think the 10-minute thing probably does put people off, but actually, like I say, I think this is a speech for our times. It is something you need to hear. So I'd be interested to hear other people's thoughts once they've heard it, or if they have heard it.
Well, gee, I don't know when I'll get a chance, but maybe we could just play it or something. I don't know. I'll think about that as an option. Force everybody to hear it all at once because you're already using your time now to be with us, and we appreciate that. We appreciate having listeners. Otherwise, we wouldn't do any talking, or we'd do a lot less talking at least. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. What do you think, Tracy? Should I try to put that together? I think I could. I think I have the tools.
If you can find it in English, James, yes, because it's in Ukrainian with subtitles. So maybe you could go and you could watch it whilst you're hosting. The MriyaReport account has tweeted it out. President Zelensky has tweeted it himself, and the main MriyaReport account has retweeted it. So if you look on the main MriyaReport account, it's not very far down. It's only a few tweets down. So if people want to, there's one there with subtitles on. But unless you can find a version in English, I think maybe most of our listeners would struggle to understand it, James.
Well, I'm gonna with Peabody. I'm gonna hop in the time machine, go back, learn Ukrainian, so I can just translate it for people. What I will try to do is try to find a translation of it. Hopefully, it is somewhere on some governmental website in Ukraine. I imagine it might be. I'll look for that. Otherwise, if I can find the text version of it, or if anybody else who actually knows how to say Ukrainian words. If you can find the text version, I'd be happy to read it out. 10 minutes, I think I can do that. So that good catch there. Yeah, don't promise what you can't deliver, James.
Well, there are subtitles on the video, so you could read it from there. Or that may not work with the timing, but I would imagine it's also on the gov.ua website, on President Zelensky's website, on his own personal website, the Office of the President, because he puts everything on there. So I'm just wondering now. I would need to know. So I'm looking at all the different lists now on his page. But I would need to know the first few words. So let me see. It was put out this morning. So I would imagine it would have been posted first thing this morning. So let's have a look. Because he usually does put text out of all his speeches on his own website. So I think we should be able to work that out somehow, James. What do you reckon? In the meantime, I see that we have a hand up.
Well, good. I will just start poking around, Tracy. I can't promise it anytime soon, but we'll have a look. Thank you for this. That's good guidance.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so on the anniversary of the Maidan, the year Maidan, I thought it might be nice, and then with the news of EU integration approaching even sooner, I just wanted to reflect for a moment on just how remarkable this is. That oh boy, it was like, when did we see the pictures of Bucha? A year and 3/4 ago, a year and a half ago ish, that we saw the really striking photo of the woman's hand in the rubble that was holding an EU keychain, which I found it was very impactful. And at the time, people talked a lot about, if only. And here we are, the Euromaidan happened a decade ago, or 9 years ago, right? Is it 9? Yeah.
It's a decade, I think, Marcus, because
decade. Okay.
it was recognising the speech, recognises and interweaves the Maidan.
So, and the problem for Russia that caused them to start really putting their foot down on the gas pedal for meddling was the idea of Ukraine joining the EU. And then if we step back, boy, they really missed the bus on that one. It's pretty much a fait accompli that they're going to join the EU. Putin gets nothing. He can't pass go and collect $200. So not only that, it's galvanized the people of Ukraine to be especially aware of their cultural heritage and separation from Russia. It's pushed Finland and Sweden to join NATO. Again, a huge red line for the Russians, massive red line. Can't cross this red line. And here we are with Georgia having separated themselves very vocally, to the degree to which they can at this point, but made it clear how separate they are, to the point of harassing Russian cruise ships that try to park. So a lot has changed, and it's really remarkable how this fire started with the spark at the Euromaidan. Because there was one of the biggest countries on the planet in terms of influence and the largest in terms of geography, throwing everything they could in front of as obstacles for this push by the people of Ukraine. And I think it's really amazing that Europe is uniting in a way they've never have against Russian aggression. At least during the Cold War, it wasn't this extent, right? Now we have all of Europe essentially. So yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing, and a worthy capstone on a decade of struggle for Ukraine, which is going to come true when they're finally a member of the EU. That's a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Marcus. Go ahead, Kerry.
I was just going to say, every single time this comes up, I cannot help but see that scene from The Servant of the People where Zelensky is, obviously he's the president, and he receives the call. And I think who is it? Is it I think it's Moldova, isn't it? Can you, for those of you who've seen it, there's the water fountain in the background, and he's jumping around, and the water fountain's all sort of spurting out, and then they get it wrong. The person who's phoned him has gone, "Oh, I didn't realise it was Ukraine. No, we meant Moldova," and the water fountain just suddenly stops, and he looks really pissed off, but says, "Yes, great. I'm very pleased," and then gets in a really foul mood. For anybody who hasn't seen that scene, sorry, you've got to see it. I cannot help but have that going through my brain every single time we think about and something more concrete happens about Ukraine joining the EU. Please do see Servant of the People. It's so beautiful. It wonderfully weaves itself along with the reality of what is happening now.
Thank you, Kerry. That's a very touching moment. And actually, Robin speaks of that film quite a lot as well. So I've not had a chance to see it yet, but I certainly will definitely do so at some point in the future. Now then, James has been poking around in the background for us, doing some wonderful work to try and bring us the speech of President Zelensky. So how are you going there, James?
Well, I found it. It is about 9 minutes and some seconds, and it is from today, and it is titled "Addressed by the President of Ukraine on the occasion of the Day of Dignity and Freedom." So it's a wonderfully titled speech. And so I can do it now. Do you think I should do it now?
I think you should definitely do it now, James.
All right, I'm going to do it now. So maybe we should make it a fundraiser and charge by the word to listen. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. So here it is. It starts out, just to confirm, Carrie, it starts out with, "Dear Ukrainian people." Is that the right speech?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. You go for it anyway. There aren't many who's done that about 9.5 minutes long, so it's got to be the right one.
Okay, there we go. All right, dear Ukrainian people, European people, today we celebrate the Day of Dignity and Freedom. It is a public holiday established in honor of the beginning of two revolutions. The revolution of 2004, that's when they became a state, and more, and revolution of dignity 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we started a new page in the struggle. 10 years ago, Ukrainians launched their first counteroffensive against lawlessness, against the attempt to deprive us of our European future, against our subjugation. 10 years ago, people united not only against something, but above all, for themselves. Everyone for everyone. All those who, after the arbitrariness of the force, felt that they also were being beaten, that they also hurt, that these are blows to justice, to truth, to freedom, to our common tomorrow. What will it be like if we remain silent, swallow it, and fear instead of fighting? And then, in fact, the first victory in today's war took place. The victory of non-indifference, the victory of courage, the victory of the revolution of dignity, the victory of people's resistance, civil society, the feat of the heavenly 100 heroes and all those who fought for freedom in the capital and other regions. Our people have a long way behind them, which we have already passed. Behind me today are the flags of Ukraine and the European Union. And today we have the right to say, this is not just an adornment of the square, a decoration, a fiction. This is a real symbol of Ukraine's inseparability from Europe, the right to which Ukrainian nation and the Ukrainian state have been proving all this time. Year after year, step by step, we do everything to ensure that our star shines in the circle of stars of the EU flag, which symbolizes the unity of peoples of Europe, the star of Ukraine. 20 years ago, it was a romantic dream. 10 years ago, it was an ambitious goal. And today, it is a reality in which it is no longer possible to stop our progress and our completion of all mandatory stages. Therefore, our candidate status and further accession negotiations should certainly result in Ukraine's full membership in the EU. And we are doing all this despite the war. When our people are defending themselves in Europe right now, because we have dignity and we will not allow our freedom to be taken away from us, because we have to protect our freedom in order to not lose our dignity, because we know and remember one of the important wisdoms we learned long ago, how important it is to not be afraid, how important it is to fight. And every time they try to take something away from us, more and more people stand up to resist it. When the barricades of Maidan turn into the trenches of Donbass, and then into resistance along the entire front line, north, south, and east. When the defenses of democratic values turns into the defense of sovereignty and territorial integrity. When opposition to dictators inside the country becomes resistance to occupiers and terrorists from outside. when the whole country rises on February 24th, when our entire nation rises to new barricades, struggling and fighting, knowing what for, remembering everything, having survived multiple winters on fire, both 10 years ago and last year, yesterday and today. We fought and we are still fighting, both in the center of the capital back then and on the outskirts of Bakhmut now, on Hrushkevosko Street and then near Kharkiv, near Kherson, near Avdiivka now. All those who bravely went to battle for freedom with wooden shields back then, who defended the country in the first days of hostility in the East, and all those who have been defending us in all directions since February 24th. All those who are not afraid of rubber bullets or stun guns, stun grenades then, or all of the weapons and equipment of the so-called Second Army of the world. Those who are not afraid and are not afraid to go out for our freedom, wrapped in the Ukrainian flag. On Independence Square in Kyiv back then, on Freedom Square in Kherson last year, all those who selflessly pulled out the wounded on Institutska Street back then, and all those who are doing it now on the battlefield. Everyone who knows and proves that we must struggle and fight. Everyone for everyone. In every episode of confrontation, for one building or for the whole region, for one street or for the left bank of the whole country, for one barricade or along the entire border of Ukraine. And today is a new round of our history is being written, and today it is up to our generation to determine the direction it will take. What will be written about us in history books? What our descendants will say about us? They fought but failed, or they fought and won? Like every state, ours has dark and bright pages in its history. Times of prosperity and times of discord. Periods of glory and periods of ruin, which can last for decades. They can swing from side to side like the history of the place behind me. From the middle of the 19th century, when European squares became Tsarskaya Square, and later the Third International Square. And during the occupation, it was planned to be renamed in honor of Hitler. And even after the Nazis were expelled, it does not become European again, but turns into Stalin Square and later Lenin Komensal Square. And all this is just plaques, is not just plaques on buildings. It is the consequences that a wrong turn at the crossroads of history can have. When statesmen are replaced by windbag politicians, when they fight for chairs, not people, when their egos become more important than their own country, when they do not stand up to the end and to the prefix in exile is added to the statue of leader, head, or hetman, when the enemy manages to split the internal unity, when we quarrel, and then get tired and desperate, and then we survive. In new periods of a new captivity and statelessness, when the enemy manages to undermine international support and solidarity, when the civilized world begins to seek compromise with terrorists and make concessions to tyrants, then we definitely lose. Ukraine, Europe, the whole world. We lose, naively thinking there can that there can be a draw with them. A draw is impossible. We are strong. We have to be strong because people believe and the strong only, and only the strong create the future. Only the strong can be united, united to become free, free to be worthy for the sake of new times. When the central squares of our cities will receive new and forever unchanged names, in honor of the heroes, in honor of the liberators, of Mariupol, Berdyansk, Melitopol, in honor of the liberation of Donbass and Crimea, in honor of the reunification of Ukraine within its borders. When in history books written years and centuries from now, the period of independence since 1991 will be written about us as a continuous one. Years and centuries from now, when listening about Ukraine as an integral part of Europe, all future generations will ask in school, how could it have been otherwise? When in our calendars, alongside the days of independence, statehood, unity, dignity, and freedom, the day of victory appears. Victory of Ukraine, of decent and free people with a capital letter. Happy Dignity Day and Freedom Day, great people. Great people with a capital G. Strong people of a strong country. Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smrt voor
Smrt voor
Smrt voor
Well done, James. That was brilliant. That was really worth doing.
Yeah, I teared up at the end, homie. Good work.
Thank you, James. That was very moving. G-Man?
I was posting about this earlier, not about Zelensky's speech, but about the anniversary that's in it, and I didn't really think about the anniversary from the 2004, the Orange Revolution. I'd not forgotten, but I hadn't placed it as the same date. But what I said in my post, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't quite, but 10 years ago, Ukraine was at a crossroads. The president at the time, Viktor Yanukovych, had turned away from what he had actually campaigned for, which was European integration. Enticed by Putin, and we don't quite know what forced this, although he always was Putin's man, it seems. But he turned towards the road to unfreedom, and the people of Ukraine just said no. They weren't going to have that. They'd already chosen the path that they wanted to go on because the parliament had voted for European integration 5 years earlier, at least 5 years earlier. And so it wasn't something new in 2013. What was a big surprise, they gathered in that square. If you watch the documentary Winter on Fire, which I recommend, they really should. They gathered in that square to watch the signing ceremony at the summit of the European Union at Vilnius. And Yanukovych went to that summit, but didn't sign. And it was that act and the disbelief they had on the street, watching it on the big screen, watching the non-event, the non-signing, that drove them out on the street. Now, there was only a small number initially that came, students. But whenever the police came to beat them off the street, was when the parents and the older people just said, well, we're not having that. And they come out. And they come out in their thousands perhaps even 1 million. And that was just Kyiv. There was they came out in other streets, other cities as well, Lviv, Kharkiv, even Odessa. They all came out and they chose freedom. They won their freedom, but then that's when Putin decided he had to go kinetic, because hybrid warfare wasn't working anymore. He had tried to subvert the process. People talk about 2014 being the start of this war. It wasn't. It wasn't even 2004. It probably was 1991, because even then Yeltsin had wanted to, but wasn't strong enough. He had wanted to start talking about borders, Crimea, but he wasn't strong enough. And so it wasn't done. And he signed all the treaties that Putin broke. And there were lots of them. So when people in the West tell you that it's just a bit of land, well, they're being disingenuous, because if it was their country, they wouldn't say those things. And so, yes, it's right that we honor the Heavenly 100 and so many other heroes since, and especially in the current phase of the war. Heroem Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Thank you, G-Man. So looks like we're going to have a little break, Tracy, from our duties as co-hosts. And that's good. I'm glad. I could use a breather. That was a very moving speech to read. I wanted to listen to it. So I may go back and listen to it again. Anytime you're reading a translated speech, there's little glitches, and I think I ran into a couple maybe, but it could be just my inflections on it. But it was a great speech. Wow. So, Carrie, you are absolutely right about the quality of that speech. So I am going to step down first. I appreciate everybody's presence here. It's been very, very good to be with you. I'm glad I got to read out some of the news before I got down. And if I get back up before the intended term of my session, I will have a story from Africa about Joe Biden. So I'm looking forward to it if I get the chance. But in the meantime, I'm going to step down and bid you adieu for now.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you for being here with me. And I will also be stepping down. So I would just like to say thank you very much to everybody for staying with us. And retweet the space. Of course, let everybody know that we are here. Bring more people in, and don't forget to retweet the fundraiser and donate, of course, if you haven't already donated. I'm going to be donating to this campaign as well. I'm sure all of us will be donating what we can, whether that's in terms of funds or whether it's time or whether indeed it's just retweeting the space. Either way, it's all incredibly valuable. And that's how we get the reach out there to more people. We get more people to know. We bring more people in that we can teach things to. And also then we can maybe learn things from other people as well. And that's one of the fantastic things about this space. Of course, we have a great deal of experts that come here and speak to us on a regular basis. And I'm going to be swapping over and moving out of the way for two of those subject matter experts. Good evening, Yehuda.
Good evening, Tracy. Thank you for holding the fort and doing such a great job. Did you announce that we were going to do a 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Middle East rundown from Sunday to Thursday so far?
I did not, Yehuda.
Amazing. Well, now everyone knows. It's just us. So yeah, definitely retweet the space. Tell your friends. Here we are.
Thank you so much. So yes, of course, everybody come up to the panel, come and bring your questions, come and bring your comments, and let's have a fantastic conversation. And I am going to leave you in the very capable hands of Em and Yehuda. Good evening, Em.
Good evening, Tracy. Thank you so much for everything you do and all your help. James, thank you. Our listeners, welcome to the MriyaReport. We're about to start our Middle East shenanigans shortly.
Is there a card for this segment, Yehuda?
We'll see what we can do.
That's okay. I'm going to retweet it anyway. I'll make my own for now. But yes, it'd be good if it was.
G-Man, can you sketch Yehuda and M building a sandcastle and then like Hamas kicking it over or something?
Yeah, we'll just ask AI to do that. Yeah, that would work.
All right, we're rocking and rolling. John Spencer inbound for supporting Fire's Fusilier stepping up. And if we're lucky, we're going to get Brian Cunningham, former CIA man. All right, let me get situated here. And please don't do that. All right. Kids love splashing in puddles, don't they?
Yeah, I can verify that after 3 kids, yes.
Oh, thank God for being single. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mesdames et Messieurs, welcome to the MriyaReport. It's currently 11:06 p.m. The part that I always F up, 21:06 UTC. We will be starting a Middle East segment. But first, I would like to attract everyone's attention to our fundraiser. We are supporting an organization to help bring back Ukrainian kids home. And we would also like to thank you so much for your generous contributions towards providing demining equipment to another Ukrainian organization. And thanks to your generous donations, we were able to buy 17 mine detectors and send them over. You guys are amazing. You're the reason why we're here, and you're the reason why we do this. So again, thank you so much for everything you do and for tolerating Yehuda's dad jokes and tolerating my Middle East shenanigans. And just, yeah, you guys are great. Back to you, Yehuda. Yehuda still seems to be stuck with his kids for now. All right. We're watching what has... All right, copy. We're watching what has been unfolding recently. So there are news of a deal to release Israeli hostages, women and children mainly, in exchange for a few days of calm, as well as limited drone operations over the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, as well as the southern sector of the Gaza Strip. It seems that Hamas doesn't know the location of most of the hostages, and they will work on locating more hostages during that time, hence asking for the IDF to scale back its drone operations over the Strip. Maybe they're worried about their own safety. As part of the deal, more supplies will be allowed into the Strip and more fuel in order to help power sewage treatment plants as well as medical facilities. The deal, of course, was brokered by Qatar under the auspices of the United States government. Sadly, PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, announced the death of one Israeli hostage, and they didn't declare how she died. However, they tried to pin it on Israeli authorities and the idea of saying that they haven't worked fast enough on the deal to release her, and that's why she died. Of course not. The way she only died because she was taken captive and she was in captivity, not because someone delayed negotiations over her. There's always a root cause somewhere. People try to distract from it, people try to obfuscate it, but there's always a root cause.
Right, I'm back. Yeah, no, apparently they claim that she died because she was too hard to keep alive. Pesky old people that need medication in their advanced years. So obviously, PIJ taking up, another war crime. Glorious heroes murdering grandmothers. I mean, we're going to hear it all. The disinfo spin is Occupation, Israel, yada yada, fill in the blanks. They're looking at releasing 50 women and children, about 40. Last numbers I saw out of Israel were 40 children and 13 mothers. So hopefully that goes through. In the meantime, I'm going to invite some people, and I'm going to change the title, and off we go to the races. We'll talk soon. If you could just hold the fort there, and while I do that in the background.
Sure. Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think the coroner report will say that she died proximal to poor negotiations. That is friggin' insane. So do we know, has there been any more released videos? Because yesterday there was a few bombshells that I'm assuming we're going to talk about. I enjoyed tweeting those at jerks in my timeline that in the past mocked the idea that terrorists would go into the hospital.
So the IDF released several videos that were acquired from the CCTV network inside the Shifa hospital showing Palestinian militants bringing in hostages, either for treatment or or for being taken through the tunnel network. In one instance, you can clearly see that the hostage being forcibly taken into the facility wasn't injured. He was being led by a man carrying a meat cleaver or something similar. And in another, they were bringing in a hostage who was clearly injured, probably to receive medical attention. The IDF released 2 photos showing that they breached the fortified door that was found at the entrance of a tunnel away from a shaft that was located inside the premises of Shifa Hospital. So whether or not they will continue advancing down that tunnel system and show more of it is yet to be seen, but they released 2 photos showing they breached through that door. So as their efforts progress over the next few days, we might be seeing more and more photographic evidence and video evidence being released. They discovered several tunnels and other facilities around the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Specifically, there was this one weapon cache in a tunnel entrance inside a mosque. Yeah, so the more time they operate in the Gaza Strip, the more information they will be releasing after gleaning needed intelligence and securing those locations. So, yeah, time will tell. Time is definitely not on Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad or any other militant factions. So,
Thank you.
All right, yeah, and just for everyone, please do retweet this space. Let people know we're here. We're gonna have an intelligent debate. We're gonna leave the tinfoil hats outside the door. So if you do have questions and concerns, please do come up and don't. We want to professionalize it. Of course, we're gonna have some guest speakers up. We're trying to avoid the silly questions. And for those who don't know, if you start your speech with "I've done my research" or "I wrote a paper in high school," and then go into anything from moon landings to lizard people, it's not the time. Sometimes it's funny, and sometimes it's not. This is serious stuff. We're looking at a tentative hostage agreement between Israel and the terrorists, and we're looking at about 40 children and 13 mothers of those children, and then a claim from the Israeli side that they will reserve the right, obviously, to continue as long as there are no hostages expected to be released. They don't trust them, and who really would trust them? So we're going to go ahead and clean up the nest, and we're going to let people know that we're here. And also, we'll talk about the effects of disinfo, because obviously we see it, it's everywhere, and we need to keep fighting it the best we can. If John Spencer is there, I hope he can come up and chat, and we can bring maybe Brian. Brian could come up, that'd be great. And if someone else can help me clean up the nest, it's a little busy. We have a lot of fundraisers going on. As you know, we're trying to free hostages in Ukraine. Those are hostages too. those children stolen, kidnapped by Russia, so bad that even the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for the lady in charge of that operation and her boss, Mr. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. You might have heard of him, kind of like a big war criminal. All right. And if we can get some people up here who are trying, we're just trying to get everyone together here. Just give us a moment, please. And we really appreciate your patience. Do let people know we're here. Also, if you look at the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a purple pill, or there's an oval that has some numbers in it and a little comment emoji. Type in there what you like, your questions. Let people know we're here. It helps the algorithm. That's what Twitter likes to do. And let's support Twitter. Twitter is going to donate money to Israeli hospitals and Palestinian hospitals. Look at that. Nothing to do with bad publicity, I'm sure, but yet we'll take any support for people, and we're going to go through what even Europeans are saying about what's going on. Let's go ahead and get that up there. Thanks so much. G-Man, Axel, welcome, Axel. Axel, just give us while we're populating the panel here. What's the word in the Baltics, in Europe, Northern Europe, about Hamas fighting Israel? Where's the support? Are you guys having rallies for Hamas? Are you having support of Israel? What's going on? Is disinfo less tolerated in the Baltics, Axel?
Axel will not be with us.
Axel's there in name only. All right, anyone else can pick that up. Chris, G-Man.
Well, I'll talk to the UK,
I can
which
talk in
is
about
not
5
great.
minutes.
Okay, so we'll circle back to you. Go ahead, G-Man.
Yeah, well, the UK has been a mixed bag. We've had a lot of terrorists supporting gatherings, which in London primarily, other places too. And the police in London have they've not covered themselves in glory at all. The BBC is revealing itself as an anti-Semitic organization. Seems to be rife across the board, and we don't like it. And there will be changes, but we'll see.
All right, Jeremy Bowen, top reporter, BBC. Thought the hospital looked pretty legit.
Yes, hospital. The Kalashnikovs were for hospital security. Yeah.
What about the grenades? Those are hospital security too, I guess.
Yes, and the guy with the machete in another picture obviously was just a chef.
I heard there was a teppanyaki restaurant in the hotel and the hospital, right. So he was just going there to start chopping up some vermicelli. All right. Oh well, listen. Another thing, the pictures that we're seeing, I can guarantee you, the Israelis are not going to demonstrate and share all the information that they have. There isn't just one photo of a door, one photo of the tunnel. They want to be very, very particular with what information they show that they have, or that they, to lest the terrorists glean too much information. So I hope everyone realizes that we're getting more and more. Piers Morgan said to Prime Minister Netanyahu's senior advisor, "I'll be honest, looking at what you sent, it's not a lot." And he said, "All right, yeah, we know. We'll give it to you when we can, right? We'll give it to you when it's operationally sound and it doesn't affect operational security or the ability of Israelis to operate in these tunnels." There are hundreds of kilometers of tunnels. As M said, there are routes, ingress and egress, all over the place. And the Israelis don't want to give away any secrets to Hamas as to where they are, where they know Hamas is. These are hostages' lives at stake. So, all right, I'm sending out some invites. Would love to have more people come up. And we'll have Mariah. I see Catherine. I see John. We're having some trouble adding people. So please be patient. Send us a text. Send us a little note if you're trying to get on. And we'll do our best to lasso you in, including Bearded Brit. Okay. Thanks so much. What's Egypt saying about Rafah or about hostages being released? Are they anticipating it? What's going on? And what kind of role does Egypt play in securing those hostages?
Well, definitely the hostages will be released to the International Red Cross and then to the Egyptian Red Crescent, and from there they will be released to the IDF. So probably we will be handling the logistics of releasing the hostages out of the Gaza Strip and back to Israel proper. We will also participate in the effort allowing more aid in as per the agreement, specifically medical supplies, food, water, sheltering equipment, as well as fuel to continue operating sewage treatment facilities and medical facilities, so on and so forth. We will up the amount of aid. I believe the deal includes allowing 300 trucks carrying aid material into the Gaza Strip. That's currently being organized on the Egyptian side of Rafah, or the Egyptian Rafah. The equipment and the supplies are coming from Al Arish Airport, which is 40 kilometers away from Rafah to the west. So we're handling all that. We're handling the logistics of allowing more aid in, as well as coordinating with the International Red Cross to secure the release of hostages to the Egyptian Red Crescent and then on to the IDF and Israeli territories.
Does Egypt worry about risks associated? Do they think that someday Hamas would pull a fast one, or is it pretty understood that they'll be okay?
I believe that there's an understanding that they shouldn't do anything stupid, and maybe they need that temporary ceasefire or truce, or call it whatever you want to call it, to assemble a meeting between the political leadership of Hamas outside of the Gaza Strip and the military leadership inside the Gaza Strip. They lost the head of their Shura Council, which is the consultancy.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, they lost the head of the Shura Council, which is more or less Hamas parliament. Hamas is a very bureaucratic group. They're an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, so they operate according to the same standards the Muslim Brotherhood operates, which means that they have to hold certain meetings in order to reach consensus before they make any political decisions. Probably they will try to formulate a political plan that they will offer to the state of Israel. It's still unclear what kind of concessions and what kind of demands they will offer, and how the Israeli government will respond to that. But I guess that's part of the reason why they have been negotiating for this truce.
Sounds good. Hey, if you're listening down in the comment section there in the listener gallery, come on up. Don't be shy. We'll go to Monty. Go ahead, Monty. Question. Comment.
Yes, I have a comment. I want to say hi to everybody, and I praise you, Yehuda, for your patriotism. I'm a patriot myself. I praise Iran and America. I live here 21 years, and I got a lot of stuff that America gave me that Iran under Islamic regime didn't give me. Second, I want to pay attention. I want you guys to pay attention to $10 billion that U.S. Released pretty much to Islamic Republic, that they can exclude Iraq from the sanctions that U.S. has in place. So a week later, we find out about this hostage releases, and I hope every single of the hostages freed from the Islamic fanatics that they disturbing the Middle East for decades, right after 1979. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say, and I want to thank you.
Your comment. You're very welcome, man. I just want to be more succinct for the audience. You're saying that you feel that the $10 billion released to Iran is somewhat of a bribe to get them to force their surrogates to play nice. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yes. If you look at the Mohsen Rezai, that is one of the commanders of Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guard, which we call it IRGC at the short. He mentioned that, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago, that they have to make money by releasing hostages that they get. So they just got $6 billion, $6 billion that they had released the hostages, the Iranian Americans that worked with the regime for many years. So they got them hostage in Iran and they released them and they got $6 billion. So now we hear the $10 billion that is from Iraq that they're selling the electricity to them. So, and then we hear that I think there is a connection and they use this, the money, they haven't probably received it yet, but they use it as a credit. They say, oh, we're going to get that $10 million, I don't know, next 2 months. So we're going to use the money for the Iranian people to do the terrorism and these terrorists and just use it as a credit, you know? That's what I meant.
We got it. I appreciate it. All right, if you're new to the panel, please raise your hand. Bojena, if you want to speak, put up your hand. I don't know what that was. Welcome, Catherine. And we're just waiting for John. John Spencer, here's Bojena popped down. He's figuring it out. Some people are new. Welcome, Catherine.
Hi, I was having some issues too with the space. People kind of cutting off seems to be working out now. But nice to see you or hear you, I guess.
I hope so too. No, a pleasure. What's your take on what's going on from where you're at? I know that you do a bit of reporting and interviewing and journalistic stuff. You do journalisms, but real journalists, not what we see in other places.
Yeah, I mean, do you want my take specifically on the hostage release or
Sure.
just
Yeah.
disinformation?
What are you hearing?
I mean, I think what I'm getting it's, you know, some of the unanswered questions are because the trade is 50 hostages versus 150 people have been arrested. I guess people are wondering how bad, I guess, are these prisoners in the exchange. And also, I guess it raises questions as well, in terms of like, does that encourage more hostage taking? But I know that Israel historically has been, you know, quite keen to disproportionately trade, right? Because they really want to get their hostages back, understandably. So it's quite a tough situation.
No, exactly. And look, I mean, there's a bigger implication, Catherine. One of the big implications here is that the Israelis apparently have a whole ton of information now that have officially tied together the International Red Cross, the UN agencies operating in Gaza with Hamas, which is a big no-no. And it looks like they've transferred that information to the United States. Can you imagine if the Israelis expose on the international stage that UN agencies are working hand in glove, in some cases working for Hamas? Let's just say it's on good authority, but let's wait till the rest of it comes out. What do you think that's going to mean for the legitimacy of some of these UN agencies?
Okay, so my thoughts are this. I mean, one thing that we've known for a while is that those agencies have a tendency to hire people local. And we saw that with the journalists, for example, right? Even with the media outlets hiring journalists in Gaza, and some of them had affiliations to Hamas. So I think this is probably similar in the sense that some of these, it depends on how, you know, sophisticated this will be, I suppose. The connection, you know, how directly they're paid, or are they just hiring, you know, people who work with Hamas or sympathetic to Hamas and use them to do their bidding, and these organizations are being used by them in those ways. Unfortunately, I think that nothing that Israel says is going to be believed by certain entities, and they're just gonna, I feel like the support has sort of been divided into several categories. And so those who understand the situation and have empathy and a clear historical understanding as well, they will side with Israel. And then other people who've sort of made up their minds or kind of took the propaganda, because we see so much denial even in terms of the atrocities that are incredibly well documented, including by Hamas themselves.
You said denial. It's good, appropriate. We have M here. Get it, Catherine?
Oh my God.
He's in Egypt. Catherine.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. What was the question?
So it's interesting you mentioned denial because we have M here. He's in Egypt. All right.
Like the river. Okay, I got
This
it.
is a tough crowd. This is a tough crowd. M, you know I will never let that go. Iris, or in Hebrew, Iris.
Hey.
You're here. Welcome. Iris. We'll call you Iris for our English-speaking friends.
Okay.
It is an English word, of course. You were at the hostage center today in Tel Aviv, were you not? Can you tell us about it? If you don't know Iris, give her a follow. She does some hold on a second, media specialist, and then HBO. I watch HBO too, so I'm not sure why you put that in your bio. I watch it all the time. I'm just kidding, Iris. Tell us what's going on. What's the update?
So I was in and out of the headquarters today with some of the families. Some families.
Can I ask a dumb question? Why were you there? Like, are you friends with the families?
No,
or are you a spokesperson?
I'm working in the media here in Israel, but I'm also volunteering in the headquarters. I'm volunteering with many others because I was in the Israeli army for 3 years in intelligence, and I'm helping with certain situations that are connected to what you guys are talking about now. I speak 4 languages, so it's very useful to volunteer and use the languages. And I'm also helping some of the families. So I was with some families that we don't know, the deal. We don't know exactly who's going to come back, but there are some families that are like waiting. And you see a lot of like kind of, excitement and some sadness in the amongst them, and it's really it's not easy, and it's been talked about in the media in the last few hours. We're waiting for the government's meeting to finish, which is a little bit, it's like politicians that are deciding on if this deal will go through or not. It will go through, but there are some that are opposing to it. I'm not going to go into politics now because it's ridiculous, but yeah, just giving you the feeling of being with the families, understanding the notion of all of Israel. These are our people, our kids, our loved
100%.
ones, So
Iris,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. I want to get to the meat and potatoes here. I'm really sorry because you have people who are listening like on like tenterhooks. How is this going down? Is the Israeli government speaking with the families of the hostages that they expect returned? Do they have an idea who's coming back? Is there a list? Is there a priority list? We want so and so because they need such and such medication. Can you speak to any of that?
Okay, so basically we gave a list of the people that we know are in the range of what they're talking about, which is like children and their mothers. We gave also a list of the ill people, of some of the older people that are ill, and some others. Now we don't know who is coming back because they don't know also. They don't know. So basically we'll know a day before. I think tomorrow they're giving a list to Israel every day. It will go like that. On Thursday, obviously, if this will all go through, 10 hostages will be released, and it will go on in stages. In the 4 or 5 days of the ceasefire, every day 10 hostages will be released. After their hostages will be released, we will release either 3 or 4 women prisoners or other prisoners that are in prisons here in Israel. One of the things,
and just for our audience, when you say prisoners, we're referring to usually convicted terrorists in Israeli jails, as opposed to civilian hostages in Hamas tunnels. So I want to make that clear to people.
Exactly. And one more important point about that, Israel said it's not going to release terrorists that committed murders. So most of the terror crimes that they did are not connected to murdering or slaughtering, which is really interesting.
So it's support. It's people convicted of supporting terrorist actions, maybe financing, maybe providing material support. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. So this is, And so I spoke about the 10 every day. Now, one of the things that Hamas, that Israel, first of all, Israel asked Hamas not to bring people that are alive. You know, we have to go into that, and not bodies. And this is what Israel asked for. More so, there's going to be, you know, that we're going to bring in some more fuel and some humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's what they asked for. So, and basically, we agreed to a 6-hour stop of air activity. Yeah, drones activity. Why? And that's what we're explaining, because Hamas they don't know where all the hostages are. So it's almost like we'll give them time to look for hostages. Okay, it's like that's the explanation, but of course, we have to say that this ceasefire is going to be very, very challenging, because when ceasefires start with Hamas, and you probably you know Hamas and what kind of an organization it is. That's our fear, because Hamas can say, okay, we have 4 or 5, but listen, we need another day or two to look for more hostages. You know, and once you start with a ceasefire, then it's really, really difficult. Netanyahu said very clearly this evening that the war is going to continue. Well, you know, I'm Benny Gantz and Isaac Hood, so I don't know.
So let's unpack it a bit. So my speculation is, it's not that Hamas needs time to find hostages. They probably have a very good idea after 40 days,
of course,
which hostages are where. What they probably want is they don't want the Israelis to watch what tunnel system they get out of to deliver hostages. I suspect that they want the coverage to say, okay, you know, if the Israelis watch us bringing hostages out of certain tunnels, they'll know that that's the main route that we're using to move hostages around. So Israel probably agreed to that because that's the only way to get their hostages out. So they've said, okay, we'll let, you know, you've got a 6-hour window, like rats jump out of your holes, and go and bring our hostages to the border or to the IR, the International Red Cross, and then they're going to scurry back into their tunnels. So they feel they want that tactical advantage, and Israel is stuck probably having to accept that, because they know that Hamas won't come out in those super secret places, and that would save. Obviously, Israel wants to see this. They want eyes on, so that they can determine what tunnel system, because they don't have an exact accurate picture of the exact tunnel systems, but they have rough ideas. And if they start seeing in a 2-story dry cleaner with a house on top, and they see all of a sudden hostages leaving through the back door, then they know that somewhere in that building is an entrance to the place they need to go. And Hamas does not want to give that up. Is that fair assessment?
Totally fair assessment. And more so, you know, I can tell you that we don't trust Hamas. We don't.
No
and
one
we
trusts
know
Hamas.
that no one can trust them. And we saw so many times what they did. Also, the ceasefire, we need to watch it really carefully. It needs to be, you know, it needs to be overlooked and controlled. Because if there's going to be even one rocket that they're going to send, or they're going to use it for rockets, then you know what's happening with the ceasefire. Now remember that the release of the hostages goes on for 4 to 5 days. So anything can happen in those days, and Israel needs to be really on top of things to understand and see that everything goes by the book. So-called, with Hamas, it's very, very difficult. And another thing is that we will not release their prisoners if we are not. Our hostages will have to be released first, and then we will release prisoners. So. Yeah.
Let's go to Catherine. She wants to jump in there, and you may go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask some questions, if I may.
Go for it, and then we're going to go to G-Man and Mark after. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah. So, do you know if there's specifically picking which hostages they get and which people they trade, or does Israel sort of get a choice on that? And then is there like a fear of, because we've seen with some of the other hostages that were released that they seemed somewhat reluctant to say certain things. because some family members were still being held hostage. Is this also a concern?
These are good questions. So basically, they're going to the deal is that they're going to release like kids, their mothers, women, and Hamas is not holding all the kids and the mothers. So they said that they don't have enough mothers and children to release. They will release more women. So basically, it's like women, kids. When we're talking about kids, it's still the age of 18. There are a lot of like kids that are 10, 12, all that. And to the other question that you asked, some of the, I don't know if they will release some that have like health issues or stuff like that. This is something that we'll have to see. Basically, what's going to happen, I think the IDF and the families are going to be the IDF, certain people in the IDF will probably be with them because they've been hostages. So it's really, really delicate. And there are kids there, and probably, you need to work very, very precisely. So they will be with the families and with some IDF representatives. I hope we will see them as they come out, because this is what usually happened last time. But then, just expect to see every day 10 of them coming out, and then they will be taken to a special place in Israel, which they will have to go through some questionnaire and be with the families and stuff. And I don't think we will be able to talk with them for a while. But this is the procedure that needs to be taken, also because of security reasons, and also because of their safety. So this is what's going to happen.
Thank you. And during those 4 to 5 days of the hostage release ceasefire aspect, does kind of Israel retain its positioning? Do you know that?
Well, basically the IDF are staying in Gaza, but probably they're going to be centered in a certain area. Of course, there are concerns. Remember when Gilad Shalit was the deal with Gilad Shalit was happening? Then there were some very sad stories about soldiers that were killed. Hopefully this time, we don't know with Hamas. We know nothing with them, but they will be there because the war is going to continue. The war is not going to stop. It needs to continue, and we have a mission to eliminate Hamas and take it out of their capabilities. So yeah, they will be there, and we'll have to make sure that the soldiers are safe. But thank you for the questions. These are great, and it's important that the world will know about those things. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
So much.
And Sika, we get a lot of time for questions. Let's go to G-Man and then Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Yuta. There's a question I want to ask, and I asked some journalists from Ukraine the same question last week. It's about the British Broadcasting Corporation. What does their journalism, if you can describe it as that, their one-sidedness, and it's not in support of Israel, how does that it obviously hurts Israelis, but what do you think when you hear the BBC doing that, giving out Hamas propaganda lines? Just if you can talk to that. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, obviously, I don't feel so good, and the BBC is known for its bias against Israel, and even has some anti-Semitic notions for quite a while now. And one of the challenging things for Israel and in general is that every time you see, I think some reporters of the BBC in the last week or so that saw the 47 footage were a little bit more, I would say, concerned and also sympathetic. Yeah. But other than that, the bias that goes on there against Israel in any kind of way of finding even things that are not even true, which is so upsetting, is very, very challenging. I know that, and I'm in groups here in Israel trying to tackle and see what can be done at the moment. There's some kind of brainstorms that are coming up, but this is it's not only the BBC, it's so many others, and we need to find a way moving forward to see how we tackle this, not with things that we did till now. So this is a good question, but I hope that the world sees, because Israel is trying to bring the truth out every time. And even sometimes when Israel brings the truth out, they also mock our truth, which is even more upsetting. You know, it's challenging and it needs to be addressed, and we're trying to do it. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Iris. We've got John Spencer up. John is only up for a few. He has to go and do another interview. And hey, John.
Hey, John, what's up?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Thank you for all the work you're doing. It's so
Thank
heart-wrenching.
you.
I can't imagine
Yeah.
seeing the
Hey.
families and talking to the families. I can't
It's
even watch it on TV.
draining. Yeah, it's
Yes, I
very hard.
imagine.
Yeah, yeah.
I imagine.
John, Iris has a cousin in Ukraine who works in air defense. Guess what her name is?
Victoria?
Iris T. Listen, John. Listen, John.
I thought everybody named Victoria. I don't do dad jokes. You know, you do that to
It's
me.
like, it's Yuda's joke.
You're in denial about people liking you.
That's M. That's not me. He's in denial. He's right by it.
I
Okay,
heard
I'm gonna
that while I was
stop.
walking.
Yeah, we've heard it all the time. My jokes are horrible. Listen, John, speaking of jokes, what do you think of the BBC? No, I'm just kidding. John, have you been asked to go to the BBC? It's one I've never heard you on the BBC. Have you been?
I heard him on the BBC
Oh,
the other
yeah?
day.
Who were you on?
Yeah, on BBC. I've been on BBC World Service. For Israel, I was on the BBC main channel. You can go to my YouTube page, Yehuda, and you could see my appearance on BBC.
Yeah. One of the normal ones that was on the BBC's John. Yeah.
So John, what like is there prep work? Did they tell you what they want to talk about? Did they start the conversation with how many war crimes has Israel committed today, John? I know, I'm just kidding. It just seems ridiculous. And I'll tell you why. So for those who don't know, this all started, the big controversy or controversy, if it's the BBC, was when the BBC refused to call Hamas terrorists, and then they mentioned their editorial policy, blah 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 blah. But much smarter people than I pointed out, wait a minute, you called the guy who stabbed people on London Bridge a terrorist. You called the Manchester bomber a terrorist. You do use that word. You do use that word when it suits you, perhaps. Is there a particular reason you're not using it for those who murder Jews in Israel? And there was silence. So, I mean, disinformation is a big deal. Passive disinformation, perhaps, if you want to call the BBC's angle, is super deadly because that goes out to more people, no? John?
I mean, yes, and I can go on any channel. I don't care what it is. So there's some I won't answer their calls, like RT. But I can go on any channel and stay objective to facts and understanding of the narrative. And you've seen some more combative, like nothing like Jonathan Conricus has to deal with. But yes, it's ridiculous that people won't call by definition terrorism or terrorists. I mean, yeah, just by definition, like you can condemn Hamas as a vile terrorist organization and still disagree with Israel's policies in the region, in the what in all of it. But you got to call a spade, and all those BBC personnel need to watch that. I last night I didn't want to, but it just came up my feed. But a short of a journalist who had watched the 47-minute, I think it's 47 or 48-minute.
47, yeah.
47-minute, and he describes it like, oh, it hurts just to hear him describe what the video shows. But it should be, part of like journalism ethics right now. Like if you're gonna do this after we watch the video, that's your decision. But watch this video first, so at least you can't say, "Well, I didn't know." I mean, it's not proven. Like, and this journalist, it didn't say who he's from, but he goes through like very like I wanted to watch this so I can explain and smash all this. Is this real? Is that real? And be a voice, and I appreciate that.
That's good. Real quick, we're going to go to Mark and then we'll circle back. I think he was waiting for a while, and Catherine has a question for you, John. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, thanks, y'all. I just want to express my appreciation to you and a few of the others that provide these spaces for us to listen to. I've really grown to appreciate, after listening for extensively for the last few weeks, the amount of time and effort you guys put into this on providing us, the information that you are providing, from experts to just people that are living in the areas, to just sometimes bad actors, to the whole circuit. But I was listening to Stealth a little while ago, and her site went down, and I knew I could come over to your site because this is good information. And I know that you guys put yourself out there, your time and your effort and your family obligations and everything you're doing, and probably at the risk of getting doxxed and whatever else, threats and stuff like that. And I really wanted to just express my appreciation, how important it is, these spaces like this. It seems like there's not a time of day that you can't go on and get some good information. And like I said, only from a handful of people. Some of the other ones are shit shows out there, but
No finger pointing. I hear you. Thank you and appreciate on behalf
yeah,
of the
I
team.
appreciate you guys and everything you guys are doing. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a question or comment for John Spencer, by the way, or you just wanted to leave it?
No, hey, John Spencer is a rock star. And there's a few handfuls of people that I know, if they're on the space, that's the space to be on. But yeah, I like John. I won't name them all. Sin City, some good people on here, and I just feeling a lot of appreciation today for everything you guys are doing. So I just want to share that.
Thank you, sir. You'll be less impressed when you find out I live with my mother-in-law, so that's why I'm on the phone all the time.
For you.
Oh my God.
Especially during the holidays. Oh my God.
Ukrainian Jewish mother-in-law.
Hey,
collecting margarine containers all day. Go ahead.
No worries, brother. Have a good day, you guys.
Yehuda, now we
John.
understand why you could be so much on the space. We're looking where to run away from.
That's right. That's right.
Corners in the garage, everywhere.
She might be the only one who can stop Yehuda from telling dad jokes.
No. In fact, we had a Ukrainian general on. I said, "Sir, I am so committed to your victory. I'm willing to send my mother-in-law over to sit on a defensive battle position. And what she'll do is, as the Russians approach, she'll start nagging and she'll turn the enemy into a kill zone." Right, John? That's how it's done.
That sounds nice.
I'm gonna just groan at you sometimes. At least you have someone. Don't complain.
I'm not complaining. She's great. I'm just kidding. I love to tease her. Anyways,
Yehuda, if I may, I'd love to just ask a question about this deal, this hostage exchange,
that's what
prisoner
we're talking
exchange
about.
deal.
You were next anyway, so go for it.
Amazing, love it. Yeah, again, I asked this question earlier today on, I think it was Ben's Space, something like that.
Okay. Are you in Israel, by the way?
I am. I'm in. I live in the West Bank, and but what do you think this potential deal? What sort of implications do you think this has for the the civilian population in Gaza? Because I reposted a tweet that I saw earlier today by the Gaza Report, talking about, which was filmed by 3 civilians, showing them beating up a Hamas police officer. And to me, it looks like finally, thank God, you actually see the civilian population rising up against Hamas. And I think in my personal opinion, I speculate that the ceasefire could potentially give Hamas a break from the IDF and give them an opportunity to crack the whip on the population of the Gazan people. So I'd like to hear you guys speak a little bit about that. What do you think? Yeah.
Fair enough. I personally don't think Hamas is going to have time to go after people who beat up policemen. I think they're in survival mode. I think they're going to be trying to consolidate their forces. They're going to try to consolidate their weapons. They're going to try to find a way out. I think it's pretty fair to say that Hamas's goal here now is to not die. I think they're going to try to get their senior leadership out of out of harm's way. That's their plan. Sorry, someone's mic's a little hot. They're going to try to get their senior leadership out of harm's way. They're going to try to ensure that they can fight another day somewhere. So I think that's where Hamas is. I could be wrong. John, do you have any input on that? Catherine, M?
I mean, the question took a different direction. I thought the direction was going to be how this helps the Gaza civilians, as there will surely be an increase of. I mean, there's just less going on, and an opportunity for more humanitarian aid to flow in, more opportunity. I'm sure that'll be accounted for. The fact that civilians can
Yeah,
leave these
but that
kinds
all
of.
gets stolen by Hamas anyway. So, I mean,
So I agree with
They,
Yehuda.
they steal everything. Yeah.
Yeah, Yehuda, I agree with Hamas has got a couple other things in their hands than making the population do what they want. They're in survival mode in their tunnels. They pop out. You know, they're taking chances.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
when it comes to stealing stuff, again, their game is underground right now, right? So I guess you could say that. And I thought the same as John. I thought your question was going to the alleviation of suffering for the citizens. You know, there will be obviously a respite. Maybe there will be more of an interest that in certain civilian populations to move if they haven't already moved, or try to comply with IDF directives to get somewhere safe. And I think obviously that's a good thing. Iris, did you want to jump in, Catherine?
Yeah, the other thing I think they're going to, well, of course, they're going to do everything that you just said, reorganize themselves, weapons and stuff like that. More so, I think they're going to try and get some foreign journalists in. This is one of their biggest wishes to do, in order to show stuff and all that. This I know for a fact that they're going to do. But yeah, they're going to be rushed. Remember, it's only like we're talking about 4 or 5 days. It's not a lot, and they will have to, you know, if they're going to comply with the deal, they'll have to make sure that everything they said and the 10 to 12 people that are going to release every day will have to happen. So there's going to be chaos, but I'm telling you, they're already prepared for these days. They already know exactly what they're doing. And yeah, there is some intelligence about that we can't really talk about, but it's all they're preparing for that, and they were waiting for the ceasefire anyway. It needs to go. It needs to happen because we want our people, right? So
All right.
that's it.
No, 1 second. We'll go to Catherine. Also, if you're in the speaker panel and your hand's not up, I know we got some people. We're just going to move you down to listener, just because there's a whole bunch of people that want to come up to speak, and we can't actually add anyone if you're in the panel. So go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, I guess I have a little bit of a concern there because during the ceasefire, like I do wonder if it makes it easier for people to move out of danger's way, people in Gaza, or it actually makes it more difficult because, as we know, Hamas has shot people who've surrendered. So I'm curious to know what John or Iris think of that.
John?
So I mean, it's there's no black and white on this situation. Yes. So first off, the IDF will always have the right of self-defense. So if attacked, even in a ceasefire, they have the right to respond. If they see a threat to them, they can respond. You never take that away from soldiers. That's just a fact. Even in a ceasefire, or whatever. The civilians, yeah, of course, there's still. I don't have enough tacit knowledge in different areas to know that this would be an increase. My kind of a feeling is that it's a better opportunity for civilians to move than when Hamas is fighting amongst that area, right? So I understand the concern, and yes, absolutely, Hamas has shot civilians trying to leave. And set its crossfire, things like that. So I think it's a better chance, but maybe I just don't know enough of the different areas, and you can't. It's hard to make, like whether you're in Jabalia or you're in Khan Yunis, it's hard to make it say like, well, no, this is it increases the danger in this spot, decreases it in the other spot. Let's say I'm hopeful.
Hopeful.
Catherine, yeah, so I can just add a little bit to that, to what John said.
Iris, add on
Yeah.
to it, and then we're going to go to some hands. We got a lot of hands. People
Yeah,
want to ask.
definitely.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, it's going to make it easier for them to maneuver and move around, obviously, but we can't really predict what they're going to do and how how big it's going to be, but definitely more, more place to move around, that's for sure. So yeah.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, G-Man, we're going to circle to you in a second. Let's just grab Kalman, and then we'll go to G-Man and then Fancy. Go ahead, Kalman.
Thank you, Yehuda. I wanted a second on what Maga Mark said, that we really appreciate these spaces because these spaces are direct and not conspiracies. And he called it a shit show, which I don't like to use, but unfortunately he's right at this moment. I wanted to ask regarding something M said this morning. And I feel like on the Israeli news, which I was watching bits and pieces during the day, I feel like in Israel, the more right wing, and I'm not even talking about the extreme that voted against. I'm talking about the channels and people from the right wing are saying that this deal is horrible, and the left wing, I don't know, obviously is saying it's good, which again, it's a very, me personally, when I think about it, what's right, what's wrong, I feel like, how could someone answer? 50, 60, 70 people going out is tremendous. Again, folding into the Hamas, like M said this morning, it might be worth it for this at this situation. They probably can't, regain so much power, maybe a little bit of power. So Yehuda or M, I would love if you, or even John, because you guys know a lot, better than anyone else. Maybe you could give an analysis or a personal thought of what this deal may bring to, what it won't bring to. And another thing is Netanyahu said very clearly today in his press conference, and I think after that, all of them, Gantz and the Minister of Defense, I forgot his name, said
Gallant.
that, yeah, Gallant. They all three of them said, don't think and don't listen to all the conspiracies. The war is going to continue. We're going to finish the Hamas as expected. But I wanted to hear Yehuda. Maybe you could cope, or Iris. I heard you today.
Let's do M. We haven't heard from him, Kalman, and I have to do some admin in the background. If M's available.
I'm here. So, like I said earlier, any deal that sees the release of women and children as
I
quickly as possible.
want to stop you. I'm sorry. It's important only because I didn't know you're going to reply. I heard from someone, which happens to be a big also analysis on the Israeli news. I could say his name if it's relevant, but he was really putting it in a picture that more than what Israel wants this, basically Hamas had begged for this. And if that is the case, I'm afraid it might not be such a good idea for us. Okay, now you continue. I'm sorry.
No worries. Does Hamas need a ceasefire or a truce? Yes. What do they need it for? Most probably, they want to convene a meeting between the political bureau and the military wing leadership to decide on a path forward. As an organization, they face their worst existential threat. They know that they are done. So how will they maneuver around this? We interviewed a Palestinian journalist who was born in Jordan and moved to Syria, then moved to Turkey right now, and he thinks that the political bureau and the military wing will try to issue a statement that distances the political wing from responsibility for the attack and try to find a way out for the leaders of the military wing as well as their top lieutenants out of the Gaza Strip. In his opinion, he thinks that they will go to Iran, or they will be allowed to leave, to Yemen, not Iran, in exchange for more hostages. And that whatever deal they come up with or whatever political proposal they come up with, the Israeli government will reject. Like I said, if there's a possibility, now we know that the deal has been made, if there's a way to negotiate the release of women and children as quickly as possible, swiftly, as safely as possible, to end their ordeal, then any responsible government will of course, explore this avenue to put an end to their ordeal and bring them back. I don't think that the State of Israel or the IDF are in a bad shape here. I think that they totally have the upper hand when it comes to military operations, and they are in a very good position that a few days of truce will not hurt their effort in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip or their future plans for the southern sector as they proceed to completely destroy Hamas military capabilities across the entire sector, right? Yes, maybe negotiations were tough. I don't think a precedent was set here anyway. What they got back in return is access to more humanitarian aid, fuel, the release of certain prisoners. None of them were involved in violent crime. They want to take that back home, fine, but what are they going back to anyway? They're going back to destroyed homes and a destroyed sector and political uncertainty and uncertain future. Whereas the Israeli hostages are going back home to their country, they're going back home to their families and their friends, and their ordeal will come to an end. I don't think that Hamas will attain any stronger position out of this. They're doing this out of necessity. They're doing this under pressure, and they're doing this knowing that they still stand to lose control over the entire strip, and they will. So it doesn't matter how they try to position themselves going forward, because I think that they are finished, and they know themselves that they are finished.
And one more thing, regarding the Red Cross visiting all other hostages, is that confirmed as part of the deal?
It is confirmed. I think Iris can comment more about this. So, but according to my sources, it is confirmed that they will be allowed access to the hostages and give them required medication as well. But Iris, please go ahead.
Correct, exactly as you said.
Iris,
yeah.
I want to just ask on that, if that's correct, how is that going to be monitored, that that's going to be happen before Israel gives their part of the ceasefire? Because if I remember correctly, in the past, a lot of times people, Hamas or the Palestinians did promise stuff, but they never did it. So how are we going to guarantee that this time it's not going to be like all other times?
Well, hopefully, it's going to be controlled. The Israeli government, I think, wanted some kind of made sure that we get some kind of understanding that they will do that. But with Hamas, Hamas can suddenly stop them from not seeing the hostages. But as for now, from what I'm understanding, they're going to have access to the hostages for sure, with medications to the ones that need it. So we'll have to be in control, in control, and see if it does work and push on it. So yeah.
Is that going to happen before?
Hold on a second, Kalman. You gotta wait. We got a lot of hands, so just put up your hand. It's not yeshiva. This is a
Oh,
state.
okay, Yehuda, I'm going to drop down. I'm busy over here
you can
giving
stick-
suppers.
Okay.
No, I don't mind. It's just I know a lot of
It's just
people
that a lot-
want.
some people-
Yehuda, Iris, everyone, Mario, Kat, everyone, thank you so much. There's no words.
Thank you.
Oh boy, he called you Mario. Oh boy, fancy.
I think he called the account of MriyaReport, but it's fine.
Okay, good. Fancy pants.
Thank you. Just skip my question if we are too far gone, but I tried to come up a long time, and maybe the conversation's gone on for too long. I wanted to ask something about the misinformation and anti-Israeli bias that we see in BBC and similar media. I mean, we have a similar problem in Austria that I don't want to go deeper on, but to me it seems that Hamas disinformation very much plays into the Russian disinformation game, right? And there I see one challenge, right? How do we tackle it that Russia and Hamas are introducing disinformation through our mainstream media, and to some extent with the purpose, right, that we mistrust our mainstream media as well, which in some cases is justified, right? But how do we surgically address the misinformation that happens in our otherwise reputable news sources while maintaining, let's say, a trust into media in general? Because I think what Russia and Hamas equally try is to throw so much bullshit around that in the end we have the situation that they say, well, you have your truth, we have our truth, right? I think that's the goal in the end of this disinformation, to throw
100%.
around so much shit that, you know, Russia says, you know, or like Trump, right? I have my truth, you have your truth. How do we deal with this? Is there a strategy on the horizon?
Yeah,
What do you
it's
guys
called
think?
fighting disinformation. It's called MriyaReport. We've been here for 24 hours, 7 days a week, fighting disinfo for the Ukrainians being attacked by Russia. And you want to know something? It's not similar. It's the same. The Hamas strategy playbook comes from the Soviet playbook, which is where the Russians get theirs. That we have Brian Cunningham. John will agree. They created the resistance movements of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They made it fashionable, so much so that, you know, your favorite purple-haired kid, that's not a problem, that purple hair and all that stuff. But those so-called woke people are walking around with Che Guevara t-shirts. A guy who, you know, butchered homosexuals, gays, like at a concentration camp, and yet he's their hero. It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. I will say this. He said, not only do they use disinformation to create these, you know, schisms within society, but they also seem to, I guess maybe it was a secondary effect, they garnered a lot of what the Soviets called useful idiots, people that just go along for the ride. They think they're doing the right thing, they're well-intentioned, and you can't pay for it. You can't buy propaganda like that, and you're seeing a lot of that all around. So here's an example to make it simple, because I'm a simple guy, so this is what someone smarter than me told me. Imagine you're a police officer. Okay, imagine there's an event where two citizens are walking down the street. One guy walks down the street and just starts punching one guy in the head and kicks him, and that guy fights back and he's defending himself a bit, but clearly he's beat up, and he's had his phone smashed, his groceries thrown on the ground, and the police officer shows up. And the guy who was the innocent party is just shocked because what happened was so bizarre, unprovoked. And the other guy, the police officer, stops him and, you know, and says, he threatened to kill my children. He's a crazy man. He was going to burn down my house. He said he had killed my dog, so I got angry. So he touched me, so I punched him. You know the expression where there's smoke, there's fire. So all of a sudden, you're this police officer, and you're confronted why, you know, this doesn't make sense that this guy would just beat the crap out of this other guy. So maybe there's a kernel of truth. Maybe he looked at him funny. Maybe he did say "F you" or, you know, screw this or screw that. And the other guy denies it, says, no, I did nothing. I was literally walking down the street. But to the police officer who sees people fight every day, he's like, I don't buy it. That police officer would have to see video and audio to prove that didn't happen, right? And that's what the Russians do. They believe they take that concept where there's smoke, there's fire, and people automatically, because we try to see patterns, we try to justify events in our head. We then look at it and go, yeah, you know what? There's his story, there's that guy's story, and then there's the truth. Somewhere in the middle, it could move around a bit. But when the other side has done absolutely nothing, like Ukraine, you have Ukraine having to concede things that aren't true, right? You need them to say that it's a neo-Nazi movement and there are biolabs and magic grasshoppers and who knows? God knows all the ridiculous Jewish neo-Nazi presidents. Hitler was Jewish. All of these weird things, and to the outside observer who's not switched on to Ukraine and Russia, they're going to think there's something to it. Meanwhile, at the same time, the Russian president publishes a 5,000-word essay in the New York Times, an op-ed, where he tells the world Ukraine doesn't exist, it shouldn't be a real country. So they throw so much junk at the wall, so much poop on the wall, and they hope that some of it sticks. And most people, being reasonable people, look at and go, yeah, well, maybe there's got to be something that provoked the Russians. So they do this with Israel and Hamas. Hamas, I mean, they just make up stuff whole cloth, and a reasonable person looking in might go, there must be some truth to it. You see what I'm saying? So these are the things that happen, and these are the things that we have to fight. And we just call it out with truth. John says it all the time. What's your slogan? I'm not pro-Israel. I'm pro going to a interview somewhere else, because he's going to an interview on CNN.
He's pro-truth.
He just left.
Yeah, he's pro-leaving. So he'll say he's pro-truth.
right? So we need to be pro-truth. So thanks for that, Fancy. Welcome
Do you
future.
mind?
Oh, go ahead, Catherine. You know a bit about this info.
Yeah. So I just did a whole presentation about that, so including the current war. So I mean, you're correct. They will take a grain of truth, but also what I've been noticing is, or something that could sound like the truth, and they also take advantage of the fact that people's faith in media and traditional media has been really corrupted, and partially because of their own fault, but also because it's being intentionally undermined. And what I've noticed, there's a tendency to take things, for example, a lot of footage comes from Syria, and I've noticed a pattern in how it's distributed. There's a lot of videos that are sort of cycled, that it seems like there is something orchestrated going on in terms of battling it. Obviously spaces like this one, but also there are some groups that are being set up. I was just invited to partake in one that specifically deals with disinformation on mostly Israel, Palestine, but probably Ukraine as well a little bit. And then, I've been I set up a very informal ad hoc group to look at, things that pop up and try to disprove them. But it does feel insurmountable at times, because you have these bad faith actors that I think I would love to prove that are paid agents, because I suspect that some of them absolutely are. And I think it's just a matter of finding the exact connection, because these videos, there's just no way that they're popping up accidentally in all their feeds around the exact same time. And I don't think it's just them kind of copying it from each other. So I think proving that connection will be a good step. But I think also what John said before he left.
Hey, Catherine, let me
Yeah.
jump in and tell you something.
Yeah.
Some of we have 50, 60 full-time volunteers. We've got probably 100 part-time volunteers. Would you believe that some of them are kind of like computer gurus, the translucent kind from the basement, right? Great people, love them. I'm not going to complain. And many of them have dug up quite a lot of interesting information about paid influencers, people who just 6 months ago were, tweeting nonstop about, Schmutzhaken, the best dirt rake in the world. And then 6 months before, they were doing, I don't know, make something up, wood panels for your house. And then magically, they just start talking about Hamas. I've never talked about it in 8 years of being online. And then certain people knew certain people who knew certain people, and found out that, in fact, they're paid influencers. So it looks like it's not beyond the realm of, the impossible, that people are hired by
No, and
media
we
companies.
know for a fact that this is happening. I mean, there's been studies about 56 countries actually pay influencers specifically to influence narratives. So why not here? Well, we know it's happening. And then with bots, there's a lot of bots, because you can track that pretty easily, where they're repeating word for word the exact same words that somebody programmed. So there is, and this is also something that's been used by many governments, and clearly is being used here a lot. So I wonder if there should be laws in place to sort of, for example, with the bots, like there's no way that should be legal. That's not free speech. I think being paid to be an influencer in a political campaign propping up terrorists. And I noticed there's
Shouldn't you register as a foreign agent like Farah?
something, right? And then I think there's this attempted a narrative change where it's like Nelson Mandela, right? Well, he was, he committed acts of terrorism, and then he got the Nobel Peace Prize, and Yasser Arafat got one. So it's like these rewritings of narratives. And I think John was very correct in his suggestion that if journalists want to cover this conflict, they should at the very least watch the videos. Would be nice if they also underwent some fact, because a lot of this stuff is also, people are falling for a lot because they're very ignorant about the facts. And so educating people on the facts, it's very difficult to get to the people who are, like I said, already convinced, because they want to believe, I don't know, Jews are bad, they have horns. It's not true. We actually have tails, but so disinformation. But I do
Vestigial
think.
tales, George from Georgia.
See, I just did a dad joke, Yehuda. I'm trying to join your clan. But you know, once you get to a point, but there are people who are sort of undecided. They're just hearing oh my God, these horrible things are going on. And I think presenting facts and educating people is a good way to counteract. And I notice Israel, there's been some accounts like Israeli and not just Israeli that have started putting out some interesting videos, very sympathetic videos. So there's a little bit of movement in the counter narrative, but it does feel insurmountable at times.
Yeah.
John, did you want to touch on that? Iris?
Touch on what? Touch on what? That was great. I agree. I agree with
John,
100%.
okay, go.
100%.
Sorry, I went on.
No, go,
Break
Iris.
space over.
Yeah, I got
Catherine's
nothing.
explained it. We're gone.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I hope everybody knows that of these influencers versus media versus narratives versus there are great individual reporters on even the BBC. So don't shoot me. I know of ones that fight the actual, even the biased or persona of everybody else. So I just say judge people, not organizations. And we all are working to make it better, but I'll judge the hell out of some people online. I know that.
Fair enough. All right. So, listen, we're going to go to Fusilier real quick, and and just a little update. The Secretary General of the United Nations has just woken up from a 20-year coma and made an announcement. He said the attacks on Gaza are unprecedented in our lifetime, or something to that effect. Unprecedented, unfathomable, or something. And I felt like I said to myself, and if I had his phone number, I might text him and say, have you heard of a place called Syria? Or Ukraine, maybe? Have you heard of Ukraine? 100,000 dead people in Mariupol? I'm just curious. Have you heard of that place? Unfathomable. John, is he under a rock?
Yeah,
Or is he in
or I
Iraq?
mean, just the number of people that ISIS killed in Syria and Iraq for over 2 years before an operation started against them. But yeah, I mean, 20,000 just in one city in Ukraine, maybe way more than that. I agree. It's a little cuckoo.
Fusilier.
Yeah, and Yuda, that just shows you, right? The bias in the UN against Israel. Yesterday, he also didn't want to go to the screening of the 47-minute video. He didn't. He said, "I'm not going to watch that." So
They
yeah.
call it propaganda, right? It's like
Right, exactly, Catherine, exactly.
But the
Yeah.
videos and images of all the, dead Palestinians, that's not propaganda. Which, by the way, I don't, people are allowed to share that. But to not watch Israeli footage of real actions that happened, to call it propaganda is ridiculous.
If he called it propaganda, I'd be
It's
shocked.
Hamas footage, right? It's Israel showing you Hamas's captured footage. Yeah.
Let's go to Fusilier, then Nicole. Fusilier.
Hey, Yehuda, how are you? Good to hear your voice again. Look, very quickly, first, a bit of news. I've been sort of watching Israeli media, and I-24 is now reporting that a deal has been reached for the release of all Palestinian women and children in Israeli prisons for 99 hostages, dead or alive, I-24 is reporting. So it'd be interesting from Iris and those of you in Israel what you're hearing, but that's what's being put out on I-24. Just very quickly to comment on your point about the UN, and actually really to reiterate what John said about journalists. It applies to the UN as well. Some of you may follow, I think he's now the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, a guy called Felipe Grande. I worked with Felipe when he was the deputy special representative for the UN in Afghanistan. And he was very supportive of our mission and very, very anti-Talib at that time. He used to explain to me the dynamic within the UN between the Africa department and the Middle Eastern department. He was from the Middle Eastern part, and he said the explosion in Iraq, in Baghdad, that killed a large number of UN personnel, effectively eviscerated the UN desk. The UN Middle East department, and gave much greater power to the African department. The reason I mention that story is that it's really important to understand that the UN is not a homogeneous organization. It has, different parts of it have different interests. They're biased in different ways, but in general, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. It is very anti-Israel. It reflects the views of the majority of its members, who are either in debt to Muslim states, or a non-aligned, part of the non-aligned movement, or in debt to them, or indeed are just actively hostile to Israel. It's a numbers game, which is the perfect segue into the point I actually called in to make around information operations. When you, John, and I first joined the military, well, maybe not you, Yehuda, because you're much younger, there were really only three battle spaces, air, land, and sea. Those have been joined by space and the information operations, the information space. And the traditional way of dealing with that in an operational sense, and I speak as an ex, as you know, a PSYOPs trained officer, is to impose an information operation based on, with a large reliance on psychological operations. And that's important to understand, because when you work up a PSYOPs plan, the first thing you're looking at is your target audience. What is your target? And here, the target is that huge majority of the global population who don't feel they have a dog in the fight. They don't go out on large demonstrations in support of Israel or in support of the Palestinians. They just sit and watch. And that's who both the pro-Palestinian camp and the pro-Israeli camp are trying to influence. And the way they influence that, or the way that the military define their influence, is operations which are either white, grey, or black. White is where you support your narrative by exposing the truth, which I think is, I'm speaking for John here, but is probably John's approach, which is, if you expose the truth, it will always win out, and it's true. And it will always destroy, false narratives. Grey is where you only expose the truth insofar as it supports your narrative, and you underplay or ignore or don't broadcast news stories or elements which don't support your narrative. And black, which is, when I went through my courses, was pretty much ruled out. We were taught about it, but that is the construct of false narratives, false evidence, to support your narrative. The last of those is extremely dangerous, as the Russians have found out in Ukraine. If you lie, and you're exposed as lying, and as Hamas found out with the bombing of the hospital car park and the death of the 3 Hyundais, once you're exposed as lying once, the usual dynamic is that you're exposed as a liar. The problem here is that there is a complete mismatch in the size of supportive groups towards Israel and Palestine. I think it's fair to say that the active pro-Palestinian camp is much larger than the active pro-Israeli camp. And as a consequence, even though they are using both grey and black PSYOPs, the usual dynamic is not applying because of their numbers. What will be interesting is to see if that white grey narrative actually eventually swings that target audience. Because the reality is that whatever Israel puts out, it's not going to swing the active pro-Palestinian camp. And whatever the active pro-Palestinian camp puts out isn't going to swing the active Israeli camp. But that's not who they're targeting. They're targeting that huge majority of the global population of nations, peoples who are really sort of, I hate to call them undecided voters, but they wouldn't go on a march for either side, but their votes matter and their opinions matter. I hope that's a useful contribution.
Absolutely, thank you, John. Did you want to respond to that real quick, or no points to add? All right, silence is acquiescence. G-Man, let's go to you. Sorry, then we'll go to Nicole.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. I think we had a space, we were on the space weeks ago talking about what Israel was going to do. And I want to ask John, at the time, I think there was some disagreement between yourself and Malcolm Nance, perhaps, or definitely between Yehuda and Malcolm Nance. Are you surprised by what you've seen of the Israeli operation to rid the Gaza Strip of Hamas so far, and or has it lived up to what you thought? Thanks.
John,
that was to
John. I think John's away from the phone there. He might have got a call. So we're going to park that there. Ali Al Faisal, you're trying to come up. We couldn't, I don't know what happened to you. Do accept the invite. And we'll go back to Nicole. G-Man, just hold your question for when John gets back. Nicole.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
You're good.
Awesome. Always a pleasure, Yehuda and everybody. Thanks for inviting me up. I had put my hand up to come up and just add a couple of thoughts on the question around disinformation, and particularly how do we fight it while still maintaining some semblance of trust. And I wanted to give a lens just a bit broader. My lens is the economics around decision making and sort of some of the consumer psychology around that. And so the main sort of things there, I think everybody did a great job talking about it. But I wanted to say that, sorry, I'm just pulling my car into my driveway after work here. When we think about the why these misinformation campaigns are working so well right now, and why we're seeing, particularly a strong reaction for things as abhorrent as celebrating Osama bin Laden's letters, it's important to remember that this isn't just happening overnight. These games have been played, and the information and misinformation that people are latching onto right now. Some of those sort of general stereotypes have been in place for a long time, and so they're quite easy to play into. So when we think about how people make decisions, and I won't go into depth, and anyone's welcome to ask more detail, but I don't want to give you guys a lecture in consumer psychology right now. But people tend to make their decisions in a way that reduces mental capacities, the least path of resistance for your brain. And so that means all of those automatic thoughts that you have in your mind tend to override. And that is especially true when we're in a time of uncertainty. And we are in the time of the greatest economic uncertainty since the Great Depression. So we're already kind of sitting ducks for anything that will help us feel a little bit better around that uncertainty. And within that, you have a whole generation of people that are just, from a cognitive load perspective, are really tapped out. And a lot of these people are also approaching the world with a fairly one-dimensional view, as many of us who have not lived in war have, which is that of oppressor or oppressed. And so the amount of, if you've grown up, and I'm thinking a lot of the Gen Z here, even though it's not just Gen Z, but if you've grown up with some concerns about the world, and suddenly you have this chance to actualize those concerns without needing to think critically about it, it's actually really easy for people to hop on board with that. And so one thing I wanted to say for those of us that are trying to fight disinformation is actually looking to the specific barriers and beliefs that people have. Like a lot of people that are posting anti-Semitic things don't even realize how implicit and embedded that anti-Semitism is in their brain. So if you can't view a Jewish person or as an Israeli person as a victim, for example, because that's been socialized within your manner of thinking for many years, to shift away from that induces a lot of cognitive cost. And so from those of us who are trying to defend against misinformation, that's something to remember, is just yelling at people and saying they're wrong, or exposing the truth. Sometimes that doesn't work, and the reason is people cannot cognitively actually process and assimilate the information to their existing worldview. If you hold a worldview that says some people are oppressed and other people oppress them, and I relate to these type of people that are oppressing them, then it's going to be really difficult to switch that without somebody actually guiding you through information points that help you process that. So anyways, I'm like 14 brain cells left after a long day, but I just wanted to say that it's a long-term game, and it's going to require it, and especially those of us with the privilege to not be living through things that evoke really visceral emotions. That's really important. And it's also important to remember that how we defend information matters as well. And so fueling the fire and dehumanizing the other side, that's also fueling really poor information or disinformation, and it really gets in the way of trying to bring people to a more moderate viewpoint. So anyways, I think that's about it for now.
Thanks for that. I mean, very sophisticated comment. Thank you so much, Nicole, for that. We always appreciate your input. Let's go. We have a full panel. Please get your hands up. Iris, I hope you're going to be able to stick around and answer questions about hostages. I think we have a lot of them inbound. Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm
So
here
we've got
now.
Aaron. Who's next? Aaron or John?
Aaron is next.
Great, thanks. I'm happy about the hostages. There's a house that I worked in Caulfield, and he showed me his family that was kidnapped in Israel. That's the first thing. Number two is I've got a friend here in Australia, Michael Gawenda. He was one of Australia's best journalists. He's retired, and like many Israelis, feels betrayed by a lot of his colleagues. But he wrote a piece in the Financial Times. Here in Australia, we've got the ABC, and it's a national broadcaster, and some journalists signed up to a letter to stop the invasion of Gaza and call for a ceasefire. Now, this goes completely against all journalistic ethics. You cannot take a cause. You can state the facts and everything, but it's not a good trend. But a positive, there was a journalist at the New York Times who also signed a similar letter, and the New York Times sacked him straight away. So a question on the hostages is, number one, I didn't feel like the international community, Germans, Americans, had much sort of sway or clout. They've got nothing to offer, but I had a thought maybe it would be money. Is there any way that somehow these negotiations are happening and there are parts that we would not see? And could that involve millions or billions of dollars to Hamas leaders? Might be completely out there, but I don't know. And the other thing was, I saw something at the start where it would be a tactic for Hamas to slow the war down or put a stop to it by trickling the hostages out. So we've got 50 and it's 5 days. No, 100, I heard the second one. And it's
I'll give an
5
update in a second.
Yeah,
I'll give
Aaron, we'll
you-
get the
yeah,
update
but
from
yeah.
Iris.
Okay. So will it be a tactic that it'll be another 10 for another 5 days, and then it would be very hard for Israel to say, no, we're not going to release these other 10 hostages. We're going to continue the war. Do you see that as a tactic that Hamas may use?
Yeah.
And
Let's unpack that. There's a lot in there, Aaron. So just stick around.
Yeah.
Go ahead, and before you speak, the Israelis have already tried to deal with that issue. They've said in a statement that the minute we feel that they're slow rolling hostages and we're not going to get any more, it's game over. So they have said that. I can get the wording, someone could find it. But Iris, do you want to go ahead? And then after that, we have John, we have John and we have Ibn Warwick. I wouldn't mind hearing from Ibn Warwick after John. Go ahead, John. Sorry, go ahead, Iris, and then to John.
Okay, so I'll answer your second question, which is actually like I'm getting more updates at the moment. I just want to share with you guys that while we speak, I'm DMing with some Israeli journalists that are here on Twitter at the moment. Some of them are saying, "Are you
Tell them
all
to come up.
awake?"
Tell them to come up.
Yeah, well, one of them is Michal Keilan. She's from Channel 12, but she's waiting. We're waiting for the government's meeting to finish, so we're all like talking between us. But basically, what I'm seeing now on that was coming out on Ynet is that there's going to be a release of 10 hostages in every day in those 4 to 5 days ceasefire days. And basically, the lists are going to be given to Israel, as I said before, every evening for the day after. Now, what I'm hearing is that Israel is preparing to a release of approximately 300 Palestinian prisoners, because now we're talking about the number of 50, but what we understand from Hamas is that they're going to use, if it's going to happen, right? They're going to use the ceasefire days to find more hostages, and maybe we'll be able to come to the number of 70 or 100, and then there will be more prisoners that they're going to get. So this is a whole numbers game at the moment, and we'll have to see as we, the days in the next 24 hours where it's going to. So basically that is that. What was the first question that you answered? Because there was what did you want to know regarding the countries like Germany and others and the money?
Be able to answer. Yeah, would there be negotiations that we wouldn't be privy to?
Are you talking about bribes?
Some of those be financial.
Yeah, let's say bribing, you mean. Well, they kind of did bribe Iran already, no?
Right.
Did they not?
Yeah.
Iris?
Yeah, 100%. And it's very normal. So, and also you probably know that the heads of Hamas that are sitting in Qatar are, how much they're worth and how much money they have. All this money doesn't go to the Gaza people. So yeah, there's a lot of like maneuvering with all those money issues. So yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's grab Iris. Thanks for the update. I wouldn't be surprised if those fellas in Qatar are trading their penthouse top floor suites for a basement room.
Yeah.
Would they be trading for a basement suite?
Probably.
I wouldn't want to be on the top.
At this point, they might as well consider going into a pyramid.
Well, that's your country. Say no. All right. Let's go to John real quick, and we're going to Ibn Warwick and George. Go ahead, John.
Hey, thanks. Is the young lady who was talking about what's going on in the information space, is she one of the 3 young ladies still on the panel?
Nicole's here.
Hey, Nicole. So it was interesting as everybody was talking about that. So, everybody has a focus from Ukraine on a few of them, especially the one with the girlfriend who may or may not be in an industry. How he changed all of a sudden, as you said, magically, who had never talked about Palestine or Israel, automatically is in that aspect of it. The idea that there's paid actors. One thing I don't know that anybody's looking at is, so we see payment in the terms of actual money, possibly in crypto, but a lot of these influencers, what's important to them, if they can't get their hand on the money, and it's something difficult to hide, tracking the money, giving them followers in the form of a bot followers. They don't even have to be active bots that do something for them, but just active
Hold
bot
on, John.
followers in that pay them.
John, hold on. Her audio just cut out. Nicole, can you hear? Hold on, she's just texting me here, or typing in DMs. Nicole, can you hear him? Proof of life,
Yeah,
Nicole.
I'm here now. I'm good.
Okay. He was asking about disinfo bots or something. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so that it's on governments to track some of these people. A lot of times, as
For
you guys
some
were
reason,
saying.
I'm so sorry. It seems to freeze every time you try and ask me, John.
Can you hear me?
All right, John. If you want, Nicole, you can go to the ellipses where it says leave and click the ellipses, and they can put captions on, and you can read what John is saying. He's asking you a specific question about disinfo. John, try to go up. She's down. John, why don't you pause that question? She'll be up
Yeah,
shortly.
I'll wait. I can wait.
Yeah, wait for that. We're gonna Ibn Warwick. I thought is this the Ibn Warwick or is it just someone with the same name? I don't know.
Salam or Ibn Waraq, please go ahead. Unmute yourself, bottom left corner.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. I have a question or input about not misinformation, but missing information. But just a quick background. I grew up in Egypt, and in my entire school time, we're indoctrinated to hate the Jews for being Jews. Until I started doing history myself, and I found that the actual Nazi connection between the Palestinian faction, all of them, and the Egyptian government were having a Nazi officer writing our curriculum. Why in the West, Israeli intellectuals don't point out at the connection between funding, training, and propaganda machine for the Palestinians and Nazi Germany? Thanks.
Well, that's an expensive question. Do you want to take this one, Yehuda?
I'll take part of it. We'll split it like a peace treaty, but you keep the Sinai. Well, look, I think it's actually pretty well known. Well, I think the better question, Salam, or we'll call you Ibn Warwick, is why did they stop? So maybe they don't like kicking people when they're down. I don't know. Like I would think exactly what you said, right? I think the way Netanyahu did it, showing a picture of Haj Amina Husseini. For those who don't know, the usurper to the Palestinian leadership in mandatory Palestine was a man named Amin al-Husseini. They call him Hajj because he went to Mecca. Good for him. And he wasn't the Islamic scholar you might think he was. He dressed like one, didn't he, Em? Didn't he not dress very pretty?
He did.
He did. But I understand, I have it on good authority, he wasn't an Islamic scholar. In fact, he was the least qualified for the role. But, money talks, right? Mubazbaz. He had the ability. They made him the mufti, and he was not a nice guy. He killed his rivals. He believed in a kind of a pan-Arab Islamism. I don't know his relationship with the brothers. I should. But more importantly, Haj Amin al-Husseini, he took a vacation during World War II, and he went to sunny Berlin, where he stayed, and he helped raise a Bosniak Muslim SS division, where he was the nominal symbolic head of the Reichsfuhrer, which makes him a Nazi general. So that's pretty crazy, right? What's crazy about it is the head of the movement of the Arab Higher Committee was literally a Nazi general. Now, he caused a lot of problems for the British at times. He certainly caused a lot of problems for Jews, was not a fan of Jewish people. He did his best to scare his people. And I actually, and when asked by many, who do I hold mostly accountable for Israel? If there's one person who was supremely accountable for the Arab-Israeli conflict, it would be that fellow, because he was bad news bears all around. During the 40s, 50s, and 60s, Israeli politicians and academics would clearly point this out. But you know what, Ibn Warwick, I guess sometimes it just gets too much, too tedious, right?
Yeah,
like
but
it's the same story over and over again. You see
sorry.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he was also the mentor of Yasser Arafat. You have other people like Francois Jonwa.
He was his uncle.
And you would have other people like Francois Jonwa, who God bless, Last Will and Testament executor, who funded a Palestinian PLO and George Habash, and he was funded Layla Khalid in Al-Al airplane kidnapping. There is a lot of connection. I don't know why Western politician or academic don't even know anything about it.
Well, I don't know if they don't know anything about it. I think they do. I mean, I
or
could
don't
be wrong.
talk about it.
Maybe, yeah, and it could be for the fact that it was so long ago, right? Maybe for the fact that, I mean, I get it, I understand it. I think if you asked the everyday, Hamas operative if he knew that, they wouldn't even know, right? How it got started, how it's going, might be two separate things. It is a very good point. I mean, I'm glad you've said it, but it's one of those things that it's so far in the past now, right? Like we do know that, Syria and Egypt were the destination for a hint. I think Syria more so. I could be wrong, Em. I thought Syria had way more Nazi officers living there than say Egypt, but maybe I'm wrong.
You're right. They did actually. We had quite a few, but they definitely had more.
Yeah. So, I mean, they brought their ideology. And it's funny because it was a mix, because these are countries that were rife with communist interference and Ba'athist parties, and yet their technical advisors, their operational advisors were literal Nazis. So it is weird. And it is a good point. And I don't know. Does anyone else want to take a stab at that?
I can take a big stab at it.
Okay,
So,
George.
really quick, and you'll know the history, but in 1948, when that first war happened, a lot of people don't know, but the Egyptians and the Syrians actually were using German World War II tanks. That was some of the kit that they had. And what happened in the 1950s, especially in Egypt and in Syria, was a lot of the ex-German / Nazi scientists. Remember Operation Paperclip? A lot of them went to the United States or what have you, Werner von Braun and so on. But there was a significant portion of them in the 1950s in Egypt, actually working on rocket programs and things of that nature. But for whatever reason, the Egyptian government at the time, under Nasser, opened themselves up and went with the Soviet Union, and that caused a lot of those German officers to leave. Now, that was the scientists. A lot of the guys that were training the Egyptian and Syrian secret police remained. And there's a pretty infamous guy. There was a book written about him by a British journalist named Glenn B. Infield, and the guy I'm talking about was Otto Skorzeny. He was Hitler's pretty much his special operations guy. He's the guy that rescued Mussolini. He kidnapped the Hungarian dictator Miklos Horthy's son, to make sure that Hungary wouldn't switch sides and join the Soviets. Did a lot of infamous things during the war and after the
And
war.
he wasn't especially. He was a commando leader.
Yes,
So
yes, commando leader, but
Yeah.
like all the weird special operations type guys. He's also the guy that tried to use English speaking Germans as disinformation and as spies, and during the Battle of the Bulge, what have you. But post-war, he was very, very active. Now, when this book came out, like in probably 1970, 71, 72, it was panned by a lot of, people said, oh, it was just Skorzeny, embellishing his life and things like that. But when the Soviet Union fell and we had access to a lot of KGB files, holy shit, it was pretty much, actually, Skorzeny had underplayed his role and some of his allies' roles in the Middle East, especially in funding, like you said, the PLO, Yasser Arafat, terror throughout the Middle East and throughout the Western
the
world.
Fedayeen, they've trained groups, terror
Exactly.
groups to attack through.
The
Yeah.
Fedayeen,
So
Saddam, yes.
Yeah.
The connections. So if anybody's interested, you can Google Skorzeny and then follow that trail. It will lead you to a lot of the places we're talking
100%.
about right now.
But I think what Ibn Warq was getting at, why is it not taught more? I'm not sure it's not
Because
taught
it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, Yehuda. I'll tell you why.
No, I mean in
Because
academia. In academia, why is it not taught more? He's saying. Why is it not discussed?
I'll tell you why. Because I think it's still embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you realize that there was a lot of parties in the West, that thought they
Yeah,
could
but
glean information from.
why wouldn't an Israeli academic or politician talk about it more? I mean, what would they care that paper
That's
clipping
true.
existed, right? To them it would make no difference. Okay, let's get
Well,
Fusilier
I'm sorry.
to Catherine. No, go Catherine, and then Fusilier.
No, I'm just going to say that quickly that this is a story that has kind of trickled out occasionally, but nobody's like particularly interested in promoting it, and because the other narrative is just so much more exciting, how Israel is the Nazi. So, but I think part of it is maybe there should be a little bit more of a push to get that story out, but I don't think it's going to make a difference, to be honest.
Can I have
I
another
agree.
very quick question?
Sure, let's go to Benwark, and then we'll go to Fusilier. Go ahead.
Okay, there is a way that Western politicians would change their position on the mythical right of return, where we have a refugee that's basically the Queen of Jordan is registered as a refugee in the UNRWA.
Jordan, she's amazing. I'm here. I'm not feeling.
Okay. So Scarlett, we're gonna have
what
to
was the
take you
question
down.
again? Yeah, Scarlett.
Just give me a
If
second.
there,
Just give me a
sorry.
second. Just give me a second.
Okay.
If you come up to the space, if you've noticed the decorum is on point. Please don't come up and do silly things. Please, we're trying to have a serious discussion. Go ahead, Ibn Warwick.
I was asking if there is a way that's either Israeli politician can negotiate or convince Western head of states to really tell the Palestinian there is no such thing as right to return, and you just have to move on, because that seems to be ongoing, which makes absolutely no sense.
Oh, it's a kind of controversial statement there, Ibn Warwick. I think why that's a very touchy situation, right? Because you may say the history, you understand it, but you do realize there are millions of Palestinians who do not believe that, right? And how many millions of Egyptians don't believe it? We can't just blame them.
Yeah, all of us, but you tell them just forget it, boys, move on. Like we told the 10 million German who left East Germany, which became Poland later. It's over, you lost.
Someone might say you're based. I'm not sure. M, did you want to respond to that? Catherine, Iris, Fusilier, Open, Nicole, anyone? Go ahead.
Solving the problem of Palestinian refugees outside of the Palestinian territories. Several proposals were discussed. Back in 2000, the peace deal that was on the table is to allow a ceremonial return of select few to certain Palestinian territories, not to Israel proper. Eventually, the solution for this problem may be issuing them with passports and allowing them to leave the refugee camps, maybe resettling them in other countries where they can start their lives there. It's a question for the Palestinian Authority to negotiate with the State of Israel and international stakeholders, and it involves the readiness of international stakeholders when it comes to financing such a program or accepting such a program, deciding on the number of refugees they can take into their countries to assimilate, for instance, and because most of those refugees might choose one or two countries to go to, so others might want to return to the Palestinian territories. I mean, going forward, there will have to be a solution for this problem. But we had an interview earlier today, morning local time, so actually yesterday local time, with Ayman Khalid. He was born in Jordan, and then he was moved to Al Yarmouk refugee camp in Syria, and from there, after spending 33 years, he finally settled in Turkey. He proposes that the United Nations, for instance, can issue Palestinian refugees in Palestinian camps with international passports that allows them the freedom of movement so that they can choose a country to go to. It's again, the tackling this problem depends on restoring control over the Palestinian issue cause question by the Arab countries and taking Iran out of the equation so that they take the lead on negotiating a reasonable solution for it to deprive Hezbollah and Iran the recruitment pool that is the refugee camps in Lebanon and Syria, so that they cannot form more armed groups and destabilize southern Lebanon and continue to attack Israeli northern territories.
Hope that helps a bit, Warwick. All right, it'll have to do Fusilier. Let's go for a quick one and then back to Iris for a hostage update. Listen, if you like what you hear, retweet the space. Let people know you're here. We've been doing this for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you are able to retweet and share, that'd be great. In addition, if you're able to donate to one of the great charities that we support at MriyaReport, go to the website. You can get a tax receipt if you're in the United States, a 501c3 receipt coming inbound, offset against your taxes next year, and it goes to one of the many charities, whether it's buying solar power generators for children's hospitals or non-lethal humanitarian aids for different Ukrainian groups, or their latest drive is for rescuing orphans and getting them out of Russia who were stolen and bringing them back very quietly to Ukraine. If you can help, it would be an honor for us and a good deed or a mitzvah for you. Do consider doing it. MriyaReport.org. We really appreciate it. Fusilier, thank you.
Yeah, hi. My question probably for Em, I suspect. It's twofold, really. When I was in uniform, it was many years ago now, I was in Israel and was taken to the border crossing with Rafah by a organization within the IDF that was specifically designed to run liaison with bordering Arab states. And they conducted, the sort of routine and specialist liaison with the Egyptian, their Egyptian opposite numbers, to deal with what was going on in Gaza and elsewhere within the Palestinian Authority and such like. It was a very joined up organisation. What struck me at that time was how close the relationship was between the actual personnel, the Egyptian officers and their Israeli opposite numbers, and how they were used as an interlocutor by the Israelis, and in fact the other way as well, to deal with the authorities in Gaza. It strikes me that that's, or what I was considering was I'd be interested to know whether that function is still operating and is part of this hostage negotiation, or whether it's being done at a much greater level. And that led me to the second part of my question, which was I sat with one of those officers and he was explaining about the terrorist attacks on the Egyptian army in the Sinai. And he was it was a nudge and a wink that you do realize that these terrorists aren't appearing out of the ground, they're from Gaza. And I was quite surprised at that. And I think he was alluding to them being Hamas. Although, of course, he wasn't going to say that directly to me. But I was interested to find out what's the current stance of the Egyptian authorities sitting, because they are the third player in this. What do they feel about Hamas, and what role are they playing at the moment? I'm sure you've already explained this on other platforms. I just haven't heard it, and I'm genuinely interested to find out.
So regarding the first part of the question, sorry, sir. Yes, the mechanism is pretty much functioning and in overdrive even. We always coordinate with Israeli counterparts when it comes to operating the Rafah border crossing and activities inside the Gaza Strip. So currently we are coordinating on allowing humanitarian aid in, making sure that it's double and triple inspected before it goes in, and facilitating any hostages exchange operations. There has always been security coordination with Israeli counterparts when it comes to the security situation in the Sinai. Without getting into too much details, but sorry, during the Sinai insurgency, Israeli security services lent a helping hand to their Egyptian counterparts tackling the Islamist insurgency in the Sinai. Not just that, they were very understandable when we negotiated the amount of troops allowed into certain regions in the Sinai to fight the insurgency, as well as the type of equipment they needed to deploy. So that mechanism is pretty much in place. Regarding Hamas, Gaza militants coming out of the Gaza Strip to operate in the Sinai, yes, that is true. Hamas always said that they were not members of Hamas per se, and they always tried to offer themselves as a security guarantee or buffer to the Egyptian authorities. At some point, they actually relayed certain intelligence regarding certain individuals, and they even arrested them and apprehended them and delivered them to the Egyptian authorities to be trialed regarding a very specific attack against a forward operating base manned by members of the Tier 2, Tier 3 Lightning Bolt Force, who were themselves members of the 101st Special Operation Forces Battalion, which is the battalion that carries out most of the counterterrorism work in the Sinai right now. The position of the Egyptian authorities, well, this is a tough cookie to crack, but you can tell, or you can say that Egyptian authorities understand that what Hamas did meant or means the end of their political control of the Gaza Strip. They are quite worried about the deployment of foreign troops in the Gaza Strip, mainly the Turks, who have expressed interest in shouldering the security responsibility there during the transitional period or the reconstruction period. And at the same time, they don't want to commit troops independently to that mission. Maybe they will be more willing to commit troops if it's done under an international organization or umbrella, maybe the United Nations or a multi-national force or even a unified Arab command. But all these proposals right now are being discussed. At some point between 2011 and up to till this crisis mainly, Egyptian media, privately owned and state-owned, always highlighted the role Hamas played in destabilizing Egypt in 2011. Certain allegations and certain testimonies in several legal cases painted a picture where Hamas operatives managed to infiltrate Egyptian territories through the tunnel networks and extend help to the Muslim Brotherhood in attacking Egyptian police stations and security directorates and prisons, freeing Islamist prisoners who were kept in Egyptian prisons, whether they were working for Hamas or working for Hezbollah or other factions. There is at least one documented instance where one Hezbollah operative actually managed to be smuggled out of the country using a fake Syrian passport through the Sudanese borders. But right now, that media is not really defending Hamas, but more focused on exaggerating the impact of the IDF operation in the Gaza Strip, try to paint it as inhumane or unproportional or genocidal, even, quote unquote, of course. So they usually when you try to analyze the situation of the Egyptian government, you examine their domestic and their international messaging. So their domestic messaging has been catered around telling the people that they are pretty much involved in this and that they are trying to stop it and that they don't accept it, to control anti-American and anti-Israeli sentiment amongst the population, make sure that things don't get blown out of proportions. We have presidential elections coming next month, so they're pretty much worried about that. But it's not really something that calls for concern, because the major voting blocks will more or less go with voting for President Sisi for another term, because they believe that Egypt is being subjected to several threats in all three directions. Its borders, Libya, Sudan, and now Gaza. So I think that they are trying to strike a balancing act, but at the same time, they understand that Hamas put themselves in a pickle. They're trying to navigate this in order to show that they are still relevant, that Egypt is still relevant to the peace and prosperity of the region and the stability in the region, and that it can negotiate on behalf of Western powers, for instance. It's a role that they have been trying to reclaim from the Qataris, and certainly trying to block the Turks from assuming. I don't see a shift in how they consider Hamas a terrorist organization, but they'd rather have them on the borders, according to them, which I completely disagree with, to provide security, which I don't understand how they perceive security, but maybe that because they're worried about having to deal with new people there after the long established ties with Hamas over the years. You know, that it's more of a the devil you know better than the devil you don't know situation. But yeah, that's all I think of.
If I may, just very quickly, where does the antipathy towards the Turks come from? Is it? I mean, I've not heard that before.
It's 100 years old.
Yeah, no. I was just going to say. I mean, there's obviously some folk memory of Ottoman rule, but I mean, is it simply that, or is there a sort of geopolitical tension there as well?
So, you can argue that in 2011, at least two wings within the Egyptian security establishment became at odds. One of them saw that Mubarak was too lenient, it was too kind, and therefore he brought this destabilization upon himself, upon the government, upon the state, and upon the people. And they wanted to punish everyone involved in this. The other wing, however, wanted to deal with this differently and more delicately in a more refined way, you know, with much more finesse. The that wing is more or less not in control right now. So the wing that saw that Mubarak was too lenient or too kind or just didn't want to fight, they are the ones driving the van right now. In their assessment, they believe that Turkey was involved in destabilizing Egypt in 2011. They believe that Turkey sided with the Muslim Brotherhood in 2013 after the atypical coup, that between 2011 and 2013, the Turkish authorities were pretty much involved in helping the Muslim Brotherhood rise to power, providing them with certain support, including how to run their political campaigns, how to run their messaging, and so on and so forth. And Erdogan, after 2013, accepted Muslim Brotherhood officials from the second and third tier to go to Istanbul. Many members of the Muslim Brotherhood and their families relocated to Turkey, and they lived under his protection. He allowed them to start media organizations there and start broadcasting subversive messages against the state of Egypt from Turkey. And he fully supported the Muslim Brotherhood, and he had those huge rallies there calling for the reinstatement of toppled President Mohammed Morsi, supported the whole Rabaa movement, attacked Egypt, stressing on painting what happened during breaking up the sit-ins in 2013, August 2013, as massacres. It was it's basically an air of distrust between the current administration of the government of Egypt and President Erdogan specifically, and the AKP party.
So, really quickly, from what you're saying, I'm seeing a potential pathway to a solution in Gaza where Egypt gets empowered and given a degree of control and influence over Gaza. That, I mean, Egypt seems like there's through this sort of like, the what next question, which is the really difficult question if you're sitting outside of the issue. It looks like there might be a pathway through Egypt if they were empowered to act and assisted and supported. Is that, am I missing something?
No, sir, you're absolutely correct. But Qatar, for instance, control the political bureau. Turkey has ties with the political bureau and the armed wing. So Qatar and Turkey have more say or more control over Hamas. What Egypt is trying to do right now is that it's trying to insert itself in this dynamic to rule Gaza or to secure Gaza, but through Palestinians. But which Palestinians? That's the question right now. Will the political bureau survive and sacrifice the military wing? And we see a political transition inside the Gaza Strip where Hamas continues to exist, but not as a militant organization, but rather as a reformed political party or a reformed PLO or PLO 2.0 that renounces violence after this and lays down its arms and start governing the sector. But then again, they will still challenge Fatah or the current Palestinian Authority for power, right? It's a bit of a pickle here. So I don't know what their vision is. Maybe they are trying to insert themselves in this process in order to curry favor with the political bureau if they become the successor to the military wing inside Gaza. The political bureau has been outside of the territories for quite some time, or outside of the strip quite some time. We always call them the exterior Hamas and the interior Hamas, or Hamas of the exterior and Hamas of the interior, or Hamas domestic Hamas and Hamas and abroad. I simply don't know what they are doing right now, but certainly they want to continue at least getting guarantees on border security and making sure that whoever comes next and whatever comes next doesn't evolve into something that would pursue a destabilizing campaign against the government of Egypt from the Gaza Strip.
All right, I hope that's a good enough answer for you, Salir. Let's go to Iris for an update. If you have joined the stage, please put your hand up. Vish, put your hand up, and we're going to start bringing some people. Iris, go ahead.
Okay, before I go in like 10 to 15 minutes, I want to just recap a little bit for people to understand what we're going at, what the next 24 hours are going to bring. So at the moment, the Israeli government is sitting already for a few hours, and probably it's going to go through the night authorizing the deal of the release of the hostages. So what we're looking at is the first stage, 30 children, 8 mothers, with 12 elderly women are going to be this is what the deal talks about. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in stages. So it's a 4-day ceasefire, maybe going into 5, maybe going into more. Depends on many issues. Basically, every day 10 hostages will be released. A list of the names of the hostages is going to be given to Israel every evening before the morning of the release. Israel is starting to get prepared and will authorize the release of 300 Palestinian prisoners in order to be ready to a release of maybe 100 hostages if we can get to it, because what Hamas is going to do, and it's the part of the deal, is that in the days of the ceasefire, they're going to look for more hostages and maybe more will be able to release. I want to touch on one point regarding the Islamic Jihad. The Islamic Jihad released 2 hours ago a photo of a hostage that was killed and murdered. And this is what they're probably going to try and do. They also said that they're not going to take any responsibility for the hostages that they're holding. And now you'll see, because of the ceasefire and all that, you're going to see Islamic Jihad trying to come up with these kind of psychological games and all this stuff. So basically, this is what the government is really talking about at the moment. I was hearing a few hours ago from people from Kibbutz Be'eri and places that lost so many people that were slaughtered, and some of them are in Gaza, that it's a little bit ridiculous that the government has to sit and authorize the release of those kids and everything and really, give it a go. But, this is what we're seeing here now. Some of the parties within the government are opposing to that. But the deal, of course, is going to go through. And yeah, as I said, some of my journalist friends are here on Twitter. We're talking. Most of us are probably going to sleep soon because we're going to have a crazy day tomorrow with a lot happening. But yeah, this is what's going on.
Let's ask some questions. I know this is
Yeah.
probably a very harrowing time for you and everyone in Israel, but because you're so closely and intimately connected to the hostage releases, do you think it's fair? I mean, Em and I kind of discussed this on air through 4 weeks ago. We said there's a good chance that this disastrous, evil pogrom had unintended consequences and results. And we also figured that everyone and their uncle, including civilians, took hostages, and as they rushed underground, there's a good chance Hamas didn't know where everyone was. And I don't think that's a crazy thing to think. I think that is probably true. And you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. And Hamas also said it. They said that they don't know where all the hostages is. Some of them are,
or even who
exactly
who has them,
what
right?
organizations, because there's so many organizations within Gaza, very small ones, that probably took some of the hostages, so that there's a big mess. That's why those 4 to 5 days of ceasefire, and maybe if they're going to say that they're going to find more and release more, they're going to play on the days of the ceasefire. This is what we want them to do, to look for the hostages that are saying that they don't know where they are. And that makes it very, very complicated, and brings in a lot of, pittiness between those organizations. And at the end of the day, it's our people that are being, who knows where they're holding them. So I think the next few days are going to be very emotional, very challenging, and there's a lot that's going to come out. And we're ready for that. And yeah, it's good that we have X and those kind of rooms, especially for me, to come and bring the information, talk to some people that I appreciate, and moving forward, see pray for the best. To be honest, I cannot. I'm supposed to go to sleep, and I will, but my stomach and my head are completely in Gaza at the moment, and thinking about those that are gonna. We're probably going to see coming out, and
Yeah.
hopefully, so
Yeah, I
that's
bet
it.
you I bet you the minute a ceasefire goes down, Hamas will put the screws to every other group and say, you better give us your effing people now, because we're all gonna die and we need them, so we'll get the most bang for the buck. So give us those hostages. You've got 2 people in someone's basement, 2 people in someone's house, from some obscure group. And I bet you those people are jockeying for money and prestige. That's my feeling. And remember when we said that? There's no way they know where everyone is. They're probably helter-skelter everywhere,
You're
right?
right. They said it. And this is, you're going to see some kind of pressure, as you said, that Hamas is going to do on those organizations, on those individuals, to get the hostages. We're going to see a shit show, I think. But more so, Hamas will want more days of ceasefire. So they will say, we're looking for the hostages. We're in contact with this. There's going to be a whole kind of chess games with the hostages, which is ridiculous, That's it.
Hamas as well. It is what it is. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is disgusting, but it will be Hamas telling others, you need to give us those people now, because we're, we need to get out of here. No one cares about, 3 guys or a family of whoever, a group of people, because in many cases, if you look at the GoPros, and the Israelis have all of this information, that some people are just taken willy-nilly by not even necessarily some of the organized terror groups. That's the scary part. That is the scary part.
100%. Yep.
Elis, we really wish you don't have to sleep, but we know you have to take care of your body and yourself. It's important to sleep.
Exactly. I have to have strength for the next weeks, days coming ahead. But I'll definitely, tomorrow morning, I'll probably talk to you guys. And thank you so much for everyone. Thank you, Yuda and Em and John and all my friends here. I don't know, this war is definitely a lot of it. Big part of it is you guys, going through with me every day. So yeah, I'm going now because I need to really take care of myself. But we'll talk again tomorrow. So yeah,
Good
have a
night.
good
Be
one.
well. Going to
Thank
Bezrat Hashem. We
you.
should wake up to good news, and
Yes,
we'll see the
yes. I
hostages
will bring the
return.
updates. Yeah, definitely.
Amen.
Okay.
Thanks
Take
so
care,
much.
everyone.
All right,
Toda
Iris.
raba.
And
Bye.
by Rahman. All right, everyone. We've
Bye.
got Iris from Israel. She's involved with the hostages. We're dealing with the families going to hostage headquarters in Israel, where they're working out who's coming back, what's going on. Super important. And we want to thank everyone. At the top of the hour, we'll be going over to Chuck Farr. I don't know if you know him. He's a Navy SEAL, and he worked in Hollywood after his career. Wrote a lot of books. He's a best-selling author, and he's a friend of the show. His name's Chuck Farr. If you don't know him, check him out. Just housekeeping, please go to MriyaReport.org if you want to learn more about Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine and the disinformation involved with that. Also, that disinfo is exported to the Middle East, and it's not recent. It's been exported for years. It's been adopted as countries have changed and moved on, like Egypt, for example, and they had a peace treaty and they've moved on and they're working on their own things. However, the Russian disinfo has infected groups like Hezbollah, Iran, Hamas, and the disinfo we see is what's causing most of what we hear on social media and in the news and nonsense. You have a lot of bad actors. Some of them are paid influencers. Not good people, because they might be making a few dollars here and there, but they're affecting the lives of millions of people all over the world. We have a full house. It's a madhouse in here. Lots of hands. So we've got another 40 minutes, 35 to be exact, before we have Chuck Farr on, who will give us a Ukraine update. And if you're interested in learning about how indefatigable the Ukrainians are and how they're fighting for their freedom, and frankly, they're Europe's last and first line of defense against terror. Israel can defeat Hamas, and it will. But the difference is only Ukraine can defeat Russia, and we need to get there and help her out. So do keep retweeting the space. Let people know we're here. If you have a question, in the bottom right corner of your screen, you see a purple pill or a caption box. Write a note in there. Ask a question. Recommend the space. The more people we have in here, that's how we fight this info. People ask, how do we stop this? This is how. Speaking truth to power and sharing the truth with others. Thanks so very much for listening. I know you and I have been around the block. Unlikely friends, unlikely brothers, even. Who is next? I think we have
James, Marnie,
Marnie.
Aaron, Vish, Orange, James. Marnie, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I just want to, again, thank you for these spaces. They're invaluable. And one of the most encouraging things I've been hearing the past few days coming out of Gaza is actually some form of support, some form of Gazans maybe waking up to the Stockholm syndrome that they've been under with Hamas. And Yehuda, I heard you on Tommy Robinson's space yesterday. Regarding, he was talking a lot about the effects, the devastating effects that radical Islam is having in the UK with their grooming gangs and whatnot. And I actually very much understood what you were saying when you were kind of pushing back on that. Which might seem a little strange to some people, considering that I'm in Tel Aviv and we are actually living through the effects, a hugely negative effect. But I don't think that it's fair to entirely blame radical Islam, radical Islam, yes, but not Islam. I happen to live in Tel Aviv, and I know plenty of Muslims that I interact with daily. And in fact, there's been reports now that a lot of Arab citizens' identification with Israel has jumped to a 20-year high. And this is thanks to government and civil society and our private sector. So it has borne fruit.
I want to jump in, Marnie, real quick.
Sure.
Yes, so for those, just because the audience doesn't know, there was a space hosted by a British Jewish fellow. He brought Tommy Robinson up. Now, I have issues. It's controversial, and I went up there, and I didn't go up there with a cudgel, but I did call Tommy Robinson out. I wanted to make a point. He did talk about radical Islam, but he also talked about Islam writ large, and I had a problem with that. And he talked about grooming gangs, and I specifically said, look, I'm not here to talk about internal domestic policies in the United Kingdom. I can only speak to my experiences in Canada of a happy, healthy integration. It's not perfect, but when is it really perfect, right? And he talked, whether you like it or not, he painted a picture of an intractable Islam, an Islam that doesn't fit anywhere. And I know that's not true. And he said, if anyone could tell me one thing I've said wrong factually, tell me what and he did. Just before I came up, he said 60 to 70% of the Quran talks about hating Jews and Christians or something to that effect. That's untrue. And I didn't want to mention it because I wanted to get my point across to the people who were there to listen to him. And I said to him one simple point. I said, it's difficult, and I find your comments problematic because, to conflate the actions of people in your country who you say are Muslim, and I'm not going to argue with you, Rotherham gangs and all this stuff, can't really speak to that. But I said, Israel has almost 2 million Arabs. The majority of them are Muslim. And there are no grooming gangs in Israel. Islam is not some intractable foe. It is a comprehensive and integral part of the state of Israel. You can walk down Tel Aviv, and 1 out of every 5 or 4 people you meet is a Muslim. It's not controversial. Has it changed in 20 years? Absolutely. It's gotten better. And I said to him, how do you justify your comments because he mentioned how he'd been to Israel, and how he experienced the relations between Israeli Jews and Israeli Muslims. And I wanted to point it out because it didn't jive with the overall message. And every time I brought it up, I think 3 times, if not at least twice, he immediately went back to talking about grooming gangs. And so he was avoiding my question. I asked him, would he feel comfortable speaking offline? Maybe I can help. He hasn't taken me up on that offer to speak yet, and maybe he doesn't see the message. But the reality is, I didn't get to say one thing because the host wanted me off. It was very much a love-in, and frankly, there are issues with the controversy behind maybe not him, but the people he's around. However, his comments about Islam in general are incredibly problematic. It's incredibly, I would say, incorrect, and it doesn't advance the cause of peace. So it might help him. He says he's a Great Britain first kind of guy. Whatever. I'm not, I'm not there. But when you paint an entire religion, billion people plus, and more importantly, if you support Israel, how can you possibly say that that Islam is just, I think I said to him, do you think that Israeli or Muslims wake up and go, here's a verse from the Quran, I'm so pissed at Jews, I just can't wait to see one and tell them off? No, it's ridiculous. I served in the IDF with Arab Israeli Muslims. No one said this. No one talked. And since 1995, 6, when I did that, it's gotten better. You meet people. The relationships are so beautiful. The cohesion is beautiful. And if Islam was so intractable as a philosophy or a religion, how could that be? I even pointed out the gospel has very many problematic verses in the gospel, whether it's Paul himself who wasn't a big fan of the Jews, or Revelation talking about the synagogue of Satan and the Jews. And you could point out in a lot of I even said if there are Edomites and Amalekites alive today, they'd be pretty pissed at Jews and our scripture, right? So therefore, we can't look at scripture and cast aspersions on entire groups of people. Interpretation is one thing. He's obviously not as well read in the Quran as he thought, but I wanted to try to make a difference with kindness, because coming in perhaps too aggressive wouldn't have solved anything. So I think in full disclosure, I was very clear. I came in here. I hope you don't mind criticism. You're an adult. I'd like to address some of these things, and I'm proud to say that every point that I did bring up about him, he did not address, about his views on Islam. as a religion, as a group, he did not address. He deflected with respect. If he's listening, and I'll say things to people's faces as I would to their back. He's not here, but he's got it wrong, and that attitude serves no one. In fact, I've always said Hamas wants people to think that they're the representatives of Islam. Hamas wants people to think that Islam is intractable. It's a foe. It's an enemy. It's an existential threat to your way of life. It is not. And proof positive is M here. M here is a proud Muslim. He's never tried to convert me. I've never tried to convert him, even though he knows my religion is better than his. No, I'm joking. We don't look at each other and see each other as enemies. We celebrate our differences, and we recognize that the path forward is not just a small window. It's a huge boulevard. Okay, we can walk down that all together. It's so important that we realize it, because the retrograde forces in this world, whether they be Soviet, Russian, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, they want to scare us. Their whole raison d'etre is to create a fear for one another, Marnie. So thank you for bringing it up. I do want to kick it back to you. I apologize for interrupting with my monologue.
That's okay, and you're right. The audience probably needed a little bit of insight into what I was talking about, but I do want to continue what you were saying, that when we're talking about the Palestinians and we're talking about a future with them, and I just want to remind everyone, it's not just Gaza. There are 3 million Palestinians living in the West Bank that we also live beside. So when we're talking about deprogramming, it has nothing to do with the religion. It has to do with specifically the Jew hatred, as well as the terror. And the goal here is to disincentivize the terror. And that's really where the focus needs to be. I mean, if the our tax shekels here go to the Palestinian Authority, who then support terrorist activity, they're rewarded. So if you're a Human Shield, you can get $1,500 cash. You can get $350 a month pension for life. And they spend about 8% of $4.4 billion on martyr payments, as well as $10,000 plus an apartment if you kidnap a hostage from Israel. So go figure why it seemed so lucrative on October 7th to come in. This was also financially lucrative. And this is what we need to do, is distinguish Islam from just this from terrorism. So Yehuda, I know
you recognize there's a difference there, Marnie, right? Like the policies
exactly.
of the pay for slate policies aren't rooted in Islam. It's rooted in PA greed, and
Exactly. So what I'm hoping for is that now in the fresh ruins of Gaza, this awareness of why choosing terrorism is actually a bad choice. And Yehuda, I've been very much inspired also by your friend Amir. I've heard you bring him on a few times. That is so important. And now, I understand that there's a form of a catch-22. People are afraid to speak up because you're speaking up against terrorists, and part of being a terrorist is terrorizing people into silence as well. So what I would want to request from you and from M also, if you guys can open up a space specifically for Arab voices speaking up for Jews, speaking up for Israel. We need to reward those voices, and we need to amplify them. Especially considering some of the opposite voices that we've been hearing on spaces, people who are pro-Israel or anti-violence, moderate Muslims. I do believe there are moderate Muslims out there. They need to speak up. They need to be amplified and encouraged. And if we can expose that it's not just a land dispute, if we could specifically create spaces just to amplify those voices, I think that would be incredibly important. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Back to you, Yehuda.
Well, I wanted to jump in, and I appreciate it. We're going to have these spaces. They're called right now, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have Gaz updates. We're going to have Amir. He's going to come on. We don't have any problem. We had Ayman Khalid, or what was his name?
Ayman Khalid, yes.
And he's going to come on, and we need to highlight and showcase those alternative voices, those sophisticated voices. Listen, there was a time 20 years ago in synagogue, you know, or you might meet a person and their child didn't marry a Jewish person, and it would be whispered in hushed tones. You know, we're all guilty of tribalism. We can't hold Arabs or Muslims to a standard we don't hold ourselves to. There are changes. The world is changing. People are growing. People are moving. Although it's not the same, I grant that. I'm just saying that we all have our own issues internally, and for people like Amir to come out and say the things. There's also an Arab Israeli Muslim Bedouin who's putting his life in great danger, who posts on Twitter. I can't remember his name, Abu something, and he's a farmer, and he just mocks Hamas left, right, and center. He's like, listen, you know, do you know that guy I am? I got to put him up. He is absolutely amazing. He's the guy that said his donkey is smarter than Hamas, and he did a whole thing on it. If you speak Arabic, it's very funny. He's very. Do you know what I'm talking about, him?
I think so. I wasn't there, but I think I listened to the recording.
Yeah, very amazing. Marnie, thanks for the words. And we're gonna go to some other hands. Who is next? Thanks, Marnie.
Aaron, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think that hits the crux of exactly what I wanted to say. I was really interested in something you were talking about, Em, when it came to Islam and the almost reformation that's happening and the choices some imams are making on focusing on different parts of the text in the Quran, which has sort of gone on in the Torah as well. And you still have that radical section. Yeah, and it'll probably always exist, but the mainstream of I think I got your gist, was maybe Jordan and Egypt and some of these countries have taken it to you know, we've got a big Muslim population in Australia and they're integrated really well, and obviously they're focusing on different parts of the text. So I see that as being very integral when Gaza's taken over, is the imams that take over or are teaching really need to have, I don't know how you can put them in there because they might be targeted, but to have some sort of way of teaching text that's approved. Okay, no worries. So, and one thing I'm really impressed by Yehuda is it strikes me that to be Jewish is, and it's very much in the Islam tradition too, is to accept and look after and help the stranger. My friend went to Iran and he was blown away. This was 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, about how people just welcome him into his house and give him food and really looked after him. And the Jews have been betrayed a bit by that recently. They've always looked after a lot of minorities, and whether it be gay rights or you know, Aboriginal rights here in Australia, they've always been champions of the little people to a degree, and that's why they feel a little bit betrayed, because a lot of their allies they feel like have turned on them, and a lot of them have. But I think it's important that the Jews try and keep their heart open to the Palestinians that need to be helped. And I know it's really hard because of the war and the terrorism and the way they've been educated. But I just think I worry that Israel will go harder right, and it won't be good for Israel in itself. You know, there's been a strong left wing that got attacked really in their kibbutzes, and it plays into the Ben Gvir's hands. So I do hope that they can hold that openness, and because it is part of what Jewishness is. When you look at their religion, it really is, and I think you're exemplifying that, Yehuda. So good on you. That's all I'd say. Thanks. I don't want to talk too long.
Thank you, Aaron. Rish fella.
Oh, hi. Yeah. I kind of put my hand down, but I missed the British guy that you're talking about and what he was saying about Islam. But just listening to Yehuda, which is when I joined the conversation, I was just listening to him relaying some of what that chap said. And the thing that jumped out at me was him talking about putting Britain first. And I don't know how many Brits are on the line and already know this, or whether everybody else already knows this, but Britain First is basically our most right-wing fascist group in the UK, and probably the most Islamophobic group in the UK. So if he's a Britain First kind of representative coming into the space, then no amount of reason is actually going to help, I'm afraid. They're very they're the most fascist group in the UK. So I just wanted to kind of make that point, and I wouldn't want people thinking that many people in the UK think like that.
All right, we'll take that as a comment. Thank you, Reg. James, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a couple things. The question and then a couple of comments. The question first, so you can think about it, is just, has Mr. Biden left enough room in what he said in his op-ed from the Washington Post? That's the question. Couple of comments. The freeing of Palestine from Hamas is going to be great for them. I don't think they realize it, and they'll be a hugely conflicted people for a while, I think, about what they should do. But clearly eyes are getting opened. The other thing is that in terms of the goodness of kindness in people and religion, religions vary, and we all have horrible things in our texts, I think, that when I look back. And so I would say that that our scriptures are, only as good as our relationship with, what we think is God, whatever we think of that is. And and the practice of religions have to evolve, especially if they're advocating, and I don't know if any really are advocating any longer for killing other people in whole.
All right, thank you, James. Do you mean President Biden leaving space as in political maneuvering, or what were you referencing?
So the Washington Post included a part at the end that, if you missed it, it was kind of important because it talked about the settler situation, and his sense that the U.S. had to keep an eye on that for violations and would have to act in case the violations were seen. So I saw that as a constraint, sort of a constraint, or at least a warning to Israel about it. And if you haven't read it, it's a good read. And the second part, where he gets into the details, is the interesting part, I think, for everybody here.
I read it. Thank you, James. Let's go to actually, to answer your question. He's not keeping or he's not asking the Israelis to keep their options open, but rather asking them to keep an open heart and consider peace as a resolution for this conflict going forward. I don't know if that's what you're hinting at. Back to you for a follow-up quickly before we go to the rest of the House.
No, I thought he said some things about the watching the Israeli settlers closely to see if there is actually attacks on Palestinians. That part.
That part. Well, yeah, it's political pressure, basically. He doesn't want to see that activity happening in the West Bank, just to diffuse any talking points that can be fielded against the state of Israel by its enemies, more or less. But Bradley, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question regarding a couple of people have mentioned the fact that they believe that the sacred texts of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity all contain sections that advocate violence, and that may be true. I'm struggling to think of something in the New Testament that that would fit that bill, though. Certainly, the Old Testament. There's numerous examples of instances where God instructs the Jewish people to slay their enemies, and et cetera, et cetera. And we've all read the examples of the Quran, and there's arguments about whether or not things are taken out of context or anything. But several people have asserted that in Christian texts there's I've got an echo here. There's examples that advocate violence. So, and I'm curious to hear what those are.
Examples in the Old Testament?
I'm sorry, I had to mute because I was getting echo there. I didn't catch your whole question.
Which examples would you like to? Which examples in the Old Testament, New Testament, examples in the Quran? What kind of examples?
New.
Are you asking?
The examples in the New Testament, because I'm not familiar with those, but I could be wrong.
No, I don't know about that. So, yeah,
Yeah,
would you like
I
to
can
take
help
this one?
you. I can help you with this one. You know,
Sure, go ahead, Carlo.
when they were coming to arrest Jesus, right before that, he said, "Sell your coat and buy a weapon." Right? And Jesus was very violent when he went to the Temple Mount and destroyed just about everything there, right? Supposedly in the defense of his father's house. So he himself, acted in a violent fashion. And if you read the Pauline letters, there are a lot of anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish sentiments or anti-Israeli sentiments, albeit it was within a context and a historical context. And that's really what I wanted to talk about, is that both in Judaism and Christianity today, there are promoters, or if you were blockers for anything that any inclination or proclivity for violence. We find a lot of voices and a lot of thought to actually limit the text, and it was actually deconstructed and reread and rewritten. And we see a lot of Jewish thought that actually kind of put the violence in context, historical context, and that's where the difference between Islam today and not Muslims, and this is where we need to make a distinction between Muslims as people and the text, because the three religions carry a lot of ideas that are actually disputed in science. They attack physics, biology, any the secular thought and the secular societies that we live in today.
Yeah.
So we should distinguish between Islam as a religion and the ideas that it carries, and Muslims in general, that there are just people like all of us. And for a Muslim to be nonviolent, or a Christian to be nonviolent, or Jewish to be nonviolent, or Buddhist to be nonviolent, really, they have to dismiss some of those texts, or they have to read them
Or interpret them
in a
different,
historical
Carlo.
context. Reinterpret them differently, yes.
Right.
So, but in reality, we're talking about 1.8 billion people here, and if you look at Pew Research, and you look at specifically in the context of, say, Britain and Europe today, if you look at research in how many Muslims would basically think that gays should be put in jail, you'd find crazy numbers. Percentages are very high. How many of them are actually pushing and working on bringing in Sharia law is actually extremely high. So I applaud your effort, Yehuda, and applaud the lady who spoke before. We need to amplify voices. There are actually moderating voices. We need to focus on organizations that are promoting peaceful coexistence with different people across different places. Yes, we need to give them this voice, but in reality, there is nothing that Hamas is doing today. There is nothing that ISIS did before. There is nothing that Al-Qaeda did before that Muhammad himself did not do and his followers did not do. We should say the truth,
Okay.
and we have to be truthful
Okay.
in order for us to
I'd like
get
to
to a
jump in.
place that is
Carlo,
better.
I'd like to jump in. I think I heard part of I had a connection issue. Bradley, did you ask, because you were unaware of verses in the gospel that were, disparaging towards Jews, and you said you never heard of them?
No, I was saying that I was unaware of verses in the New Testament that advocated violence.
No. Okay. Well, if it's a simple Google search, I mean, you could, those collecting withered branches and putting them in a pile and burning them was often used as a source for the auto da fes of Inquisition Spain. That's where they burned Jews at the stake for not believing.
Oh, wait. I need to clarify. No one can deny that the Christian Church, the Catholic Church, whatever, as a matter of historical record, engaged in these sort of activities. I'm talking strictly about what do the sacred texts.
Let
me
hold,
cut to the
hold,
chase.
hold on.
Let me
Yeah,
let
hold
me
on. Let me finish because I heard part of what you said. So you can interrupt later, interject later, reply. So there are many. I just gave you an example of a specific verse that was used by the church at the time, the only church, or Western Church, the Roman Catholic Church. There were no Protestants at the time, not yet. I think it was just before Henry VIII and his marital problems. But I don't think you'll find a church father, historian alive today that would argue that there are many verses, the Pauline letters, as the previous speaker mentioned, even parables, and even the story of the Good Samaritan is an anti-Semitic story. A lot of people don't know that. I never say a Good Samaritan; it's anti-Semitic, and I'll tell you why if you want to know. But there are many things in the gospel. Even the name of Judas Iscariot, Ishkariot, the man from Kariot, just happens to be named Jew. There's a lot in the gospel that I would find problematic, but I would never say, on account of what's in the Christian scripture, the gospel, that therefore Christians are an intractable force, and they, you can't reason with them, and you just got to ignore it. Just the reason why I say this, I'm not picking on Christianity. I'm just saying that there's development in faith and ideology and interpretation, and the same people that often say that about Islam aren't looking in their own backyard. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just saying that if you're going to use Islamic scripture as a cudgel against Muslims, it's you can't really be. You could probably be an atheist, but you couldn't be Christian and do that, right? And it's not a bad thing. And I mentioned that even for Jews, if Amalekites and Edomites were alive today, or were a people, they'd be pretty pissed off at the Torah, at the Hebrew Bible, for occurrences and things that occurred during then. So I guess what I'm saying is many religions have problematic scripture that needs to be explained or viewed in a different light in order to pass the snuff test. Does that make sense, Bradley?
Yeah, I didn't hear actually specific references. Like when I'm saying that,
I said synagogue of Satan, synagogue of Satan, Revelations. No. That's a specific. Hold on. You said please.
No, this is what I mean by specific. Deuteronomy 19 verse 21.
So you want me to give you the quote in Revelation?
Just throw it up in the nest.
No, it's not a religious conversation. For those who are listening, if you don't believe me, Google synagogue of Satan. You'll get the reference in Revelation. If you want to talk about withered branches collected and burned, Google that. You can Google it. I'm not doing it for you. If you want to talk about the Good Samaritan, it's an anti-Semitic trope about Jews not helping people in need because they would defile themselves for temple service, which is not true, because only a Kohen would do that. And if you met someone who was dying, even if you were a Kohen, you'd be forced to help them. And the story that's related in the gospel was that Jews wouldn't help a dying person because for other reasons which aren't true. So there are many. That's just three at the top of my head. There are probably hundreds, but I'm not going to be told if I don't give you a chapter and verse. I don't remember the chapter and verse. If you want to check out Rabbi Tovia Singer, he has all that to memory. But Bradley, look, we're fast approaching 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the center of the world. That's New York. It's Washington. And most importantly, it's Toronto. So we do have Chuck Farr coming up shortly. Chuck Farr is a Navy SEAL, or was a Navy SEAL, a legend in his own right, and a super nice guy. He's coming up to do his update on Ukraine. Once again, I want to thank you all for listening to Maria Report. We've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for almost 700 days since Russia conducted their genocidal invasion of Ukraine, and they use disinformation to help support their actions around the world. Can I get a CH for a second? And we here at MriyaReport, when we saw the anti-Semitism that the Russians were pushing out, we called it over a year ago. Russia will, when required, when they start losing even more in Ukraine, they will start exporting their terror to the Middle East for the purpose of distracting, for the purposes of making people doubt the West's commitment to freedom and democracy. And I think we're all fellow travelers here, confrères, that's French, with brothers perhaps, and sisters, we're inclusive. We're all here together to share this information, to fight disinfo, come from different backgrounds, we'll disagree. Bradley and I disagree on the gospel, and that's fine, but you know what I don't think we disagree on is the freedom to believe in what you want. We don't disagree with the purpose that we are here for, which is the pursuit of, justice, freedom, democracy. We might have bad governments. We might not even like our prime minister or president. We know we can get a new one in a few years. And that's something that's unique in this world. There are people and groups all over this world that do not enjoy that privilege, that right, that luxury. They have oppressive dictators that control them. Looking at you, Mr. Putin, looking at Hamas, looking at the not so supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei. Not a good guy. These people are terrorists. They support terror. They push terror. And they hope that we're too tired and not smart enough to figure it out. And that's why we need to keep speaking truth to power and push what's right. It doesn't take a scholar, even a 5-year-old knows what's right. In fact, Chuck, I'd even say a monkey who watches another monkey get a strawberry versus a cucumber in a psychological experiment knows what's right, because it's just not right to get a cucumber versus a strawberry, apparently. So on that note, please do visit MriyaReport.org. Help us out. Help us help other people. We are trying to help. We are volunteers from around the world. We have people who are supported by very generous donors who support individual causes and help us maintain the space through equipment. But other than that, all your donations, all the $1, $20, $100, all those donations that are sent in go 100% to helping Ukrainians survive. We even had the head of the World Maccabee Union. It's a Jewish and Israeli, actually it's an international youth movement, sports movement. And they were here and they raised funds for resettling and caring for refugees, hundreds of thousands of internally displaced Israelis. In fact, some of them from Kibbutz Be'eri and Oz and all sorts of places affected by Hamas terror. We like to do good things here, and we do it with your help and support. And we can only do it with your help and support. So please do retweet the space, bookmark it. I'm not a Twitter guy. Bookmark it. Tell a friend, wheel grandma out from the home, let her see your phone, talk about it. We're going to go to M. Go ahead.
Quick public service announcement. Welcome, Chuck. If you are on Android, if you are an Android user and you would like to speak, please DM the hosts and we will send you a speaker. A speaker invite. This is a workaround because apparently there was an update that was pushed, and if you request to speak, the phone might crash, or the space might crash, or the Twitter app might crash. So if you're on Android and you'd like to speak, just DM the hosts and they will send you a speaker invite. And with that said, I would like to thank everyone for being with us the last 4 hours, 3 hours. Yehuda, always a pleasure. And I'll be handing over to Christopher because I need to get some sleep. So good night, everyone. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, everyone, for your questions and your comments. It was a pleasure, and I'll see you again soon.
Thank you, M. Bonsoir. That's also French. He retreats to the comfort and sanctity of the great chamber of the Pyramid of Giza. That's M from MriyaReport. I'm just kidding. He's not a vampire or anything. Chuck, welcome up. We hand over our interested crowd to you and to other speakers. We've had an interesting conversation. We've talked about disinformation. We've talked about hostages return. We've had Iris, who's a reporter, a media relations manager in Israel, who works closely with the families of those poor hostages stuck in those dirty terror tunnels in Gaza. And we've been doing our best to share that. Chuck, Christopher, Chris James, no relation to Rick James, apparently. Is Will replacing me? Chris?
I am here, and that is what I know.
And if it's
Me
what
too.
you know,
That's all I know too. In fact, that's all I don't know anything. I don't even suspect anything.
well, you know what, Chuck? I don't know much, but I know I love you, and that may just be all there is to know.
Yeah. You're the man. I'll be in that backyard tonight getting some
Do it.
blue basil.
Do it.
Actually, they're running a little thin now here. It's November, you know. I
It's
might have
getting
to get
cold.
in
There's
the
no
house.
basil. It's that was Erin Neville and Linda Ronstadt. She doesn't know much, but she knows she loves him. And that may be all there is to know. We're going to bring up John Spencer. I'll drop down. My jokes suck. I get it. We do love all of you for your commitment and patronage to MriyaReport. And if you can, we've got a new fundraiser coming up to help orphans escape Russia. Don't ask me how it's done because it's kind of a secret. We have a donor, an anonymous donor, who's matching donations. Her mother was an educator her whole life. She is a great part of the MriyaReport community, and she was a teacher for many years. She was committed to child welfare, and the gifts, the matching donations are given in the memory of this donor's mother. And they weren't all orphans, but some of these children that we are helping were stolen from their parents. So please do help us get these people back, and we can do it with your help and your support. Thank you so very much. And I pass it off to our great friends. Welcome to John Spencer. Check him out. He's a world expert on urban warfare, chair of urban warfare studies at the War Institute, and a great human being. Thanks, John. Welcome. I'll drop down. Will replace me. He'll try, actually. We'll see how well he does. Will?
Nobody can replace you, brother.
I just came out to say hello to Chuck. I didn't really want to say hello to Yehuda, but my friend Chuck.
Brother, welcome aboard. I hope you can stay a while because you are always welcome.
I'm not interrupting bullet points. I'm out trying
Brother,
to buy decorations for the house, and it'd be noisy and everything.
Well, you are you can feed bullet points anytime you want, and I know buying those decorations is important too. But you are welcome here as long as I got a battery.
Thanks, brother. And we gotta share I gotta share the. I don't know if you were on when I told the story out of my last Ukraine trip about the pilot and everything, but
No, please do. Please share that with us again. I didn't hear it, so if you have
well,
a
Nuno,
moment, please do.
well, I don't want to bore people, but I was Nuno and Axel were here when I was on from Kyiv because I was just so taken aback by the story. I met with General Bogdanov, trying to learn more about the Battle of Mariupol in the helicopter flights, right? So the night we get in, we met with a soldier, an infantryman, right? So with some infantry background, but he'd actually gotten a message through Telegram that they were looking for volunteers to fly into Mariupol. So I met one of the guys who said, "Send me," and flew into Mariupol on one of these helicopter flights, and he got there and lost his leg. Like literally has pictures on his phone of his leg. Like, hey, there's my leg over there. A couple hours before the order from the president was given to surrender. So that was pretty surreal. But I think the part that you'll appreciate as a former special operations officer was the helicopters. So I had a very long conversation with the helicopter pilot. So if any listener doesn't know, Battle of Mariupol, February 24th to I think it was May 12th. Anyways, at the end, there looked like no hope, and the Ukrainian intelligence services arranged for helicopter resupplies into completely besieged 20,000 Russian soldiers surrounding this small force with the Sea of Azov to their back in the steel factory. And they did some just a historic, crazy resupply mission with helicopters. So I met with one of the helicopter pilots who wasn't like a 160th SOAR special operations pilot. He was a guy who had been in the military in the 90s and then was a civilian pilot and then joined at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So no special operations under night vision goggles, years of combat experience kind of pilot stuff. I'm going to write this all up. I already started on my plane flight back, but so he had no training. Then he gets told that basically him and one other guy to go to a city in, around this time, right? Around April, to go to a city, he lands at the city and what's the mission? Well, you're going to Mariupol. And then they get loaded with medical equipment, ammo, and and that's about it. And the helicopter was basically they didn't know when it would go. They loaded the helicopter the next day. They said, "Hey, okay, now we're going now, but we need to add like 120 kilos of weight." So this is an Mi-8, and they strip off the guns. So in order to make weight, because
Oh
of
God.
yeah, in order to make weight, they stripped the guns off because they knew that if you're firing back, then it's too late anyways.
Uh,
So they
I'd like
loaded
to
up.
be there, John. That part of the brief. Okay, unload the guns. What?
Yeah.
Oh God.
So then they fly, of course, under night vision to a certain point, which he didn't like. Fly in nap of the earth, goes off goggles once they see the sea, and then they're literally flying to where their skids are touching the water. And flying towards the Azov, and they knew that there were high wires, so they had to basically, and they couldn't see the city because it was covered in fog coming out of the sea. I know this all makes sense to you, Navy
Oh yeah,
people.
absolutely.
The
Yeah.
Marine was basically had fogged it in, right? So they knew they had to clear these high wires, so they had to come up right on enemy territory, and then come right down onto the slam down, offload, reload critically injured, and then fly out. I mean, I have all the data and all the all the number of flights. They did 7 missions. In the 6th and 7th missions, when they started losing aircraft, they lost 3 aircrafts. But it's just in every bit of it is like, no way. And you're like, yeah. He's like, yeah, way. And like, no way. The whole thing is crazy.
Wow. It's like Distinguished Flying Cross on every mission, which, by the
Yeah.
way, folks, is like the Navy Cross. The next one, your mom gets it, right? The Congressional Medal of Honor, normally your mother gets that one. So that is incredible, John. I can't
Yeah.
wait to read that article. That
Yeah,
is amazing.
I mean, it's so thanks. And I knew you would appreciate it, right? So some people will appreciate like, oh yeah, it's crazy. Like, no, you
No,
appreciate.
yeah,
And
that's
no pilot flew it twice. So
oh God.
they picked new people every time to fly every 7 missions. There's one flight engineer who had basically volunteered, and he was one of the ones that got shot down. Well, he was in the bird that got shot down, right? He was, but I thought that was a crazy too. Like, not only is not an untrained pilot, so definitely a skilled pilot, but they never let the same guy do it twice.
That's just amazing. I did see a couple of videos with absolutely no exaggeration. These guys were coming in at 5 feet. If you were standing there when they flew over, you would have caught a tire right in the face. It was, and you know what? And we're not talking the world's greatest aircraft. Mi-8 fully loaded, that isn't like, that's no Stealth Hawk. Wow. I mean, it's just guts. And you know what? If my heart stopped when you said, they had to pop up over the power lines, coming in darkness in the fog, basically with a map on your lap and trying to remember where those power lines are in order to pop up. Wow, you are rolling the dice on that one, John.
Yeah, and then he talked to me. I'll put it. So he gave me all this detail. Like, okay, what's attributable and what's not? He's like, everything. I'm like, are you sure, man? Like everything from coordinating artillery to when they would cross the line as a diversion. Like it wasn't like they couldn't do CAS or anything like that, but they could fire artillery. And at one point, towards the end of the flight, they flew a diversion Mi-24 just to try to get the ground to air fire off of the mission, basically. And he was very specific too, that he was told like, hey, I know how you guys usually do this, but this isn't one mission with 2 helicopters. This is 2 helicopters with 2 missions. So if the other one goes down, it has nothing to do with you.
And he's making it attributable because what defense do the Russians have against such audacity, right? Coming in like at 5 feet with the wheels hitting the water, and I've been that low. You don't get any mistakes. And John was talking about the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, arguably the best helicopter pilots in the world, and everything they do on every mission is just about as nail biting as a Blue Angels exhibition. I mean, it is incredible, John. And to talk about a guy who He probably wasn't current in the aircraft, you know. He's just like, all right, full scale invasion, I'm in. You know, give me
Exactly,
that
right? So like,
checklist.
yeah, it's just
Wow.
like it's almost it reminds me of the Band of Brothers. You know, people like this, and I like it too. Like the Band of Brothers, when the guy's like, I need to go talk to the other side. He runs through the Russians, you know, through them to get through the Germans. I don't know if you remember that scene in Band of Brothers, but he just runs right through them, and that's the amount of audacity and craziness that this mission sounds like to me. Just the risk and the all-inness of it. And you know, I still haven't gotten to the Azov commander. As the more and more I learn, is how much he was coordinating everything. Like this lieutenant colonel who rose to the occasion, like to include like even the pilots. Like, yeah, we checked in with Redis, who's the commander on the ground. Like, yeah, it's good. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's good. Okay.
Right, I
I've
know.
heard
Like
that
that's
line too, John. Yeah, it's
yeah,
good. Oh, okay.
yeah. Bring it. Bring that resupply. It's good. No, don't worry about it.
I'm serious. Just a little steel in the air, but you know, I think you can make it.
Well, thanks for letting me tell that, Chuck.
John,
I'll
that's great.
I'll
That's
flag
great.
the story when I
Please,
publish it.
please do, and I'll get that up too as widely as possible. But
Let me get out of the way of bullet points. I'm excited for the update.
Jeez Louise.
thanks, pal.
You two get
Wow,
you
who could
Oh,
follow
he's
that?
still
you
here.
two get a room. I mean, I'll pay for it. Jesus Murphy.
Well, listen, it's a tough act to follow. You know, a guy flying resupply into the Azov during the siege of Mariupol. I actually saw some video of at least 3 or 4 of those flights that were conducted in broad daylight, which just astounds me. I mean, that's
what were
the
they, like 2 meters from the ground or something?
2 meters from the ground, and you know, flying in broad daylight. They just weren't expecting you to do anything like that. You know, you could get away with it because it's so crazy.
I'm surprised
Good
you
Lord.
didn't notice the handlebar mustache on that fella.
You know, I kind of am partial to a handlebar mustache myself.
I don't know why, but no, I was very impressed with his mustache.
He definitely rocked it. Absolutely. Well, we do have some diverting and interesting news from the battlefront today. And Christopher, glad to be up with you. Robin, I see you there as well. I'm well served by my wingmen for tonight's bullet points. How are you guys?
Very well, thank you, sir. I have loaded the slides in the nest. You've got Bakhmut, Kupiansk, and Avdiivka. Let me know if I've missed anything. Also, two
Many thanks.
graphics.
Maybe we'll go north to south. I think Kupiansk. We could start out there, Christopher, if you'd like that. Robin, if that's cool with you.
Works for me.
You're driving, Chuck. We're
I'm
just
going to take that
running the
as
back
a
end of the
yes.
engine.
Okay, today was had an absolute, nobody really cares about this, had an absolutely insane, crazy day today after a long travel day yesterday and dealing with all of the brush fires that come with being incommunicado for 24 hours. You don't believe the alligators that are waiting for you when you touch down. So we've only got 3 maps up in the nest today, but we've got running commentary. We'll get to Kherson later in the show. Kupiansk today. Russians again with their 2 principal points of attack. If you don't have a map, no worries. About let's see, about 8 or 9 kilometers northeast of Kupiansk is Sinkivka, which is a place the Russians attack on pretty much a daily basis. Over the last 24 hours, Ukraine repelled 5 Russian attacks against Sinkivka. Again, we are dealing with a Russian force that attacks the same objective along the same axes, very likely at the same time of day, every day. They continue to do this, and they are probably always astounded at the fact that it doesn't work. Another locale slightly to the east and south, Petropavlivka, exactly the same thing. Russian forces attacking, conducting a round trip operation, stopped short of the objective and turned back. And again, these are platoon and company sized attacks. What happens? I say this again and again. Force assigned to the objective is insufficient. Ukrainians will let the Russians come on. As they approach the objective, they're taken under fire. Russians do not coordinate attacks in support. They basically watch the unit approach the objective, get shot to pieces. They are not resupplied. They are not reinforced. Eventually, the Russians try to break contact, and the Ukrainians finish up whoever is left as they retreat back to their jumping off point. So that is Sinkivka and Petropavlivka. There was another Russian objective down at Ivanivka, which is to the east. There were skirmishes there, but I wasn't able to fix the battle icon into position, so simply notated it. Kupiansk here, the Russians have at least 5-1 superiority along the entire line of contact. And again, we're seeing the daily diminishment of Russian units' combat effectiveness here in Kupiansk and pretty much everywhere we're going on the battlefield today. I'm not sure if I lost everybody. Put up a hand, anybody, if you can hear
We're
me.
here. We're here.
No, you're good,
I
man.
have nothing to add. It's very interesting. Keep on going. Chuck, are you still there?
Hey, Chuck, if you can't hear Robin, there has been a problem with this before. Chris might say something, but she said just to continue.
We lost you there, Chuck, for a second.
Okay, let's give it a second. We may have to drop him down and have him come back up again. Let's give it a second. By the way, while we're waiting, oh, there. Okay, so Chuck's gonna have to come back up. I just want to mention to you guys, we're having some real Android problems today. If you're on an Android and you're trying to come up and it's not working, or you keep on crashing, what you should do is send us a DM to either me or Christopher, and we'll send you an invite, and you should be able to come up that way. So just FYI. Chuck, are you back? I hope.
I am. I just had a wonderful time talking to myself, but I do that all day, and sometimes people notice and ask me if my hat's too tight. I don't know how far I got into the Kupiansk thing, Robin. Do you remember?
You had asked if anybody had something to add, and then that was the last we heard from you. So I think you probably got to the end of it.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, that was thus Kupiansk. So we may move on. Or
Chuck, I got a question.
Yes, absolutely.
So as the colder weather sets in, right, in earnest, actually coming up, in this area, how much is that going to affect movement of the line? One way or the other, more so than the amount of bodies being thrown at it.
Yeah, I think we're just entering that mud time. A couple of videos making the rounds today showed a Humvee like up to its door handles in earth soup. I think those conditions are probably going to hold at least until the end of the month before it starts to freeze up. I wouldn't be surprised to see diminishment Well, no, let me take this back. You would think the Russians would sort of retard their assaults until this, mud season ends. But given that they are politically ordered, I mean, the Kremlin orders these sort of, militarily senseless attacks. Uh, you know, pressing forward these attacks, uh, which in this area in Kupiansk, they are all cross country. They don't use the roads, or they shouldn't, because the roads are completely smothered by Ukrainian artillery and drones. Movement along the roads is highly conspicuous. And if the Russians continue these attacks across country, you can imagine how much slower they're going to be. And approach time to your objective is where the enemy will, meaning your adversary, the Ukrainians, will plaster them. So I don't expect the ground to freeze up here until like first week of December. So what this will probably mean is higher Russian casualties and more effective Ukrainian defensive work, both in terms of defensive fires, artillery, and also, of course, direct fire from Ukrainian forces. And that includes anti-tank guided missiles and first-person drones.
Is this part of the Russian offensive, the army isn't that part of the 25th Combined Arms Army, which was sort of like put everybody into a bingo tumbler and then pull out some chips to make up the crew?
Yeah, they are definitely doing that. It's, some of these attacks, we talked about this before. They're so ill conceived, and an officer ordering such an attack, I mean, it is military malpractice. And I've got the feeling that the only people they could convince to carry out these attacks are mobniks who don't know any better. They don't have any idea that these sorts of attacks are suicidal. It's literally like you sitting in your living room with a shotgun in your hand, and there's a burglar who tries to get into your house through your front door every morning at 6:30. And you just set your alarm for 5 and have a cup of coffee, and you wait for that idiot to ring the doorbell. And that a lot of people say, look, Russia's never going to run out of men. That's probably true. They can keep conscripting everybody, but they're running out of soldiers. And they're going to run out of army, because you cannot lead your forces to defeat after defeat, and you can't let your soldiers understand that you don't care how many men are killed a day. You don't care. And they're ordering these attacks, and again, against Sinkivka, literally every morning, and 5 follow-up attacks. So every 2 hours, they're pressing this target with a fully wide awake, alert Ukrainian force defending. It just, Christopher, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I noted also too from a quick scan of some of the mill bloggers that people are being brought up from the Baltic Sea Fleet to fill in. Do you have any info on that?
Yeah, they are. Well, they are moving forces around. They are. We'll get to Kherson here, but they're also moving forces into Kherson. So they are mixing up. You know, everywhere now that they're trying to reinforce these attacks, they have to take people out of what they consider to be quieter sectors on the front. And they're grabbing these units and mixing them up. And these sort of piecemeal attacks, the tactical element at the start of this war, and before the first 21st century war was fought, the Russian doctrine was brigade task groups, right? So this was multi-company elements making a battalion and several battalions making a brigade. And these forces would operate on a much larger scale. They were conceived to operate on a much larger scale. For example, one multi-company battalion pushing on an objective, joined in their assault by another battalion on another axis. So now, if you were defending this target, you had two enemies to fight. And Russian doctrine was whatever of those two battalions made an advance, you would reinforce that axis. That sounds terrific. And it works on paper. Right now, they're feeding, instead of battalions, they're feeding half of a company in at a time. And that's never sufficient. I get the impression now that local Russian commanders don't dare conceive of any larger operations than that. They tried it twice at Vuhledar to their peril, right? One of the biggest defeats of Russian arms, two of them since World War II, Vuhledar I and Vuhledar II. And transferring more troops piecemeal up here, whether they be Marines, which are usually higher quality troops. Nothing works in the military unless you plan it and then rehearse it. And if you don't rehearse it, it is never going to go well. And the Russians don't have the luxury of doing that. They have an attack schedule quota, if you will, and they have local commanders, and they have to keep to it. And that isn't the way you take an objective. So the other thing that there are no fresh units coming from Russia, intact brigade task groups who have undergone 6 months of training, worked up, as we say in the military, prepared for their deployment, because you've run them through large scale exercises. They've taken operational readiness examinations, meaning you've taken this big outfit, you've put it through a complex battle problem, and those commanders and those troops have proved to you that they're ready to go on deployment. Nothing like that happens in Russia. They get 100 guys, they put them on a bus, they throw a dart at Ukraine, and they deliver those guys to that location. They're undertrained, they're under-equipped, they are militarily naive, and they get ordered to attack places like Simkivka, and they're getting massacred.
Thank you for that. We have a bunch of people that came up. I don't see any hands from the folks in the audience. There's one. Bruce, you have a question. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Chuck. I
Hey,
have a
Bruce.
general question that I wanted to throw out there. There's a story in the Washington Post about Lloyd Austin being in Ukraine and talking about, $100 million out of our drawdown, which is kind of chump change. But, one of the things that's buried in that story, and I think they mentioned it to ABC News as well, is Ukraine saying that they're getting like 30% less artillery shells than they were a couple months ago. And, until we re-up our assistance to Ukraine, where I feel like we're just running out of stuff to send these guys or running out of money to send it to them. Are you seeing that on the battlefield? Are you seeing that our inability to actually give these guys what they need is affecting Ukraine's ability to either conduct offensive operations or just maintain their defensive posture, like here in Avdiivka? Like, I keep noticing that not much is happening in, like, say, Robotyne. And I wonder if that's because they're worried that they don't have the shells and they're not sure if they're going to get the shells. So that's sort of more general, but I wonder if you could speak to that.
Now, Bruce, you're right on, and it's sort of even worse than that. I think what they're experiencing now, and I heard that 30% less shells number as well. That is that's the hangover from the initial gasp that Washington took following the October 7th murder rampage of Hamas. So the U.S. was wrong-footed by that attack. You know, lots of people have blamed Israeli intelligence for a failure. Perhaps it was, but it was also an absolute and utter failure of Western intelligence. So it can't be. You can't just hang that on Israeli intelligence. But no one knew how general the war was going to become. So there was a hiccup as the United States tried to figure out what had to be earmarked to go to the Middle East, what might have been prioritized over the needs of the Ukrainians. And although I think a more equitable arrangement has been achieved now, you know, logistics are, it's not like an extension cord. You turn it off and turn it back on. It's more like a garden hose. And if you pinch it off, there's an empty space. And I think that's what the Ukrainians are dealing with now. And the problem with curtailing Ukraine's number of artillery shells is they are already functioning at an artillery disadvantage to the Russians. The Russians fire tens of thousands of shells a day. On a great day, Ukraine might fire 5,000. And to a certain extent, that is sort of accounted for in that Ukrainian artillery and counter battery fire generally is a lot more accurate and on target and addresses time critical targets better than the Russians. But there is a quality and quantity, as Stalin said. And in terms of volume of fire, Ukraine has always had a disadvantage. Volume of fire is this war college way of saying that our enemies are putting hundreds of shells into the air, and we're putting 10 or 12 back at them.
Hey, and as I understand it, is it not also true that Ukraine, like in Avdiivka, I know we're not talking about Avdiivka yet, but I think it's more general. You know, Ukraine is able to minimize their casualties because they're using their artillery to take out the Russians before they get close enough. And if they're starting to lose artillery shells, I guess it's just another way to say that this is a problem.
Yeah, and it is, but so there's an example of Ukraine doing the absolute best it can with resources it knows are limited. So traditionally, in any ground maneuver operation, the first thing any adversary, any combatant is going to do, they are going to fire preparatory barrages at the objective, and the Russians do this as well. They plaster the objective with high volumes of artillery fire to get Ukrainian heads down, and then they come forward with armored vehicles and tanks. And Ukraine can only fire limited numbers of shells back, so they don't try to match the volume of fire. Ukraine and they've really got the advantage here because earlier this summer they did everything they could to target as many Russian counter battery radars as possible. So Ukraine will receive this massive preparatory barrage. It stops. The Russians come on. Ukraine will then smash the known positions of Russian artillery, counter battery fire, clobber them before they can move out of position. And the next calls for fire go up against the leading elements of the Russian units that are converging on the objective. And I shouldn't say converging because, again, this military malpractice, the Russians almost never converge. They'll put these linear attacks down and they get clobbered. But you're absolutely right. Ukraine is fighting at so many disadvantages, and it is all on us. It's all on us. We're just not giving them enough. But they're becoming damn good at saving their fire and not shooting till they see the whites of the Russians' eyes. But this thing is damn close, and it just doesn't have to be that way.
I'll leave you with this thought. I just hope that if and when that our aid goes through Congress, I guess we're talking like mid-December, I hope that there's the equivalent of a surge of shells and whatever. Like I just hope that the Defense Department has a bunch of stuff to flood Ukraine with what they need, so that maybe they can get some kind of critical mass of firepower somewhere on the line. And I'll drop down.
No, great points, Bruce. And from your lips to God's ears is all I can say.
Thank you, Bruce. Robin, did you want to come in here for?
No, I'm just enjoying listening. Thanks. If I think of something intelligent to ask, I will, Chuck.
I hope I can think up something intelligent to say as well.
So, Chuck, we've got a couple of hands here, and the order we've got so far is G-Man, Daryl, Michael, and John G. Go ahead, G-Man.
Thanks, Christopher, and good morning, Chuck.
How are you, G-Man? Good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, I'm good. Listen, sort of a follow-up to the previous question, or Bruce's question about the shell game, or the lack of it, right? So, like, I understood that US gave Ukraine the DPICM shells, the cluster shells, because of the shortage of the high explosive. Now, I'm not sure. I imagine that what Israel's firing is the high explosive 155 shells. I don't believe they're going to be firing cluster in the civilian area. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. What other munitions could America send that that would work just as well? I'm thinking I believe there's HIMARS shell. There's a cluster version of HIMARS ammunition, and obviously there's the ATACMS that were sent, but we don't know how many that were a cluster version. Can you think of anything else that different versions of that could be sent to Ukraine?
Well, there's also different fusing arrangements. So you can take your basic HE 155 shell. In the Navy, we call this variable time, but that simply means that you're setting the shell to burst over the target instead of hitting the target on the ground and sort of blowing up. The interesting thing about the dual-purpose improved conventional munitions, the cluster bombs, Ukraine has taken to cutting up those 155 cluster bomb rounds to remove the individual bomblets, and they found it more effective to deliver those bomblets one at a time with first-person drones than the traditional use of those cluster bomb munitions, again with a variable time fuse. You fire it and it bursts over the head of the enemy, and 97 of these things come out and crackle all over where the enemy is. Ukraine is still using 155 cluster munitions, but they're still cutting them up. And the reason for that is when you burst a 155 round over the target, there is a burst pattern, but you can't account for where every one of those cluster bombs are going to go. They are designed in the burst pattern so they cover a certain area, and there's a statistical calculation that determines that everything in this area will be killed or wounded. The cluster bomb units themselves, this, if they hit you from the top, there's a shaped charge that explodes down, and it also bursts out. That's why it's dual purpose. So it is armor piercing, and it is also blast and frag. So it'll produce fragmentation. But Ukraine totally pushing the tactical and technological envelope. I mean, they made the determination that these bomblets are more effective on a first-person drone. And the Russians are discovering that Ukraine's made the right call. Although we still see, and we'll get to Avdiivka, there was footage just today of a cluster munition strike on a Russian line of attack. So, short answer is it depends.
Thank you, Gene. Daryl, nice to see you, sir.
Hey, good evening, all. Yeah, it's been a minute, but I'm here for a short bit anyway.
Daryl, it's good to hear you, brother. I'm glad to hear you. How are you?
What's up, Chuck? Hey, I got a question concerning these troop movements. We know that there has been a lot of behind the line type hits along the different axes in the battle space. And looking at, you're talking about these company size movements. Are they being limited by how they can move the men logistically? Are they down to using buses or something to that effect? They are no longer able to get enough track vehicles, to where they need the men, or is it the fact that they only have a certain size vehicle that they can move these guys in now? What do you think is the biggest reason for the sizes of these troop movements and resupplies on the Russian side? Because it sounds like that may be why, being that they can only get so many per day, from the resupply point to the battle space, or and the fact that they want to hit something every day means that the next group doesn't get to catch up and them form a significant force to charge with. Is that something that may be going on here, or what?
Spot on, Daryl. As usual, like a real logistician, I think you hit it on the head. Ukraine has also increased the numbers of trucks and straight up logistical vehicles that they're targeting. That has an effect. We also know that Russian battlefield commanders were squeezing the hell out of the logistical units to find every trigger puller they possibly could. That has a net negative effect on their logistical capabilities. I think another problem is that the Russians they kind of got to sneak up on these targets. I talk about how effective it would be if the Russians were using brigade task groups against these objectives instead of platoons and companies. But we talked about this too. Russia cannot concentrate force anywhere on the battlefield without the Ukrainians hitting it. We'll go down to Kherson here later, but there was an award ceremony for Russian artillery and missile forces, and Ukraine dropped a HIMARS on it and wounded 200 people and killed 20. So that shows, and this feeds right into Ukraine having to parse out every precision strike munition. They've got to prioritize all those targets. And I think the other thing that's hurting the Russians, Daryl, is that the Russians can't do that thing that you and I always were able to do, which was consolidate our forces before we struck. So the Russians have got to almost sort of sneak up on their targets and sneak up to the line of departure. And it's showing, isn't it?
Yeah, from what I can tell, yeah. I mean, if you can't get your forces together, you can't even do a plan. There's no practice. There's no giving everybody the same view of the objective, because many of the commanders probably are not there You don't have the same commanders that went with the last force. They can say, okay, they were here, they were there, and this machine gun nest was over here, or something like that. They never get to that point, and who's to say they even get the information back to the headquarters when they do have an assault and the guys that can get back? What can they tell them? What kind of information can the guy that barely got out of there with his his skivvies, what can he say? Because he didn't see, because he never got to the point where he could see where the Ukrainians were.
And we see that. We talk about them. There is no rehearsal. The troops they're sending are less and less trained. They're less and less soldiers. And even when they get to the objective, right? What do we do now? And it's showing. Yeah. So I mean, we're seeing this irrevocable, unceasing deterioration in the combat effectiveness of every single Russian unit. And Daryl, there almost isn't a single Russian unit in Ukraine that is at anything like, regulation strength. They're just not. I mean, if you're at half strength, you're leading the pack. We've seen there was 70 Russian soldiers from a brigade who were making their mutiny video. Only 70 of them left. One company. I mean, that's crazy.
Now, I got one question concerning what they are. Are they detailing anything that, the Ukrainians, are they detailing any of the things that they're finding on these troops that they decimate? Are they able to get there and kind of survey the bodies, maybe for North Korean weapons, North Korean bullets, North Korean or Chinese made night vision, anything to that effect? Has there been any information on that?
I haven't seen it, but I'm sure that will be forthcoming. I have seen reports of North Korean shells that they've found, and of course they found them and could see the markings because they were duds. But I'm sure we're gonna see more of that. I mean, China is definitely supplying Russia, and some of it is dual use. But what's dual use in a war when whatever you've been supplied is something you can use in a war? So I'm sure we're going to see more of that, and Ukraine really does need to do that because, again, they need to inflect the information space, right? Because perception is not reality. Perception is the shimmer through which the actual reality is perceived, right? It is that that inflection on the battle space. So we need to get the bottom of the information. But Daryl, I'm sure that stuff is going to come. But I'll look closely for it because sometimes that information trickles out in some of the minor media sources, and we'll amplify it if we find it.
Copy that. Thanks, Chuck.
Good to hear you, brother.
Same here.
Likewise, Daryl. Good to hear you. Now, Doc Bites and John G, you put your hands down. I don't know if you still want to speak, but Michael, you're next. And then John G and Doc Bites after that. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, great. Thanks, Christopher. Hi there, Robin. Hi there, Chuck. Hope you're having a good evening. Good to hear you.
I am, sir. Good to hear you.
Yeah. So, Chuck, I wanted to ask you about just drones. I'm looking at some of the open source casualty stats over the course of the last couple of days. And I'll just use Andrew Perpetuo. I think he does a fairly solid job. He's noted that there was 41 Russian equipment losses over the course of the last couple of days. And just looking at those, of those 41, 28 of them are noted due to FPV drones. 2 of them are due to drone drop bombs. Only one of them is noted due to a heat round, 2 to mines and 3 to Gimlers. And so those are that have kind of been identified. Is this, I know that we're seeing drones come to the forefront, and I'm not trying to say that the Ukrainians don't need shells by any means, but are we seeing, if the Ukrainians had their choice right now between, unlimited 155 millimeter shells to take out this, or unlimited drone capability, which one do you think that they'd pick at this point? Because it just looks like right now that from what they're seeing, I mean, it's overwhelmingly taking out stuff from drones at this point.
Yeah, I'm so glad you came up with that information. So 50% of the vehicle attrition due to first person drones. That's kind of the winning solution. And you said one casualty due to heat round. So that could be anything. It could be a rocket propelled grenade. It could be a javelin, but that would be more of a close in weapon, right? Although the javelin's got a pretty long range. Making a hit with an RPG or an AT4, 400 yards would be a pretty, it'll shoot farther than that. But if you can hit something at 400 yards with an unguided heat round, you're doing pretty good. I think that kill ratio, 50%, with first person drones. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Ukrainians are cutting up those 155 rounds. I think and again, the first 21st century war, 600 days ago, nobody at the Pentagon, nobody in DARPA, nobody in the United States would have thought you get a hobby drone, you put a cluster bomb unit on it, and you fly it into a vehicle. And not only is that going to work, it's going to account for 50% of the casualties you inflict on enemy rolling stock. Nobody saw that coming. I promise you, I keep up on that nonsense, those white papers. And look, I used to write those stupid things, and it's amazing. And I think what we're going to see Ukraine do is whatever is most effective. And man, I am with you. Right now, I think we're talking first person drones. And the Russians don't seem to have any they don't seem to have any defense for it. But also in the background of all of those first person drone kills, you have Ukraine inflecting the electronic warfare environment. So making sure that Russian countermeasures are depressed, making sure that Ukraine's own signals of control and detonation to its drones, that communication is unimpeded. And also, one of the reasons we see so many of these hits is because the Ukrainians are coordinating different kinds of drones, right? The sort of upside down wedding cake, with the most capable, highest endurance drones are on high, scanning the battlefield, designating, finding individual targets. There are medium capability drones in the middle, and these first person drones with a shorter range, but they're being vectored in on these targets. So this is Ukraine changing the calculus of modern ground warfare, and that's amazing to me.
Yeah, thanks, but and then also, based upon the data that I'm seeing, I think it's actually closer to 75% FPV. I think it was 28 out of 41, and of course this is OSINT data. And then if you factor in the drone drop bombs, it's 30 out of 41. So I mean, and this is over the course of a couple of days. So it just looks like, they're still making good kills. Again, I'm just really curious if they did have a lot more ammunition. Would it be more effective than it seems drones, and looked upon like what they're doing with the backfire drone, which they just announced today for mass production, and some of the innovation they're doing there. It looks like they're going all in on drones as far as how to take out the Russian heavy metal.
Yeah, I think that they're going to continue to do that because they are so pragmatic. And I've talked about this before. It would have taken Washington maybe 20 years, and I'm not exaggerating, for a proof of concept, for even the opportunity for some young inventor to say, look, I think this is going to work. Let's try it out on a large scale exercise. I mean, the US Army, I'm not just picking on the Army. Here are the things the US Army has said no to: the machine gun, radio, airplanes, armor piercing bombs. See, trying to move that behemoth and the technological inertia, Ukraine, because it was on the ropes and, let's face it, desperate, it was willing to try anything. And by throwing all those solutions at this battle problem and being able to rapidly prototype and apply these things and take whatever's working and lean on it, uh, it's Russia that's on the back foot. So I think we're going to see that number. And you said, let's say it's somewhere between 50 and 75%. I mean, they're just going to keep doing it. They are going to keep doing it. I mean, when you saw them cutting up those 155 shells, which are extremely capable, right? And they were designed to hit approaching Russian battle columns. But for them, Ukraine, to make the decision, look, we're going to cut this up and we're going to make sure that instead of 60 of these 92 bomblets hitting something, we're going to make sure that 92 out of 92 hit something. And that's amazing to me.
Chuck, before we go to Doc Bites, I'm trying to visualize how you would cut up a shell, the projectile. Can you give a little explanation of that? Because I
Yeah.
just can't visualize it.
Yeah, so you got like a grinder, right? So you take out the shell is unfused. This is highly sketch, and you get a grinder and you cut the casing open. Of course, this casing, it's not filled completely with high explosive, but there's a bursting charge in it. So imagine this hollow bullet. Everyone knows what a bullet looks like. So take an X-ray of that bullet, and you will see all these little half beer can shaped things in there, and they are all grouped around a central explosive charge. So you cut open the casing extremely gingerly, and you reach in there and you take out these bomblets. Now the bomblets are fused. They have a long ribbon, just like a piece of cotton. Sometimes it's nylon. And the way the bomblets function is the shell bursts over the target. The bomblets are thrown out. They're trailing their little ribbons, which are tied on a swivel. So as the bomblet falls through the air and the ribbon streams out behind it, it rotates the swivel. And when it rotates X number of times, it arms the bomblet. And once it's armed, the next thing it bumps into, it's going to hit. So they take these things out one at a time, put them in a pile, and drone operators come up and they attach these things one by one to the drone. So they've also got to arm these things. So there are X number of twists that this thing to arm it. So they rotate this thing to X number of twists. It's attached to the drone, and the drone flies off. And then the next thing this drone smashes into, it's going to detonate the bomblet, which does two things. If it hits head on, it will pulse out this jet of plasma, essentially, which will blow through armor. You hit a tank with one of these things, and it'll blow a little hole about the size of a $50. But it blows a hole in the armor, and then it squirts this molten metal into the tank itself. And you don't want to be in there when that happens. But if it misses, or, so it hits the armor, it squirts that hot metal in there. But if you're standing on the outside of the tank, you're going to get hit by the shrapnel because the whole charge bursts. And again, Ukraine's decided that instead of addressing 60% of the target with an air burst of these cluster munitions, delivering them one by one is more effective.
Yeah, I got it. But it just seems a little, like you said, a little sketch, kind of like when I was kind of like when I was a kid and we were disassembling dud fireworks.
You got it's exactly that sketch. And you know what? I would also tell you this because I did that too. There is nothing more unstable than the black powder that you and I used to pour out of those fireworks. That stuff it's crazy what this kind of stuff kids did. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing.
Thank you, sir. Robin, you stuck your hand up. Let's go to you before Doc Bites, please.
Thanks. Yeah, this is just actually, I wanted to share something that somebody sent me in the back channels, Chuck. You were talking about innovation in Ukraine and how they approach things on the battlefield. And apparently, NABU has dedicated 714 million hryvnias from corruption cases. It was seized from corruption cases. That's all going to the drone army. So that's another example of how they're redirecting things to the things that are working the best. I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
No, I think that's wonderful. And you're doing two things. You're fighting the bacillus of corruption that exists in Ukraine because the Soviets and the Russians implanted it. That was the way they did their business. So not only are you taking money away from the bad guys, you're turning into something that a language that the Russians understand, which is force. So that is wonderful.
Thank you. Doc Bites, go ahead, please.
Sure. Thanks.
Shipmate.
Shipmate, how are you, buddy? Good to hear.
Good, pal. Good to hear you, Doc.
It's good seeing some old faces on here. Daryl and G-Man. We got shipmates and devil dogs. All kinds of happiness going on right now. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, so Chuck, we're coming into this mud season again, and of course, a winter right behind it, chasing up fast. I don't expect anything really different from the Russians, right? Throw meat at a problem to try to hold what they've got, maybe increase their attacks on infrastructure with cruise and ballistic long-range missiles, typical of them. But do we expect to see anything different from Ukraine? I mean, we really haven't changed their armament. The change in weaponry that they do have seems to be more along the lines of more drones and sea drones and longer range reconnaissance drones and nuisance type drones that they can send into Russia. But other than that, there's no more shells that are available. ATACMS have only just been recently introduced and in such limited amounts that hard to see how they would have an impact in this situation. What are you expecting to see different, if anything?
Germany just sent 4 more Iris-T air defense systems to Ukraine. And unfortunately, those are going to, and I don't know this. This is my operational hypothesis, but I'm not going to be too wrong on this. Those units are going to be deployed to defend Ukrainian cities because that's what Russia shoots at. It shoots at high density population areas, sometimes addressing infrastructure targets, but they're delighted to hit an apartment building, hospital. They get extra points for shooting at a hospital. So I'm using air defense, but it's analogous to everything we're talking about. Ukraine has to deploy those systems, very capable systems that could do wonderful things like clamping a dome over bridgehead operations in Kherson. But instead, those units are going to be deployed to Mykolaiv, to Odessa, to Kherson, to not to Kherson rather, but to Kyiv to defend urban population centers. There's so much that Ukraine needs, and Washington is just doling it out in such a manner that the people say, well, why didn't Ukraine gain more ground? The United States Army couldn't have gained ground under the conditions that were making Ukraine fight, right? They don't have air defense parity. They have nothing like air parity. The Russians fly 10 or 20 times the number of close air support missions every day that Ukraine can fly. They pump out tens of thousands of rounds to every 100 rounds of artillery fire that Ukraine has available in resources. And Washington just sits there and watches this. So there is a chance here. We're not going to see any big moves, I don't predict, in the next 3 weeks or so until the ground freezes up. But there's an opportunity right now. The logistical situation is going to be tough for Ukraine. That's okay. That is a given. But the attack situation is going to be much harder for Russia because they are not going to take a pause here in mud season. The Kremlin is going to order every local Russian commander. He's got a quota of attacks that he's got to push forward. And those attacks where speed is so vital, they're now going to be crawling along through the mud. So there is this big opportunity for Ukraine to really do some attritional fighting this fall. And I expect to see some offensive operations here from Ukraine. I was saying this in September. You know what? Totally a guess here, folks. I have nothing to back this up. But I expect to see significant offensive operations from Ukraine from about the time of Christmas till about Valentine's Day. That's going to be prime winter campaigning time. And, this joke we used to say in the SEALs, travel light, freeze at night. Well, the guys who are going to be freezing at night are the Russians because they're going to be under equipped. We hear them complaining about their own logistics. We hear them complaining about the equipment they're issued. We hear them complaining about not being rotated out of frontline positions. We hear them complaining about their wounded or not being evacuated. And on those kind of cold winter nights, right, they're going to be losing 1% of their people every night just to the environmental casualties, Doc. And you've seen them too, right? Just guys, I mean, we've seen it from heat. We've both seen it from heat and cold. It is really hard to fight in those conditions when you're battling the elements too.
Appreciate that. And if you prescribe to the theory that Reagan helped bankrupt the Soviet Union by supplying weapons to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in this slog war that they were having, that precipitated the fall of the Soviet Empire, you think American diplomats, Biden administration could possibly be thinking that same gambit would fucking work these days? Oh, excuse, I don't have to worry about the swear jar anymore. Sorry. But are they thinking the same way? The longer this goes on, the better they have the chance of bankrupting Russia? Because what other reason do they have to not give them what they friggin' need?
Doc, I've thought of that a lot. And Ukraine is going to attract, if the goal is to attract the Russian ground forces, and that has to be one of the goals of this war, because Ukraine is not going to be safe as long as there's someone like Putin in charge and Russia thinks it has an appropriate amount of force that it can bully its near abroad, which is what it calls those geographically challenged and unfortunate nations that happen to be close to Russia. If it's Washington's goal to destroy Russia's ability to project power, then why wait, right? Why not give Ukraine what it needs to destroy the Russian forces before they get up to the zero line? to give them the HIMARS that they need, give them the ATACMS that they need to address these targets before they get up. And I can't answer that, Doc. I mean, but I keep saying this quote from General Hodges. You know, it scared the hell out of me. Here's a 4-star general, and he's telling me, he didn't tell me, he was interviewed by Jason Smart for the Kyiv Post, my colleague on the Kyiv Post. And he said, Washington has to decide who it wants to win this war. And that isn't good, Doc.
Sure. And Chuck, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and the time you give to Ukraine and to the Maria Report and to all of us out here. Love you, brother.
Back at you, bro. Love you too, Doc. And how about that old Blue Ridge baby? I think she just went to war again.
I saw that. I was just it's up. I was so happy about that. I was thinking about, that young corpsman sitting on that boat like I did, watching JSOC and special operators come on board and going, man, I want to get a piece of that. I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm sure it's happening again.
Folks, that's why Doc and I call each other shipmates, because the flagship of the Sixth Fleet, the Blue Ridge, if you're operating in the Med, you're going to be on the Blue Ridge at some time, whether you like it or not. So that's where Doc and I are shipmates.
Aye.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you, Doc. And Chuck, we're down to 45, and we've got 2 maps. So which would you like to go to, please?
You just keep me on task here, and thank you, because I'm capable of carrying out routine tasks with intense supervision. So I think we ought to go to Bakhmut, which, of course, I think everyone knows like the back of their hand at this point. Russian forces again are pressing themselves against Klishvika and against Andriivka. These are the 2 little towns south of Bakhmut along the rail right of way. Again, Russia is compelling local commanders to attack 2 places, but principally Klishvika, which is a place of enormous natural strength for the defenders. If you were a Russian, unfortunately, a Russian Mobnik ordered to attack Klishvika, you will have to try to approach the target. And if you do have a map at your disposal, you can look at the little green lines to the east of Klishvika. Every one of these little green lines that goes east and west, this is the cover, and the only cover that is available to Russian forces as they approach their jump-off position, which is the little tributary of the Bakhmutka River. You can see the bottom there, and you can see the topography. So you are a Russian, you emerge from one of these forest bands, and you look up. You have to go up about 75 feet to reach the rail line. You have been seen on your approach. You crest the hill at the rail line, and you launch your attack towards Klishvika. You have to go about a mile in flat ground approaching Klishvika, and above you is another 100-foot hill. And on that hill are enough Ukrainians to make sure that you're going to have a really bad day. And they are firing straight down into Klishvika. So they are not just firing straight down with crew serve weapons. They can get far enough back with heavy machine guns and auto cannons, and they shoot them up in a parabolic arc. So they come down with a plunging fire into what is euphemistically called a beaten zone. And that means a place where the bullets don't come at you, they drop right down on your head. The entire area, since you popped your head over the rail line, getting to Klishvika, you will be hit by bullets literally in your face, and bullets that drop down on the top of your head, the roofs of your vehicles. These attacks, not surprisingly, they fail. They're launched across the same ground, across the same axes, at the same time of day. And just in the last 24 hours, Ukraine broke up 20 separate attacks on Klishvika and Avdiivka. So you've got about 8 hours of daylight, 9, say, pushing it into nautical twilight. In both of these areas, about every 2 hours, the Russians feed more people into the furnace. Their forces are not sufficient to take either one of these objectives. Again, so we're dealing with this military malpractice. To imagine that you are a Russian commander south of Bakhmut. You have got these two objectives. You've got X number of people today. So you split them in half and you attack two targets that are, let me get my scale in view here. Two targets that are about 3 miles away from each other. They're not mutually supportive, right? So you've split your force in half and you are sending it against two objectives that these forces can't converge on anything. They cannot support each other. I can't imagine a more wasteful, ill-conceived, and badly executed attack. But what I just described happens almost every day south of Bakhmut. It's never going to work. And again, what we've got going on here, John and I talked about this back months ago about Bakhmut. This is an attritional battle for Ukraine. If you want to kill Russians and you're a Ukrainian, you just go to Klishvika. That little analogy I used about the burglar who's going to break into your house every morning at 5:30, you set your alarm for 4, you make some coffee, and you wait for him. And that's what's going on in Klishvika and Avdiivka.
We can take a hand here, I think. Lunchtime, you've popped up with a hand. Do you have a question, please?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Chuck, so, we talk often about the stupidity of Russians in sort of sending their people to the meat grinder. But in terms of their overall capability, do you think this is making a dent in it, or do you stand by the fact that I believe a while ago you were saying the population advantage means that this will drag on for several years. Do you still stand by that, or do you think that the high rate of losses recently will change matters?
I thank you for a great question, Lunchtime, and I wish I could be more optimistic about it. Here's why I think the war will go on. As long as Putin's in power, he's not going to stop this. I've used the analogy a lot of times. This is 1971 in Vietnam. The brighter minds at the Pentagon realized that the United States Army, the way it was then, could not win this war. The forces, the generals, the training, the doctrine, the forces that were sent to Vietnam, they were trained to fight a European war against the Soviet army. They were completely out of their depth in fighting a counterinsurgency war in the jungle. Everybody knows how that came out. 50,000 dead Americans, and 18 months after the U.S. abandoned its ally, North Vietnam was rolling into Saigon, soon to become Ho Chi Minh City. This is where the Russian army is now. They were trained to fight a different war. It was a combined arms maneuver war in a European theater. Okay, so far so good. They had good battle doctrine. Their concept of brigade task groups, everything completely sound. But what's changed is not that they got dropped into a jungle war, they got dropped into the first 21st century war. 600 days ago, nobody conceived that main battle tanks would be taken out by 17-year-old skinny kids in a rifle squad flying a hobby drone right into the tank. Nobody saw that coming. Not the US and certainly not the Russians. So many things about this war have changed and shifted under the feet of Russian commanders, right? Their navy no longer can operate in the Western Black Sea, defeated by a country that has no freaking navy, right? The Moskva, an ocean-going battle cruiser designed to sink American carriers, and believe me, we took that threat extremely seriously. A very capable ship, surface warfare. She could sink carriers. She's sitting on the bottom. So here, I see this happening. Look, Russian military commanders, they do not measure success or failure about how many people they kill. They don't care. There is no American or NATO military commander who would serve in the Bakhmut area of operations who wouldn't already be relieved for cause and probably court-martialed for dereliction of duty. That's how badly it's going for the Russians, but they don't care. They absolutely don't care. So they're not running out of men, but I'm really serious about this. They're running out of army, right? You cannot lead men from defeat to defeat to defeat. And once your army is convinced that the commanders don't give a damn about them, history has shown that that army will eventually turn to bite the hands that command. I mean, everything from the Peloponnesian Wars, anyone who studies military history knows that's true. But and the Russian armed forces in Ukraine, they are rife with mutiny. There are units refusing to deploy. There are intramural firefights. Just last week, they stomped a commander. His men turned on him and beat the crap out of him and stomped him and eventually killed him with their fists and boots. So here's what I think is going to happen. Now, the Russian army may not mutiny en masse, although the VDV has already threatened to do it. But what is going to happen is their combat effectiveness is just going to continue to evaporate. And there is a half-life there. I don't know what it is, 6 months, 8 months, but eventually Russia's going to grind its own army down. I keep saying 4 years because I think this. Putin is an intractable enemy. He's going to become less and less capable, but that's a hard way to win the war. And part of that 4-year calculation, I am embarrassed to tell you, is Washington dithers. They dither. They leak out things a little bit at a time, and it's Ukraine that's paying for it. So I'm still sticking to the 4-year plan here because I see at that point Russia is really going to run out of resources and willing manpower. But I'd be delighted to be wrong. I mean, I really would.
Lunchtime, do you want to follow up, please?
Yes, please. Chuck, well, thank you. It's, I was going to say, it is really in the hands of the US. Although, unfortunately, I know the European powers have not stepped up, and some of them are not capable of stepping up. Some of them are slow rolling themselves, cough, cough. I'm not going to say Schultz, but you know what I mean. But certainly the European powers have been slow in their own way. But in terms of sheer military might, the USA gets involved, this is over. This is over in a matter of hours. And I don't think it would even necessarily take an actual military involvement. All it would take would be an indication that there might be a military involvement. And that would be enough to put this whole shit show to rest. Because ultimately, Putin, you say he's an intractable sort of force, but on every occasion that Putin has been met with someone who's willing to face him down, for example, Turkey, who struck back at Russia, there has been no response because they haven't got the wherewithal to respond. And it is this, I think, that is both infuriating and at the same time a cause for hope. Because ultimately, if people change their minds in the US about giving the right signals, giving the right incentives, I still think Russia would back down lickety split. What do you think of that, Chuck?
I think I should push my microphone button sooner. I'm so sorry. Uh, I think no U.S. politician wants to commit itself to a European war. I think inflecting the strategic situation, uh, that tool is always sort of in the room, if not on the table. But what the United States has got to do is open the taps here, open open the supply lines, give Ukraine the things that it needs to prosecute this war. Uh, again, I see one of the principal objectives of this war for Ukraine is it has to diminish Russian power because it's never going to be safe with Putin or Putin's little buddy or whoever comes next. It's just not going to be safe if Russia has an armed force that is capable of doing this. One thing I don't think that many geopolitical or strategic minds in the United States, maybe they are thinking this, I certainly am, smarter people than me with more letters behind their name should start realizing this and putting it into the information space. If we don't fight and defeat Russia in Ukraine, what's next? And I really mean this. Let's try to flash forward and imagine a defeated Ukraine prostrate and under the boot of Russia. What's that country going to look like? What's going to happen to those people? Okay. And now Russia triumphant in Ukraine. What's next for Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania? Are we going to fight them in Poland? Are we going to fight them in Estonia? This is the place to do it. This is the battlefield on which to stop an expansionist power. But a lot has been done. Somebody started this war as a freaking superpower with the second greatest armed forces in the world. Now, Russia is showing that it is barely a regional power. That's an important step down. And although I'm the guy saying I think this war is going on for 4 more years, and I'm saying that, unpopular as it might be, I am absolutely equally as convinced that Russia can't win this war. They can't. And one of the great things about this dictatorial kleptocracy that Putin sits upon, he can't get valid feedback from anybody. Shoigu just did a news conference today saying that 13,000 Ukrainians have been defeated in Kherson in the last 2 weeks. Whatever you are smoking, dude, send me a kilo. I want to be in La La Land just like you, because that's the stuff that they're telling the boss. And as long as they're going to fight like this, as long as they're going to command like this, and a couple months back, I wrote that article, Prigozhin's gift, right? With that mutiny, Putin was forced to marry Shoigu and Gerasimov, two military buffoons who are not going to deliver victory in Ukraine. And there is no William Tecumseh Sherman on the Russian bench. There is no General Grant. There is no Phil Sheridan. They don't have anybody who can take over this war and win it. And no one, not Russia, is going to be able to turn around what's wrong with their forces, right? Every one of these little places we talk about, Klishvika, Kupiansk, we're going to go to Avdiivka next. They're going to lose this war one company, one platoon at a time. And that is a huge problem. And it's going to take decades to turn the Russian armed forces around. And I don't think they're introspective enough. I don't think that they are learning from the lessons they get. And you've got Shoigu blowing sunshine up Putin's skirt, and it isn't reality.
All right, Chuck, we've got three hands, fourth, but we'll take the three hands, and then we'll move on to the next map. Lisa, Dryfly, and then John G, please. Lisa, go ahead.
Hi, Chris and Robin and Chuck. Can you hear me?
I can, Lisa. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I had a crazy day
Oh,
today. I'm so glad to be sitting
I'm
here. Oh my God.
glad. That's probably a rest break for you. But no, I had heard in an earlier space about Ukraine being the front line of defense and the end line, so that, they have to win the war, because just like you stated, if Ukraine doesn't, then what's next? Latvia, Estonia. So I I do hope and I do believe that a lot of those countries are really seriously now thinking about this situation, that it has to be won, because if not, it's just going to go onward and forward. But like you said, um, I don't know. These guys are clowns that are orchestrating all this. Putin and Shoigu, they just, I guess, like you probably have stated, they're fighting back in the old days of glory and defeat, and they haven't changed any of their war tactics. Um, as far as I can see. Um, but I really give a lot of credit to the Ukrainians for what they have to work with. They're very innovative. They have come up with, you know, what would you call it? Like the little drone boats. They come up with such innovative, simple type ideas that just can create catastrophic events for the Russians. And like you said, I mean, I think everyone's sentiment who supports Ukraine is they need to be given more. And I see a lot of the European countries stepping up. And I do hope that America um, steps up a little bit higher, a lot higher than what they have been. I mean, I do appreciate what they have done, but there needs to be more done. And then also, this is my other question. Did you see the heart-wrenching video of the 19-year-old who they were cut off, I think, from everyone, and they didn't have a way to get out, and he was more or less calling his girlfriend and saying, he didn't want to die and goodbye. And did you happen to see that?
No, I didn't, and I'm probably glad that I didn't.
Well, it was very heart-wrenching, and I don't want to cause any offense because I don't, they just played a small clip of it and it was enough to just, it broke my heart. But then also, I am wondering too, I'm not any kind of psyops type person or forensic psychologist, and I don't want to offend any friends or family of that soldier because I honor his memory, but he was only 19, he was young, and I mean, perhaps that was very frightening. But then another thought came into my mind, was he already captured and was he forced to say those things as kind of a propaganda, like, "I'm afraid, I'm frightened, we're going to die." Uh, I just I'm torn between I know I can see being in that position and being frightened, uh, but then I also wonder if he was under duress to say that, and, later his body was returned, or recovered amongst others, and I don't want to dishonor his memory in any way, but if you have a chance to try to find that, I know you might not wanna watch it, but if anyone else can give me some feedback on this, what they think, um, and truly it may have been, like, and I think probably 75% of me believes that it was him, but then just sometimes you have to think outside the box that maybe 25% of it he was under duress, and that was a way for them to like try to scare the Ukrainians, and they don't. When they do stuff like that, the Ukrainians, they will become even more stronger because they have such a strong love for their country and people and each other. I mean, every Ukrainian I've ever met is very friendly.
Lisa, can we can, because Chuck has got a very
Oh,
limited
I'm
amount of time with
sorry.
us. No,
I
no, no, you're good. You're
forgot
good.
about
Let's
that.
stay up.
No,
Stay
no,
up.
it's
We'll
fine.
park it. We'll park it till after we get through this next
Okay.
map, and then maybe we can come back to it because
Okay.
there might be some people that would be able to to talk with you about
Okay.
it. Thank you. Thank you. Just
Absolutely,
hang up.
Lisa.
All right.
And to our more digitally forensically inclined listeners, trying to find the source of that video would be important. Who released it? And Lisa, your instincts may be right there. But I think we'll have a limited time tonight, which is I normally don't, but I have a pressing matter of state, as they say here.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry.
Lisa, nothing to apologize about. Absolutely not. But we're going to just drop into Avdiivka, where we see.
Chuck,
Yeah.
can we take dry fly first, and then we'll drop into.
Happy to. Dry fly, mi amigo. How are you, bud?
I'm doing good. Hope you have a good Thanksgiving. One of the
thank you, sir.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say, just real quick about lunchtime's bit about America coming in and why we need to keep America out of it directly, is that the Russians will not quit fighting just because we push them out of Ukraine. Okay, so when you say the Americans will crush them and destroy them in 2 weeks or whatever, does that mean we encircle Moscow? Does that mean we push them past the Urals? Do we chase them all the way to Vladivostok? The things people have to realize about why NATO and the US don't get in it is that there's only one way Putin wins this war, and he wins it at the negotiating table, by having us capitulate to a great extent, like Potsdam, like what happened in the peace talks in Paris with Hanoi. You you give up the ship, you give up the war, you will lose it, and Putin knows that's his only out. So when people hear that, they need to put that in the back of their mind, that yeah, America coming in doesn't necessarily end it unless we go all the way to Vladivostok, because they will keep fighting at Minsk, they'll keep fighting at Bryansk if they think they can continue, if they think they can win it at the peace table. So having Ukraine crush them, even if it takes longer and more painful, is a lesson which will make for a much more stable and
able to withstand Russian pressure in the future from Ukraine that will be able to handle that. So people just need I know it sucks, but the reality is we can't fight this war unless we're willing to go all the way. And I mean all the way. So I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, Dry Flag, you have absolutely nailed it. And it is not a geopolitical or military solution to get involved in a land war in Asia. If Napoleon couldn't do it and Hitler couldn't do it, and nobody can do it. So this is, yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. I was going to say, I mean, but this is not a land war in Asia, right? This is a
It will be.
this is
It
a
will
war.
be. It will be.
This is a war. Hang on. This is a war in Europe, and in my mind, this would not have been a war if the correct noises had been made in 2014. Unfortunately, nothing was said in 2014 when the little green men emerged
You
from the
are
sea.
right on. You are
Right?
not only was nothing
Right.
said, Gerasimov, who has now gone down in ignominy as a military buffoon, he was a military genius in 2014. The Pentagon, all of Western military thought, was shocked and alarmed at a new thing they called hybrid warfare. Little green men, uh, informational warfare, all of that came together. And by those means, and under Gerasimov's leadership, hey, they got Crimea, they took Donetsk, they bit out these big chunks, and then Putin jumped the shark with this full-on invasion, which I'm happy to remind everybody I was totally wrong about. I thought massing his forces on the borders of Ukraine and inflicting the diplomatic sphere that he had played it masterfully until he crossed the border. And then I thought, you're because Sweden is going to join NATO, Finland is going to join NATO. You are going to close off the Baltic. You are going to suffer sanctions all over the world, and you've lost it. You had this great opportunity and you lost it. So look, I was wrong about that because I didn't factor in the Putin cray. So here he is,
Well,
600
this is
days later,
it.
200,000 dead later. And you are right. The West is not doing enough lunchtime. You know it. I know it. I'm an American. It's my bust.
I mean, ultimately, it
Lunch,
doesn't matter. It
lunchtime.
doesn't
Hold
matter.
on. Lunchtime. Hang on. We got to
Sorry.
get to this. Sorry, we got to get to this last map. Tri-Fi, you got the last word on this one. Then we go to the map, please.
We didn't have the army in 2014 than we do now. We did not. We had an army that was completely wrapped up in Afghanistan. We had an army that was still trying to figure out what the hell to do with Syria. Okay. They picked that time because they knew we were absolutely wrapped around an axle. Okay. So you may criticize the West for doing what they did, but the West had constraints too. They had a very different political culture in both the US and in Europe. Okay. You had Merkel, you had Obama. So you can say the West, quote, were the ones who failed. But the West was set up in a situation where they had constraints that were extremely significant. As much as I hate to admit it, guys that I thought were great politicians at the time really dropped the ball on it. There was really not much more they could do in 2014. Now, the problem is that if we were to push back, do we push all the way to Vladivostok? You go to war with the army you got, you go to war in the situation you find yourself in, and you can lament and moan and complain and bitch and point fingers, but sometimes the realities on the ground are the realities, and we need to deal with those, not so much what we would have liked to have had and the army we would have liked to have had at that time. And I will listen. Thank you.
Thank you much. All right, that closes this out. Chuck, you know, the funny thing is history is one of those 20/20 hindsight things, right? So we go to the next map, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I am so sorry I'm constrained on time, guys, because the back and forth is what makes the show. But getting back into the into the tactical situation in Avdiivka, I've what I was able to do today, and it's not out yet, but I've drawn up another map that concentrates especially on the urban areas of Avdiivka, summarizing the larger area of operation today, though. Russian attacks were turned back at Septove, which is just north of the rail yard, and also attacks into Avdiivka from the south also turned back. And to the west, Russian attacks on Pervo-Mayersky also turned back. Just summarizing the attacks here, Pervo-Mayersky, same attack down the M30 highway, an attack that Ukraine has defeated almost every single day. Each one of these vectors of attack today along predictable lines, and Ukraine is waiting. We're still dealing with that sort of red mitten reaching up around Avdiivka. The new battle map that is concentrated more specifically on Avdiivka. One of the reasons I did that, not necessarily a good reason. Russia has been able to push the fingers of the mitten in the north. They've been able to push them a little farther. And the key area to look at is the rail line coming from the north into Avdiivka. Russia is pushed up to the rail line. North of Septove, they've actually crossed it. The place to watch, the coke plant and the slag heap, which are on the northern limits of the rail yard, with the slag heap to the east. This is kind of a several 100-foot tall man-made pile of the waste products of the coke plant. Ukraine was actually able to attack, pushing back Russian forces to the east of the slag heap, and you'll see a little L-shaped lake there if you blow it up. What's very important about that little Ukrainian victory today, they gained a couple 100 meters, but it was important to push the Russians back against that body of water. Just to the south of there are a couple of roads that stick out and approach that L-shaped lake. Russia is trying desperately to get across that body of water and make a lodgment in that little section of Avdiivka to the east of the rail line. When that happens, that'll be a very significant gain for Russia. I'm not sure it's going to happen imminently, but Russia's doing everything it can to make that happen. And again, if you're a commander and you are not constrained, no one in Washington is going to bother you if you lose 300 or 400 people in an afternoon. They're just going to keep telling you to attack. And this is an area I think that Russia is going to be putting maximum effort to. Returning to the thumb of the map, you can see the little towns of Toniki, Severne, south along the CO5, a little C-series highway, the 051 802. This area is littered with Russian armored vehicles. Attack after attack, Russia has put north of the thumb, right, trying to close off, trying to, advance the thumb of this mitten. Avdiivka will hold as long as Ukraine can keep the fingers and the thumb of the mitten apart. And they will do this by having numerous redundant, overlapping ground lines of communication and supply. No matter what happens here, Ukraine, as they've done in Bakhmut, as they did in Severodonetsk, the Russians will do what they can to to close off the city, but they're not going to be able to do that. And Ukraine will be more than willing to fight Russia in the three-dimensional urban battle space of Avdiivka because it'll cost them big time. When you're looking at that map, imagine just drawing a line between the fingers and the thumb. If Russia takes Avdiivka, it's not going to be a big loss. It will be a big loss in the information space. It won't look good, but Avdiivka is not the springboard to anywhere because those numerous ground lines of communication and supply that I mentioned, which is war college talk for little country roads and approaches along the forest bands and conservation barriers. That's not going to allow Russia to advance anywhere. So we've got here another kind of attritional fight. And Avdiivka has been a battlefield since 2014. And all the Russian forces, and this is one of the most significant focuses of Russian military attention, they are pouring resources into here like crazy, and they're losing like crazy. And the casualty ratio here remains about 4 Russians for every 1 Ukrainian. And that's the battle math. And it isn't good for Russia.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Chuck. Did you want to hit Kherson for just the last 4 or 5 minutes that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wasn't able to get this map up, folks. It'll be up the first thing tomorrow. Ukraine has now admitted everything we already know, that there are I'm not willing to use the term bridgehead because as a term of military art, it isn't yet in effect. But Ukraine has linked up what were beach landing sites, crossing points, little lodgements. They have united these so that they are controlling South Bank territory from across the river at Kherson to the Anatovsky Bridge, towards the rail bridge, to Kozachi Lary, and over to Krinky. Ukrainian drones are operating all throughout this area. Russian armored vehicle was destroyed this afternoon in Oleshki. Other vehicles destroyed west of Krinky. Ukrainian forces still in contact in Poima, which is the sort of place farthest zone of penetration south of the rail crossing. And again, to remind us that Ukraine has got extraordinarily good and timely human intelligence all over every area that of Russian occupation. A Ukrainian HIMARS strike hit an award ceremony in Kumachovo, which is just south of the map here. There were about 300 Russian troops assembled for an award ceremony, and they wound up eating a HIMARS round. And again, you've got an 8-digit grid coordinate, and so you have the geolocation component, but what is of critical importance is when the Russian troops were concentrated there. That generally only comes from human intelligence. And especially when Ukraine is doing things like one shot, right? They didn't call in a fire mission and then adjust fire. So they undoubtedly knew in advance that this ceremony was going to take place. They had time leisurely to dial in the firing solution and address this target with one well-placed HIMARS. So the other thing that is really important about the Kherson battle space is this is a positional fight. Russia, the tactical situation demands that Russia keep forces in Kherson Oblast, which they can do the least amount of harm to the nation of Ukraine if they are west of Melitopol and north of Crimea. So Ukraine is fighting a very economical fight here. I don't know if a major crossing is imminent. I don't think it is, but Russian battle planners have got to wake up every morning and think today's the day. They have to position their forces accordingly. And I think one cold, snowy, frozen winter morning, the Russians are going to be right, because this is a place that Ukraine, this could be a war-winning battle. And I say this every time, but look at that, the most important road junction maybe in the entire Ukrainian battle map, the M14, M17 highway junction just to the west of Oleshki. That place is a war winner. So we'll all keep our eye on this, and I'll have a map up for you tomorrow morning.
Chuck, thank you so much. Thursday is Thanksgiving. I take it you will be off that evening.
Nope, I'm in it to win it. So I will be joining you Thursday night. We can digest some turkey with us, folks, because we're gonna Robin, we're in it to win it. So
I'm afraid you've gone Canadian. I was wondering whether you do Canadian Thanksgiving now.
I do both. You know what? I make sure I'm in whatever country has got the closest Thanksgiving.
Smart man. Well, thank you so much, Chuck. This has really been great.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
Guys.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks so much, guys. I wish I was here a little longer, but I got to roll tonight. But I will see you Thursday with no time constraints. So see you then. Thanks, Robin. Christopher, thank you. Good
You're
night,
welcome.
everybody.
Now
Good
that's
night,
something.
Chuck.
All the best, Chuck.
Thanks,
Good night,
Chuck.
Chuck.
Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Night.
Bye, Chuck.
Lunchtime, your hand, please. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Well, I think it was Dryfly that was saying, well, has he gone? He's left, has he?
I think he dropped.
Oh, he dropped. Okay, well, in that case, there's no point. But thanks as ever for the space. Who was that? That was a bit weird.
I was
That's Mr. Marcus.
No point.
Marcus is all wound up.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks as ever for the space. Always an interesting discussion. Slava Ukrainian.
Slava. Thanks, Lunchtime, for coming up. Tracy, you've been up here.
Buddy.
You've been lurking. Tracy, hold on, Marcus. Not your turn. Tracy, you've been lurking. Do you want to say anything, or you just want to lurk?
Poor Tracy may be asleep. It's got to be 4 o'clock in the morning where she is, but
2 o'clock London time.
Only 2 o'clock. Okay.
It's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah. Okay. Incognito, I see a hand. Please go ahead.
Hey,
Please.
thanks. I wanted lunchtime. If you're still, you're still there. I wanted to comment on something you asked earlier. And first of all, I don't disagree with anything. Your motivation and your point were spot on with me. I'm sick to death of the slow walking of American aid to Ukraine. I'm absolutely sick to death of it, even though I voted for the administration, the current administration that is responsible for it, and will do so again because the alternative is a nightmare worse. But I wanted to suggest, and this is more speculation than it is anything factually based, but I wanted to suggest that to people outside of the United States, it is hard to decipher the Byzantine political waves and currents and motivations and fears and whatnot that all go into a political system that has an ancient constitution that needs a badly need of updating, plus a political news what's the word I'm looking for? Environment, I guess, that has lots of money on one side and very little money on the other. propaganda networks. I think that was what I was looking for. So what I wanted to suggest to you, just as a not to excuse what's been going on, because we should have given Ukraine everything they asked for immediately if we meant that we were in it to win it, to paraphrase Chuck. But here's my take, and I'm happy to be shot down by anybody who wants to shoot me down. My take is this: the Biden administration, first of all, its national security advisor was brought in because he's more of an expert on Asia than Europe, and secondly, he's intimidated badly by Russian threats. Probably a lot of that comes through the diplomatic back channels, like warnings that, well, if you give Ukraine this, then we're just going to have to start using tactical nuclear weapons. I don't know. That again, this is conjecture and speculation. It is not fact. But to get to the bottom, to get to the core of my point, what I think is operative is that the Biden administration is making a political calculation that the most important thing in not only its interest, but in American national interest, and indeed in world interest, global interest, is that there not be a second Trump administration. And if that means slowing down aid to Ukraine so that the MAGA hard right Republicans can't raise a stink about all the charity being given to Ukraine, even though it's not charity, it's actually a really smart investment in political global stability and prosperity. It's not charity. I think that part of this slow walking is part of that calculation, however stupid and misplaced it might be. And again, I could be wrong, and I actually had many smarter things to say about a half an hour ago, but that's the best I can summon from my memory. So thank you for letting me voice it, and I would be happy to stay on the panel long enough to be berated by anyone who wants to.
Oh, I think we'll skip that for now. Let's go. Oh,
could I respond quickly? Is that all right, Robin, Christopher? I don't know.
Yes, go ahead, lunchtime, but quickly.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, and absolutely that might be the case. But if that is the case, then that tells me that this is a president that is unable to argue their point of view, and that is essential because ultimately this is not a question. It's not really a question of geopolitics or money, or I mean, it involves all these things, but ultimately it's a moral question. That's what it boils down to. And a different president would stand on a point of principle and say, this is as far as you go and no further. It doesn't matter what the cost is. This is as far as you go. That's it, right? And that is
Okay.
what's missing. That is what's missing.
Thank you, lunchtime. I think we have to be careful about imputing motives to what's going on because we don't have the whole picture. I think Biden has been very good on a lot of stuff. I have the same problem of I wish he would say we want Ukraine to win, but at the same time, there are it's like during the Cold War, there are calculations that are being made, and hopefully it'll become clearer at some point, and hopefully he will actually get to the point of saying we want Ukraine to win and soon. But let's go to Dry Fly now.
That's one of the, I'm not ripping on you, Robin, but I'll tell you, that is one of the slogans I hate of all of the slogans I hear is, Ukraine has to win. And the reason I hate it so much is that no one defines what winning is, okay? Does winning mean pushing out Russia to the borders of Ukraine? Well, if Russia doesn't stop fighting, is that winning? Do we push it to the borders of Moscow? Well, if they don't stop fighting, is that winning? I mean, this is the real problem. And I'm just let me finish and I'll step down and let you have a say, because it's really, I think it's important for us, the rest of us, when we're so frustrated and so angry that we forget that the people who are actually pulling the levers in Washington and London and Berlin are real humans, okay, who have to look at imprecise and imperfect information, and they have to look at data, and then they have to look at consequences. And the consequences can be very, very horrific. You know, we may take something on principle that sounds great in a bar, okay, but do you really, really want to do it at the Fulda Gap? You know, you don't really want to do that. You know, you don't want to do it at the Yalu River. We saw what happens there. You know, it's just never a good thing. So the point is that when Biden says he's going to do something, he has to be prepared to follow through on it, or it sounds like Putin's red lines. And then you start wondering, where are the real red lines and where are the phony red lines? Okay. So when he decides they're going to do something, the US, not Ukraine, not some of the smaller powers that aren't nuclear. I'm talking about someone who has the ability and has about a 30-minute warning to decide, okay, is he going to do it or not do it? You know, does he want to put it in that position? And so it's imperative that the US be extremely careful with our footprint. Having said that, yeah, we slow walk some stuff. Some stuff I was actively calling my congressman to have it speed up, but I don't see the reports. I don't see the information. I don't see what they see. Okay. All I see is nonsense out of CNN and some tweets and a lot of us speculating. And we just don't know what's going on behind the curtains. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, for this war to end, and I've been saying this for almost 2 years, okay, from the very beginning, for this war to end, Russia has to want it to end. They have to want it to end badly, that their people want it to end, their government wants it to end, the economy is crushed, they're socially and militarily defeated, not just pushed out of the borders. Because if you push them out of the borders and they're not ready to stop, it hasn't stopped. And so I think everything we're talking about, everything we're discussing, it sucks that it's as painful. It sucks that it's dragged out. It's all of that. It's just terrible. But we don't see the situation underneath the water surface. And one of the situations we don't really see is how prepared the US was to actually step in should Russia have stepped into that red line. And I'm not even talking nuclear. I'm just saying if they had gone all in conventional across the whole NATO front, is the US in a position to actually back up the NATO allies to a level in which they expected to be backed up? I don't know that. And frankly, even a lot of the military guys who come in here and talk can't really say they know that because we don't see the data.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. Go ahead. I just muted everybody by mistake. Go ahead, Drefly. I'm sorry. I hit mute by mistake. Just unmute yourself and keep on going. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say we don't see what's going on. So while I'm absolutely sympathetic with people like Lynchstrom, 100% agree with them. And I actually am a person who call my congressman. I badger him to send more stuff. There's a lot we don't know. So at the end of the day, the US and to a great extent NATO has to take a stand back. Ukraine has to fight this for the most part, at least until the Russians take shots at us, and hope that we can give them enough stuff, and frankly hope we have enough. And I don't know if we do. I'll be honest with you. I think some of the slow rolling was because the stockpiles weren't there. The stuff that we said we could send them was junk. It was sitting out in the desert too long. It would be too slow to get it to them. I think the jets probably could go faster, but not the support, not the supply chain of parts. I think there's just a lot of stuff we don't know that'll come out in history. I mean, it's been 18 months. That's actually pretty damn fast to get something up and rolling, but it wasn't fast enough. So all I'm saying is that people need to take a deep breath, take a look around, call your congressman, complain, do all of that stuff. I do it myself, but understand there were just a lot of moving pieces. And those moving pieces went back all the way at least to 2008 when Putin first warned us that he was going to do this, back at those security briefings in Europe, where he said he's bringing back the USSR and you guys better be ready for it because I'm coming. I mean, that was when we should have taken the notice, not in 2014 or 2022. He gave us the plan and he's been sticking to it. We're the ones that have been ignoring it, and we've been ignoring it for a long time. So anyway, that's my bitch, and I'll listen.
We do have a plethora of hands.
May I
And
quickly respond to both lunchtime and dry fly before I shut up for a good long while? Is that okay?
yeah, I think so. But we'll do that, and then we're going to go to G-Man and then Marcus.
So may I respond really quickly?
Yeah, Incognito, go ahead. Then we're going to go to G-Man and Marcus.
Thank you. So lunchtime, most of everything you said I agree with. Dry fly, most of everything you said I agree with. Not all of it, but most of it. The critical thing that I wanted to mention is that what a lot of people don't know is that lunchtime, Biden has been making the moral case. He's doing it. It's just not being covered in the media, the fractured media environment we have. I watch the network that shows Biden all the time, no matter, well, not everything he says, but if it's important, they cover him. I watch them. I see it. Most people don't. Most people don't know he makes the moral case. Most people don't know he's got, I don't know, as Dryfly said, a lot of stuff going on in the background that we don't know about and can't know about. And by the way, that logistics train is probably a huge factor in a lot of this, although it's not an excuse for how slow we've been walking it. Walking the aid forward, but I wanted to. I needed to throw that in before I won't drop to a listener, but I do want to shut up and listen to everybody else for a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Incognito. Let's go to G-Man now.
Yeah. Good points across the board. There's a number of things I want to pick on. And then just I've got something in the nest I want to talk to, which is linked to this. I mean, the logistics things that Drively identified, we don't know, but it's certainly plausible, given that we know that this war in Ukraine has overtaken some assumptions that our war planners were making. It's the old story of we prepare to fight the last war that we've been taking part in, and the last war that we took part in was Afghanistan, which was mainly against an insurgent. So it was not against a peer force. So the decisions that were being taken, nobody thought that we were going to need the number of 155 shells that Ukraine are going through. Now, I know that the United States is ramping up its 155 production. It should have started doing that a year ago, 2 years ago, but we didn't. And Europe is lagging behind as well. So that's an issue. The thing I put in the nest is it's a response by Anders Östlund to a foreign affairs piece that was produced by a pair of people in Washington who think they know everything and don't know very much at all. Richard Haas and Charles Kupchan. Now, I've heard of Haas. I haven't really heard of the Charles Kupchan guy. Haas, the reason I've heard of him was he was in Belfast. He was involved in tinkering along the lines of our peace process here. Whether he did any good remains to be seen. But they published this foreign affairs piece calling Redefining Success in Ukraine, which pretty much, I mean, the conclusion that Anders makes is that more or less everything is wrong in the article. And they were involved last year in meeting Lavrov, who, let's remember, is sanctioned by the United States, and so they had no business meeting with him. Now, they were also, Kupchan was in Obama's administration. And according to the article, what it's saying here is something we don't know. We can't prove this. But the point is making that whenever Obama didn't, so they blocked lethal arms to Ukraine at that time. the reason they wanted to do that was to avoid World War III. But the opposite happened, because we all know weakness invites aggression, and so we got the aggression. Blinken, Obama, and supported the not sending lethal arms. The Vice President Biden and Anthony Blinken wanted to deliver arms, but the doves in the cabinet won that argument. And they're still, basically, what their proposal is that there should be a ceasefire and negotiations in which Ukraine gives land for peace. That's a non-starter. But their reasoning is that Ukraine cannot hope to outlast Ukraine, and again, they're basing that on faulty assumptions. One of which is that the Russian military complex is at full mobilization, so the West cannot keep up with them. And yet the West's GDP, I have to remember that the Russian Federation has a GDP like the same size as Spain. And this is a country with 145 million people. The West can definitely defeat Russia economically. And certainly NATO could defeat Russia with its arms tied behind its back, which is basically what we're asking Ukraine to do anyway. So it's a good. I think it's a good article as a rebuttal to this latest appeasement article by Richard Haas and co. So, but it did reveal some interesting things around the former American administration before Trump's, and why there wasn't arms sent at that time to Ukraine by America, lethal aid. So just thought I'd throw that in there.
Okay, thank you, G-Man. We have Marcus Lunchtime and Dry File next. I just want to ask you to bear with me for a minute. I just want to point something out to everybody. Up in the nest, I moved it to the first and second spots in the nest. We are just starting a wonderful new fundraiser. Many of you probably saw the program on Sunday night on 60 Minutes about the kidnapped Ukrainian children that Russians have taken, in many cases, from their families and hidden away in Russia. It's very, very hard for people to get them back. There's an NGO called Feeding Orphans Fund. Let me see if I get that right. Orphans Feeding Foundation, I always get this wrong, who works very closely with the Ukrainian government to find these children and to do everything it takes to get them back, which includes often financing DNA tests, as the Russians won't let the children go with it. They put all sorts of ridiculous obstacles in the way. The travel itself, often you've got a grandparent who has to drive many, many miles into Russia to try to retrieve their grandchildren. If you haven't seen that 60 Minutes piece, go take a look on their website. It's really worth seeing. But anyway, we are raising money. We have a two-week blitz fundraiser to raise as much money as we possibly can for the Orphans Feeding Foundation, which is working. Given it's 100% of their work at this point is in returning illegally deported children back home to their families and to their country. These are Ukrainian kids who deserve to be raised as Ukrainians in Ukraine. So it's a great, you're the future of the world is the children, and this is the future of Ukraine that we're fighting for. And an additional thing, for every dollar you give, we have a generous anonymous donor who is going to match dollar for dollar every contribution we get. So if you give us $10, it turns magically into 20. If you give us 50, it turns into 100. So this is a great time to do a very, very important thing. You may have seen the story, I think it was yesterday, of an 18-year-old boy named Bogdan, who the Ukraine just got back to Ukraine. They've been working for months to get him out. Orphans Feeding Foundation was very much involved in that rescue, and in fact, there's a picture of him coming across the border with Mariam Lambert, who's one of the principals in Orphans Feeding Foundation. So it's something that's close to my heart. It's close to the hearts, I think, of anybody who cares about children. So go take a look up in the nest and go over to our website, MriyaReport.org, and please give whatever you can. You're making a critical contribution to the future of Ukraine. We have to get this war won, but they need their children. They need their people. So please help as much as you can. Thanks. Okay, back to you, Christopher. Actually, let's go to Marcus, then lunchtime, and then dry fly. Marcus.
Hi, I was recently nominated to define the victory conditions for this war. So I'm doing so reluctantly, but you know, a man's got to do what a man's got to do. So my conditions would be no more war in Ukraine. Ukraine returns to its 1991 borders. Syria, no more war in Syria. Russia gets the hell out of Syria. What am I willing to trade for that? My life, but also I wouldn't be bothered one whit if Moscow was turned to glass. Not one whit. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. I'll just, well, a couple of things. One is that Putin gave his speech in 2007, February 2007. So it wasn't 2008, it was a whole year before that. And we've been ignoring it ever since. We've been ignoring, in fact, we've been ignoring it since before that. You know, the atrocities in Chechnya and you know, and earlier should have been a warning sign that what we were dealing with was not what it seemed to be, right? And you know, that's not my opinion. But there have been dissident voices who, you know, former Russian politicians or other people from Russia. I mean, Kasparov comes to mind, who've been warning about exactly this for ages. I mean, he wrote a book about it, right, outlining the dangers and what was likely to happen. And it's, you know, it's not a surprise. It's absolutely not a surprise. It certainly is not a surprise to Biden, who lived through the Cold War and who would have seen from closer quarters than you and I how to correctly deal with Russia during the Cold War, right? Because he would have been there for those speeches Reagan gave. He would have been there when the USA faced down the Soviet Union, and he would have been there when the wall fell. So, you know, with the Berlin Wall, I'm talking about, by the way. So this is not new. It's not a surprise. It's not something that Biden's just unaware of, or he's the victim of poor advice. This is a calculation. It's a political calculation. I think the previous speaker who said it was to keep another Trump government at bay probably has something to. There's an element of truth in that, certainly, absolutely, right. But nonetheless, it's a calculation, and the calculation has been made, and unfortunately, it's Ukrainians that pay the price. Secondly, I would say that to say that the primary military power on the planet, right, compared to the shit show that has emerged on the Russian side. I mean, which was obvious from the first, I don't know, 3 months or so of the full scale invasion. It was quite obvious how pathetic their so-called military might was. The primary military superpower on the planet can't take that on. I'm sorry, I don't think that's true. I think you know, just parking a couple of large boats in the area, and having a couple of flybys would be enough to give Shoigu diarrhea for weeks. So yeah, I don't really buy this argument that the USA has its hands tied by poor supply, etc., etc. I don't buy that at all, I'm afraid.
Yeah, thank you, lunchtime. I can't really argue with you. Draftline.
Sorry, I was hitting buttons. Well, I'm going to argue with both of you. I mean, the U.S. military is strong, but that doesn't mean we have the force posture to be able to answer Russia and Eastern Europe in February 2020. A flyby isn't going to do anything. Putin's willing to send people to their death by the thousands. He's had like 350,000 people who have died by their own numbers, by their own financial accounting, by the number of pensions they're paying out, and he's hardly blinking an eye. Okay, he knows. He goes back and he understands a world that's defined by the old Soviet doctrine, the world he grew up in, and the world that he studied. He studied Trotsky, he studied Dzerzhinsky, he studied all of those guys. Okay, he gets it as far as how you run a totalitarian state. Back in the summer of 2022, he was interviewed by some Western reporter, and I don't remember who it was. It wasn't just on Russian media, but he was interviewed, and he said, "How many people?" They asked him, "How many people are you willing to see die in this effort?" He says, "If it takes 2 million, we're okay with that. If it takes more, we're okay with that. We're willing to have a lot of people die for this effort." This is he believes. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying this is the message he's portraying, that this is existential for them, just like it's existential for the Ukrainians. Well, I would expect that the White House was getting those kind of communiques internally. I don't think that that's bullshit. If you look at the Soviet doctrine, it fits with what you saw in Poland in 1920. It's what you saw in Eastern Europe in the late 1940s. It's what you see from those people. That's how they think, and they don't care about people dying. And Biden, yes, we have this enormous military. We can nuke anybody, but that doesn't mean we can put 2 or 3 million people into Eastern Europe in a few months. We can't do that. Okay, there's no fucking way we can do that. There's no way we can get all the armor that we would require into country. Okay, there's just was they faced a reality of, if we're going to say we're going to do something, what happens if we don't do it? Okay, and I think people just don't wrap their heads around that. I think that was to a great extent why the race to get out of Afghanistan. I think they had intel on this coming out way before the fall of 21. I think that Biden, the day he walked in one of his first briefings, said, "Boss, we really need to accelerate this." It was ugly getting people out of Afghanistan, getting the assets out, and having a force posture, not just the bodies, not the soldiers, but the whole Pentagon intellectual operation to run a major war if we need to get them the hell out of that activity and focused on a whole new problem. And it isn't something you just snap your finger in a week or two. You've changed from, okay, running logistics up through Pakistan to Afghanistan, to going, okay, now we're going to start running whole lots of stuff over to Poland and unloading it and putting it into Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Okay. Oh, and by the way, it could go tactical nuclear too. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff they had to work through very, very quickly with a new administration. Putin knew all this. That's why he picked the time. I mean, there isn't an accident on any of this. And I just think people just need to, I'm not trying to make excuses for them. I'm just saying these are the situations that we're in. So instead of whining about what people did and what they didn't do, now the question is, what do we do now? What do we do going forward? What could have we done things better? Maybe, but they didn't know. Okay, they didn't know Russia was going to fall on their face. We know that now, but we didn't know that in 2022. So the point is that people have to have a realistic idea of what happened to have a better realistic idea of what can be done now. And much more can be done now. And we should be pushing. And quite frankly, the US should be ramping up production like crazy. And I, for one, as an American citizen, I call my representative about once a week and tell them to do exactly that. Open up the spigot. And as a liberal who usually likes to see more butter than bullets, this is one where we got to see a lot of bullets too. And I'll listen. Thank you.
And Dryfly, just
Good
to,
on.
and once, can I add one second thing on there? Just to clarify for people. And Dryfly, also remember that the transition between the administrations wasn't exactly friendly, wasn't exactly cordial, and wasn't exactly helpful. As a matter of fact, it was created intractable problems that that hampered the transition by at least 90 days, if not more. And I will listen as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Christopher. And before we get in too much in the weeds in American politics, Christopher did not say it was the Trump administration fault or the Biden administration's fault. I think he and I are probably on the opposite sides of the political divide, but there was a problem, there was dysfunction, and that led to the problem. And finding fault at this point is not going to help us. So we've got a bunch of heads. I just ask everyone, please be cognizant of the fact that we're talking about Ukraine. I don't want to get into an internecine battle over American politics, because that's a no-win situation for all of us. Okay, so I've got Marcus, G-Man, Incognito, Lunchtime, and Michael. Marcus, you're first.
I'm holding a toddler. G-Man can go next.
G-Man.
Yeah. I do think we have to.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I do think we do need to take a step back here. We do need to remember that the first duty of any government is to look after its own people and their security and their welfare. And that doesn't mean we're all going to draw, put a big moat round. Well, UK's got a big moat, but it doesn't mean that we're isolated. It doesn't mean that we're secure. So we can't be isolationist. But the first duty is to protect your own people. And so having a reckless foreign policy would not meet that end. I listened to a podcast that was the Telegraph's Ukraine the Latest about 2 weeks ago, and they had a retired US general who had worked pretty senior in the Pentagon, talking about the force structure that the US maintained while they fought the last 20 years' war in Iraq, first of all, Afghanistan and Iraq, which that was done without increasing the force posture. And, there was no big expansion of the Navy. There was no major expansion of the Army or the Air Force. So those two wars were fought without increasing the defense budget massively, and that resulted in depletion, in his opinion, not only of manpower, all the rest of it, but also depletion in equipment. And decisions weren't made to press the button on replacement of equipment. I mean, we have to remember that the ATACMS that have been sent by America to Ukraine were built in 1996. Now they're not the most up-to-date versions of that weapon system, but the weapon system is very old, long in the tooth, and the administration, the Pentagon, has been holding off on pressing the orders for the replacements. And the state of defense procurement in Europe is worse than that. And so, the whole thing of the US should do this or that or the other is sort of somewhat rich, given that the UK's army can fit in its national stadium. Well, actually, no. In England's national stadium, Wembley in London, you can fit the 80,000 regular army into that stadium. So, and we are actually spending the 2%. Other countries in Europe were not, and still some are not. So there's plenty of blame to go around. What we need is to start doing better. Just looking at another tweet by Anders Aslund, and he's saying, later in the day, the US needs to adopt a strategy in the war in Ukraine. The starting point must be that POTUS declares that Ukraine must win and defeat Russia. Stop the as long as it takes nonsense. Next, the US should deliver the relevant arms so that Ukraine can win. And I would take somewhat exception to that, because it shouldn't just be the US. It can't just be the US. It must be a partnership. And I think Europe is starting to get on the right track with that. But we're 600 days in, and it should have happened sooner. And still we haven't made the decisions on placing orders for weapon systems that should have been placed a year ago at least. When Britain decided it was going to give 14 Challenger 2 tanks to Ukraine, that is the point in which we should have placed the order for the next version, in which, at the very least, if not sooner. So we all have plenty of blame to go round if we're into doing that. It's not very productive, though. It must be better to get in contact with our representatives and help them to make the right decisions, that things are actually important to their constituents. And with that, I think I might drop and go to bed. Night.
Night, G-Man. Sleep well. Thank you. Okay, we have 5 people to go through, so let's try to keep things concise. Incognito, and then lunchtime, and then we'll go from there. Incognito.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a couple of points for us to ponder. And this is Incognito. I mean, my name. Lunchtime. I agree with you emotionally 100,000%. But I have to point out a couple of things on this. I agree with you that the preeminent military in the world can't possibly be constrained by logistics, except for this. It's not what the US can or can't produce, which is a question of its own that I don't have any answer to. But I have a couple of things for our collective consideration. One of them is that we know for a fact, just a year ago, maybe it was, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, the Poles intercepted and then arrested Russian spies whose mission was to sabotage the rail lines leading into Ukraine, because the Russians wanted no more munitions delivered to Ukraine, or at least to slow it down. And we also know that miraculously, through all of these months, it's going on 2 years now, through all of these months of the war, despite all of the vaunted Russian intelligence operations, not a single transportation of munitions or weapon systems to Ukraine from the West have been destroyed or intercepted by Russian cruise missiles or anything else. Not to my knowledge, at least, not a single episode of interception has happened. And that doesn't mean that that the U.S. can send as much as it wants into Ukraine without any fear of Russian attempts to destroy the transportation nodes when those shipments are en route, it means that the U.S. is and the Ukrainians and its NATO allies are really clever about how to ship them surreptitiously. That is really important, and that is what we don't know when we talk about logistical restraints, the constriction of logistical trains. We don't, and by trains I don't mean railroad trains, I mean trains in the more generic sense. Just take all that into consideration. There is so much more that we don't know about this effort than what we do know. But again, I don't want to antagonize you. I am telling you that I agree with you emotionally 100,000%. It shouldn't be this slow. There's got to be a way to pick up the pace. But there's probably a lot of factors going on that we just simply don't know, and we won't know until like 10 years after the thing's over and we're reading about it in books. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to lunchtime and then Michael.
Okay, thanks. So first of all, someone said in 2022 it was impossible to see that Russia would fall flat on its face and was really a paper tiger. I disagree with that. It was clear within 3 months of his invasion that that was exactly the case, right? It was absolutely 100% clear. When you saw their much vaunted, cost billions of rubles to develop this tank, I forget which model it was, when you saw it appear on the battlefield, it was like an asthmatic chicken. It was absolutely ridiculous, right? The money that went towards developing their much vaunted superpower army and their superpower weapons is floating around the Mediterranean and in luxury flats and luxury chateaus in the coast of France and in various European capitals. So don't tell me it wasn't obvious. It was bloody obvious. And what's more, we had advanced intelligence. We had a speech from 2007 outlining what was going to happen. And I know because I've talked to people who were aware in the UK, this little backwater, that that's what Putin's intention was. So don't tell me that it wasn't obvious, and don't tell me the corruption wasn't obvious, because look around your capital cities and you'll see very nice houses owned by Russian oligarchs and people associated with Putin. All right. And in terms of more could be done, yes, absolutely more could be done. I believe in the past week or so, some cousin of Putin's was finally put on some sort of sanctions list. Now, why these people were not put on the sanctions list a year and a half ago, well, I mean, ask yourself that question. Why is it taking so long? Okay, there might be like years of delays, apparently, to get weapons out, but why does it take so long to sanction people? Hello, it doesn't seem to hold any water on that front, does it? So I'm sorry. I think this is kind of a pointless discussion in some ways, because I'm not out to attack a country in particular. I'm not out to attack a political system in particular. I think we've all been asleep at the wheel. We've had corrupt or semi-corrupt politicians or incompetent politicians at the wheel, and we're asleep. We continue to tolerate it now, right? And the thing is, I'm afraid, just like COVID, Russia doesn't care what the motivations are, what the reasons are for delay in action. All Russia will do is act according to what it's faced with. And that is one of the many lessons of the Cold War. And this is not something that Joe Biden is unaware of, because he was alive during the Cold War and he saw it happen in front of his face, how correctly to deal with an aggressive nuclear state. Right. And, people saying we have to fight all the way to Moscow. We don't have to fight all the way to Moscow. We don't, because we have nuclear weapons too. Anyway, it's late here, so I will leave you with that. So thank you again for the space, and thanks to all the speakers. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, lunchtime. Yeah, I think, what you're saying, I think I'm hearing from everybody, we're all really frustrated because I think we all can see that if things were handled differently, Ukraine would be in a much better position at this point. So, but let's go over to Michael, who actually just affirmed for me in the back channels that I was actually right about my guess about what tank that the asthmatic chicken was. So over to you, Michael.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah, and I'm going to probably validate a few things. I'm not going to go into lazy arguments about whether or not the Constitution is, bad or needs work. At the end of the day, I think my fundamental view on this is we get the leadership that we deserve, and if you look at where defense spending has been, um, we as people have elected politicians that will provide things other than defense, and I think this is a paradox across the West. And I'll use a couple of data points. First off, the United States spends about $800 million a year on national defense. That's just under 3.5% of GDP. During the 1980s, we were spending some years close to 7%, generally somewhere around 6.5%. If we spent just 6% in the United States of GDP, which is less than what we normally did on any given year in the 1980s, we would be spending close to $1.4 trillion. That would be a $600 billion increase in defense spending. Back in the 1980s, we had a much more capable military than we have now. In 2014, there was a quadrennial military review that fundamentally altered the capability of the United States military, where we went from being able to fight two wars at the same time to fighting one in one place and rear guard at another one. We fundamentally weakened our posture, and during that time, that quadrennial review, the defense spending for the United States as a percentage of GDP went down and our capabilities have gone down. So Putin looks at this and he sees the West, he sees people, we elect governments in the West that don't put a priority on defense spending. Again, I don't think that's a knock on our leaders. I think that's really a knock on us as people, that we need to have more focus upon this, like we did during the Cold War. I think we get the leaders that we deserve, frankly. But this happened in the United Kingdom, where during the 1980s, United Kingdom spent 5% of GDP. They spent barely, they are spending 2% now, but they would, 2.5 times their defense spending if they spent what they spent when Margaret Thatcher was in power. You look at Germany, it's the same thing. They were spending around 3%. They barely spend 1.25% right now. They would more than double their defense spending. Putin looks at this across the board. He sees people that are not serious about defense. And if they're not serious about defense, they're not going to be serious about helping other countries. I think the United States needs to go back to the pre-2014 doctrine. We need to beef up our military. We need to do it in a serious fashion, because if we do that, I believe in the old adage of peace through strength. And I think if people in whatever political stripes you are believe that until you're elected official, it doesn't matter what kind of constitution you had. We had a constitution that was much more restricted than 1940s and 1980s than it is right now. And we fought a Cold War. We fought a World War II. We fought a war on terror. We get the type of leaders we deserve. We need to fight for these causes. We need to challenge our elected officials to find ways to get elected and to preserve our defense and to help and extend freedom. And I hope that we have generations of leaders. And I miss leaders that we had in the Cold War, people of both parties like Scoop Jackson and Jack Kemp. God bless Jack Kemp. I miss him every day. That would speak to these type of causes, where we can be big-hearted, we can spread liberty, and we have peace at home, prosperity at home, and we project force so that in the world where we have peace and prosperity, when the lion and the lamb lay down together, you know what? I don't care if the lion and the lamb can lay down together. I still want to be the lamb, and we in the West have to be, and we have not been. We need to step up across the board. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think you mean we want to be the lion, correct? Anyway, host connection issues. If we crash, please come back. We've having some problems tonight, but let's go to Marcus and hope we're still here when you finish talking.
Yes, I just wanted to complete my diatribe. Will explain my reasoning for advocating for turning Moscow into glass. Obviously, my point there is that at this stage, Russia is the single largest exporter of terror, human indignity, pain, and suffering on the planet, and it's not even close. And we collectively are only willing to go as far as is convenient to stop this. And anyone that does what I'm saying should probably look into how long Syria has had children's hospitals bombed by Russian jets. We aren't doing anything about it. Not at all. Nothing. And Syrians are begging in English for us to care. So now they're doing it in Ukraine. Next will be wherever the hell else they feel like it, because clearly we don't have the stones to stand up to them. But we should. And increasing defense spending is great if you have the guts to use it. And I don't think that needs to be kinetic, to be honest. I don't think it's any surprise that when the leader of Congress showed up in China with a U.S. fleet, a lot of talk about Taiwan kind of tampered down. I think America is able to flex, and everybody sees the size of her biceps. So, and everyone that said you have to be willing to back your words up should. They're right. Yes. But the reality is there's no point in saying we're protecting the free world if you watch kids get bombed to ashes. There's no point. And no, military affairs are garbage for both sides. Death is garbage for both sides. War is the worst thing possible. And it's a place where the worst things possible in human history have happened. But watching other people get pounded into ash while just nodding and going, thoughts and prayers ain't good enough. It is not good enough. So we have to decide if we're actually the allies of the free world or if we're just going to cosplay like we are. And lately it's been a lot of cosplaying where we're like, because the reality is America hasn't done her best. There's tanks getting cut up in the desert. And the reality is we've watched Ukrainians jerry-rig M113 Vietnam era stuff and make it work for armored ambulances. They want this stuff. They could have this stuff. The US could give them 500 of every tank in the arsenal and not even blink. Because they decommissioned that many after they left Afghanistan. We know they can. And if the problem is aggravating a genocidal dictator, oh well, what's he going to do? Throw a punch at America? Not likely. And that's all I have to say. We just have to accept that sometimes you have to fight to help people. And if it takes getting punched in the nose, that's garbage. But it's better than living your life knowing you watch someone suffer.
Thank you, Marcus. Martin, welcome up.
Thank you, Robin, Christopher, and everyone making a really important, salient comments to this discussion. Very good. I agree with so much of what, excuse me, with what so much of what has been said. Let me just add, if I may, I apologize for my throat. A dry fly, and I apologize if I've misquoting you, but did you say that this is an existential threat to Russia too? Because it isn't. This is an existential threat to that gangster, that KGB man in the Kremlin, Putler, and his gang of terrorists. That's who it's a threat to, because this. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Martin. I think he was saying that in Putin's mind, it's an existential threat. I don't think he was saying it actually
In
was.
Putin's febrile mind, yeah, right. Well, so the corollary for me is let's get rid of that threat. And I know this is going to be controversial, but I'm all in for regime change in benighted Muscovy. And I think Marcus said it well. Lunchtime said it well, and others have too. This terrorist, this gangster, is our threat as well, not only Ukraine. And President Zelensky has always said, we aren't interested in attacking Russia. We just want to restore our legitimate boundaries, our border, the full Ukraine as it is. So there is no existential threat to Muscovy. It's only in the mind of this gangster, this hooligan, this illegitimate president in that blood-ridden country. So sorry for my anger, but I wanted to point that out. And you know, it's been said before, and President Zelensky has said it. I believe he even quoted Winston Churchill, give us the tools and we'll do the job. They don't want American troops. They don't want NATO troops. They want to do it themselves. So let's give them the kit that they need and get it done with, so we don't have to deal with this threat, this country to the east of Ukraine that is always posing some sort of a threat. Ukraine will do it for us. This is our fight too. Anyways, I'm on my soapbox and I apologize. So I'm just going to step down to listener, and Robin and Christopher and everyone else. Great conversation, great discussion, important discussion. Slava Ukraini, and please retweet this site.
Heroyam Slava. Yeah, thank you, Martin. Thanks for coming up. Christopher, it's getting to be about that time when our replacement co-hosts are up and waiting in the speaker panel. I think if you don't mind, I'm going to take my leave of you.
Absolutely, go for it.
I just wanted very quickly before I go to remind everyone or tell everyone, if you didn't know, today is an important day in Ukraine. It's the day of dignity and what's the word? Freedom. Den Hiznosti ta Svoboda. It's the 10th anniversary of the beginning of the Euromaidan, the revolution of dignity. So it's an important day, and it reminds us yet again how long Ukraine has been fighting for their freedom. Anyway, with that, I just want to say thank you for everyone. I really enjoyed tonight. Thank you for all the good contributions we've had. I'll see you all soon, I hope, and Slava Ukraini.
See you, Rob.
Slava.
Heroyam Slava.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prince. And we are MriyaReport. We're hanging out. We're here 24/7, 365. We've just had a great bullet points with Chuck, although it was abbreviated. I mean, it was not abbreviated. 2 hours is a good long show. But that for Chuck, it was a little bit shorter than normal. And some people have DM'd me in the background and came up and were like, "Was Chuck gone?" And I was like, "Well, you can have turkey and then come back, because he is going to do Thursday night." Now, I was actually genuinely surprised. I did give him. I was not aware of the programming on it, so I was like, "Yeah, you can have a happy Thanksgiving." He goes, "Nope, I'm going to be back." So good for us. Absolutely. Now, hopefully it'll be. Hopefully you won't have any indigestion over this. Although this evening's post Chuck show, there was a little consternation and potential indigestion, especially if you've eaten a turkey meal like my mother and family prepare, which has to allow for a couple different notches on the belt to be utilized, and certainly needs a small lie down before dessert. Anyway, we have, as Prince, you're up there for co-host. Excellent. I shall pass the baton to you, please.
Thank you very much, Christopher. It is good to be with you all tonight, and I don't know how well this is going to go, but we are going to give it a shot. Tracy, stop laughing at me. I was considering taking up video and puppets. Axel and I talked about that earlier tonight. So you can hear this is why I was not here last night, and it's debatable whether I should be here tonight, but we're gonna give it a shot. I don't know the order of hands, so I'm gonna go alphabetical. Dry fly, go ahead.
It was Michael and Incognito before me, so I'm going to let them do it, and then I will jump in.
Alrighty, Michael, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Prince. Good evening, Christopher again. Good to see you, Prince. I wanted to follow up on just a couple of remarks that I made as far as defense spending. And I think that it's a paradox, which is, our elected leaders will rightfully so, if they provide us services, if they provide us better healthcare, they provide us better education, and that comes at a cost. And if they hold our taxes down, and so the challenge I think we have is to say that to our politicians, we want you to do that, but at the same time, we want you to increase our defense spending by 40%, so that we can be a good deterrence to these thugs and these threats like Iran and like Russia, so that places like Ukraine are more safe. Because I think it's pretty safe to say that if the West had the defense spending that they had back in the 1980s, there'd be a lot more equipment that we have there. And Marcus's point's very well taken, that there is a lot of equipment that the United States has in terms of M1A1s. The problem is we're not making tanks on the regular right now. There are more M1A1s being cranked off assembly lines. Granted, it's an export version, doesn't have the armor, which is classified, that we have in the United States, but the Egyptians are doing more of a job on that front than we are. We still have a tank manufacturing, but we don't have the capacity. We don't have the will to get that in place. And that's so much the case across the board. We just don't do buildups like we did before. And I don't know what it's going to take for the collective West to get back to that mentality where we are truly an arsenal of democracy. We're doing good now, but we're not doing like what we did before. Marcus, I'll call out Canada. I think they're about 1.35% of GDP under Justin. If they were back where they were when his father was prime minister, they'd be somewhere around 1.85% of GDP, which would be a big step up. And I'd like to see Canada at 2%. I'd like to see the United States back at 6%. I'd like to see British back at 5% of GDP, because I think if we did that, we would have the mindset of an electorate and of people that are focused upon defense and focused upon security across the globe. When you put your money where your mouth is, and we just flat out have not been doing that across the collective West for whatever reasons. And I'd like to see the United States get back to where we were again before 2014, when we said that we're only going to be prepared to fight one war at a time. We need to get back where we can fight a war in Europe and fight a war in Asia. And I'd like to see us do that, because I think that would make it to where people would be less inclined to actually act upon threats like Putin has done. Peace through strength, I do think worked at the end of the day.
Thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Incognito.
Thanks, Prince. Yeah, Michael, thank you. Your point bears a little bit of elucidation. The in an economy the size of the United States, increasing the defense production from 5% to 6% is trivial. In the case of Britain, going from 5 to 6 would be a lot more substantial, because it's a smaller economy. But so that needs to be taken into account. Although I don't disagree with the general principle that if you're in NATO and you have a commitment to put to devote a certain amount of your economy or your GDP to defense production, you shouldn't just get to slough it off because, hey, we're tiny and the United States is so big. So I'm with you there. Oh crap. I had something more to say pertinent to what was going on before, and may I re-raise my hand when I remember what I wanted to say?
Sure, I'm just going to say, hi, Scott, how are you?
Hi, Prince Heather. At my first opportunity to speak, I wanted to say that I've been admonished by Nancy M. to be chatty and save your voice to the extent that I possibly can. So I did tell her that I came off a busy day of presenting and all manner of work and other volunteer stuff. So I'm ready to be chatty.
Well, that's probably a good thing. I think maybe I might sound like Yehuda did at his bar mitzvah.
Yeah,
You
your
did.
voice is almost as high as mine.
Well, I
You
thought
did.
about you. I sound like Marcus did a week ago.
That's good.
Anyway, I saw Nick did put his hand back up. Nick, did you think of what you wanted to say?
No, I put my hand back up to to go back into the queue. Thank you.
Okay, dry fly.
Hi, yeah, I just was going to say I agree with everything Michael said, with one caveat. I don't think we'll ever be in a position anymore to fight two wars on two fronts if the wars are all-out wars against Russia and China. I just think people have to be realistic. If it's a small theater war, yeah, sure, no sweat. But I think part of the hesitancy on the Biden administration was not knowing for sure whether we were going to be fighting two wars simultaneous. And I bet you they were getting all kinds of communiques telling them there was a possibility, if not a likelihood. And I think they had to kind of get their ducks in a row to be able to at least hold the fort should that event occur. And now that it's less likely, not impossible, but less likely, I think you're going to see more attention being paid, assuming that the budget issues get ratified. I just think people need to be realistic with what he said. Yeah, after 2015 or 2014, after that biennial, I remember when that happened, when they said, oh yeah, we're not going to be able to do this anymore. We're going to go to a 1.5 or something like that posture. And my understanding is that the force posture globally reflected that, especially in Eastern Europe. The Eastern European force posture was quite low in 2020, 2021, in that ballpark. And it only has been picking up now as a result of what's going on in Ukraine. And I would love to hear him say whether I'm right or wrong on that, but I don't see us right now in our current posture, under any circumstances, being able to fight a complete total war with China and Russia at the same time without a major mobilization, far in excess of anything we have on the table right now. And I'll listen.
Thanks, Rifle. I tend to agree with you. The intensity of the Ukraine conflict, if the United States was directly involved, I can't imagine we'd be doing something with equal intensity in Asia or South America or whatever. I guess we wouldn't be doing something with equal intensity in South America, but we wouldn't be having an all-out war with China over Taiwan at the same time, I don't think. So that's a challenge for military planners, right? And certainly the arsenal of democracy needs to get revived if we're going to play the role that we'd like to in Ukraine and elsewhere, and I think probably everyone in the space elsewhere in the world where people are longing to turn over a new leaf and become part of the democratic society of nations. Prince Heather is recycling, although on my screen it looks like
I'm
she's
already
still
back.
You're already back. No wonder you're a co-host on my screen.
Yeah.
Do you want me to call out names since to save your
If you
voice?
don't mind. If
Okay.
you don't mind.
Michael's next, and then Curry, and then Dryfly.
Yeah, thanks. And I agree with Dryfly that, is it realistic for us to go back to that posture? It's as realistic as we were to find another $600 billion a year in the United States budget. And I don't see us finding, if we were to find, again, get back to that same 6% GDP posture, maybe, but I think that's the rate limiter is, where are we going to find when we're running massive deficits as it is, another $600 billion a year for defense? If we did, I think we could, but again, that's a pretty tall order. So I think that if something happened from a change in national mentality, you could see that. But again, putting our money where our mouth is, I just don't see that flat out happening. And I think we're doing the best we can. I do think we probably need to increase our defense spending, and I'm definitely all in favor of increasing our defense spending, our defense capability. We need to be making a hell of a lot more shells. We need the ability to make more tanks, and I think that's across the board. I think we need to, as Western democracies, we need to find that gear again, where the British are making tanks, and they're not just putting a new top on top of a tank and calling it Challenger 3, and the Germans need to find the ability to manufacture those things at scale, and that needs to be the case across the collective West. And I think if we do that, then that'll send a signal to a lot of these dictators across the board. Unfortunately, we're not there. The world has changed, and Dryfly's point's well taken. The People's Liberation Army in China has order of magnitude more capability right now than they did back in the 1980s. The Russians are definitely not as powerful as they were in the 1980s, but it's not so much their power factor, but the fact that they've got people that are willing to use kinetic force as a means of politics and a means to try to enforce their will upon their neighbors against the tenets of international law. And the only way that those people will listen is by force. They're prepared to punch somebody in the mouth, and they're not going to listen to anybody unless somebody punches them back in the mouth. So I agree with Marcus on that front as well. Is that I think we have to be prepared to show these people force. I just don't think we're there yet. Hopefully we will, and I know regardless of party, if that's the way, I'll definitely be voting.
Thanks, Michael. Incognito, and then Dry5, then Curry, and then James. Incognito?
I'm sorry, I thought Michael was before me. I will go. Yes,
He was. He just spoke.
Oh, somehow I missed that. Maybe there's a time lapse. So I wanted to comment first on a podcast that is relevant to the discussion that was going on, including Lunchtime and Martin. It is the FAQ-U podcast, the most recent episode, which was, I believe, September 4th, and in which two learned Ukrainians, one being an actual academic, and both of them completely, utterly fluent in English, were discussing the situation of the current state of the Russian Empire, which is called the Russian Federation, but is in fact an empire. It's the same empire it ever was. And I would just advise anybody who found filaments of that conversation, including Lunchtime and Martin, I would just point them to that. It's quite an excellent listen, and it's only about a half an hour long. And oh goodness gracious! Every time I think I have two things smart to say, I can get out the first and forget the next. So I'll just lower my hand and raise it back up when I remember. Thank you.
It's the human condition, Incognito. No worries. You're welcome back. Dry5. Dry5. Did you unmute your mic?
While you're waiting, I got to tell you
Oh.
the best. I'll fill in for him for a second. He wanted you to listen to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, which is the greatest podcast ever.
Okay. I think you might not be able to hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Dryfly, can you hear Scott?
I can, Scott.
Okay.
I can't hear anybody. There's been silence, but every now and then a voice will pop up. So I'm wondering if the hosts have lost connection, and it's a case of
Dryfly, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I was wondering if it
Can
was a
you
case
can
of the
you
inmates were
can you
running the
hear me?
asylum, and that had me worried.
It's you, dry fly. You got to recycle.
It seems like we can all hear each other except you. Okay. So, Curry. Can you hear me?
Curry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm here. I forgot to press the button. Any case, I'm really I'm glad to listen. Can you hear me first of all? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we can.
Well, I mean, people had a few little problems beforehand, so I thought I would check real quick. Anyways, I'm really glad to have listened to the broadcast tonight. You know, Chuck Fair and all the good information, and then many of the comments thereafter. I'm an American. I live in Minnesota, and I have some of the same concerns as my countrymen. And not to get into the weeds of American politics, but the fact of the matter is, um, many of you mentioned it. You know, whether you're in Great Britain or Australia or whatever, where we have representative governments, our voice has value. And so I contact my local representative, my senators regularly, and you know, explain where I am. And you know, as the budgeting process was happening here, I really kept on it quite tight. I happen to be I retired recently, and so I have the opportunity to not only listen to you but also be an advocate. And I share some of the same frustrations as my compatriots here in the States about the whole situation. That, and I won't go through all of it, but uh, so you know, like I say, I call my congressperson and so on. But I also, when I go to have coffee with some retired people and also younger folks too, and we talk about what's going on, and they ask, well, what I'm interested in, and I say, well, Ukraine, and some of the interest, I would say, has been obscured by the fact that we're running into the you know, election season. And so I said, well, our local congressperson, he voted for this thing here before, but now all of a sudden we have a little bit of a turmoil in our house and so on. And so I'm and I chat a little bit about Ukraine and so many of the things that you share here on Maria Report. What's happening there? How does it impact us? And it's, you know, I hear some of the same objections. Oh, we're spending so much. I said, no, it's you know, it's a small percentage. We haven't even you know, probably spent maybe 5% of our uh, military budget, and this illegal invasion has been and they've lost 50% of their fighting force, you know, as far as material and men and so on. I said, this is our fight. They're a part of Europe. We guarantee, you know, and you know the argument. We guaranteed their boundaries in 19, you know, when the Soviet Union split up, and Ukraine voted to be an independent nation. We guaranteed their borders. I've met some of the people who were involved with some of the in negotiations. Mr. Mearsheimer, who I've met several times, and I'm quite frankly disappointed in his current opinion over the years. I think he has lost touch. Whereas Timothy Snyder, I ran across a few of his books, a couple earlier book. Uh, a year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and then I've been following him. He's spot on. Well, anyways, I'm not going to drag this on. I happen to be at home, and Frontline is on, and they have 20 days of Mariupol. And I remember when I saw that when that first came out that Ukraine was invaded, and there were tanks heading toward Kyiv. I said, I have Ukrainian friends, or people who are survived, you know, and were immigrants to the States in the 50s, and I got to speak with them as a much younger person. I said, these Russians, they're in trouble. They don't know what they're in for. They're going to have a fight, and I especially I laugh a little bit, but when the grandmother walked up to the Russian soldier and said, here are some sunflower seeds. Put them in your pocket so you'll grow sunflowers when you're basically in the ground. I knew this. They are tough people. And so at the end of the day, I'm with you. Let's give Ukraine everything they need to be victorious, to get their borders back to where they were, that to the borders that we agreed to, that we guaranteed. And if you can, talk to your neighbors and friends. Ask them to, when they ask you what you're doing, you say, well, number one, you can donate to MriyaAid.org, for non-lethal aid. And if you're more interested, you can, go to the, MriyaReport and become a little more educated. And I said, besides that, some of us, like I was a locomotive engineer driver, and I taught languages much earlier on in my career. Those are gifts that were given to me and abilities I have. Some of my colleagues have been physical therapists, children's doctors, psychiatrists, people have dealt with people who have been through, terrible stress in wars. I said, well, some of you, and maybe we could even get partnerships through, maybe it's already happening through some of our hospitals, our locals, well, whether it's by a regional or national level, where we can get people who not only go and cook food, at Chef Shenga's kitchen there, and that supplies so many great meals. I could easily go there and cut vegetables for many weeks. I wouldn't mind doing it. But we have talented people that maybe as time goes on, perhaps we can think about a new Marshall Plan with partnerships that will deal with people who have lost limbs, suffer traumatic stress syndrome, and so on. So at the end of the day, we still have a challenge here in my own country with this turmoil in the House and so on, and budgets and financing Israel and financing the military aid to Ukraine. Well, we have to step up to the plate here. And so I'm trying to do my part. And over and above that, I want to say I really appreciate all the wonderful information, and sometimes in depth to the point where I'm like, well, I don't need to hear about kit and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is, whatever it is, we are on the same page together, whatever our gifts are that we, for Ukraine to not only survive, but win. And that is in our national interest, by no doubt about it. I have relatives in Finland. Yeah, okay, I'll
I
stop.
think you've made your point about 3 times.
Well, I will. Okay, I will stop. Thank you very much. But thank you for indulging me. I do
Thanks,
appreciate it, my friends. I love
thanks
you
for
all.
being here. We love you too.
It's always a pleasure.
Dry fly, you're back.
I am, and I found out what killed my connection, I think. I took the dog out.
What's
I
that?
took the dog out and I got outside of the Wi-Fi range, and it wasn't happy with that. I thought I was still hearing you guys talk, so I thought it was going, but it didn't want to connect on the other end. Anyway, I just wanted to make one quick point. Martin mentioned that the war isn't existential for Russia, and I would agree with him. It shouldn't be, but Putin has made it existential, and for us, we have to consider that going forward. That's just the point I was trying to make. I see he's not listening anymore, but if people were hearing that, I'm not saying that it should be existential for Russia, but damn it, Putin has made it existential, and he's made it existential, and then convinced a whole shitload of his countrymen, that it's existential, and that's a problem. That's going to be a problem for us. So I think the war only ends when Russians really want it to end. And when Russians really want it to end, they'll either overthrow the Kremlin, or the Kremlin will hear what they're saying. Because until that day, we've got problems. And that's why everything we do for Ukraine has to be to help them not only get their land back, but destroy Russian ability to fight. And when we're calling our congressman, and thank you, Curry, for doing your job, calling Stauber, because he needs to be called. And I'm calling Finstead on my end of the state. And the rest of you people out there in the rest of the U.S. need to call your guys, and really give them hell. And that's all we can do now. And that's what I try to do. And I'll listen. Thank you.
I just want to reflect on one part of the existential nature of this for Putin. He made it I mean, I think it literally is existential for him based on Russian history and based on strong men who fail at their mission to conquer territory. That does shorten their lifespan very dramatically. So I think it literally is existential for him only at his own choice, right? Obviously. And I do agree with your point that when the Russian people signal to him somehow that they're fed up, that might make a difference. But as we all know, also from Russian history, there's a tendency for the Russian population to be very quiescent. They've learned to their peril many, many, many times that to protest is to end up in the gulag, and that goes back 400 years to the beginning of the Russian Empire. So, and it was, illustrated so keenly with counterintelligence people and the betrayal of neighbors to the KGB back in Soviet times. So that's the problem, right? There's not going to be the revolution of dignity and freedom that the Ukrainians staged at the Maidan 10 years ago and that we're celebrating today, probably in Russia. So but that doesn't mean that the mothers and the wives and the girlfriends of the soldiers won't complain. There is some thought that the public revolt in the Afghanistan war for the Russians played some role in the withdrawal in the Gorbachev era. So,
Can I speak onto that? Because I agree with you, but don't give up on the thought that there may be a coup.
No, that's true. I agree.
Putin is not.
That seems more plausible.
Putin looks like he's the all-powerful solo, but he isn't. He's actually the figurehead or the top of a whole cabal of a near global mob military complex in Russia. And when they think that it's no longer to their advantage that he's there, and it's not just oligarchs. Oligarchs actually are probably the weakest segment of it. I think Patrushev is the guy who's second in line, and they're looking to get his son to be the successor to Putin. But there's a whole red mafia of people through the intelligence services that are driving the ship, and Putin is just the leader of it. They follow him because it's working, and they're scared of him. But when they're more worried about their own necks, when those people are more worried about their own necks than they are about Putin killing them, that's when things change. And I think for us, helping Ukraine get all the weapons they can get to bring as much pain and suffering on all of the military, on the military industrial complex, and onto the people who are in the streets, average, not protesting, just average everyday people. That's when the coup plotters go from being a ragtag bunch like Prigozhin to actually being, FSB colonels and such who could pull it off. So we just got to keep the heat on them and not surrender and not let them off the hook. And I will listen. Thank you.
100% agree. And I'm hoping and praying for that day. And I even wanted Prigozhin to succeed, even though he was, a first class asshole. Excuse my French. Okay, James, you've been waiting for too long. And then Incognito will go back for your second point, and then to Martin.
I think I'm just about done. So I think I waited just long enough. You can pop me out of the oven now. So, no, I'm having a beer.
What does that mean?
I'm having a beer, so I really no, I haven't. It took me a while to roast. I mean, just yeah. So it's a joke.
James.
What? Yes,
James,
I'll
did
stop.
the turkey timer pop out?
No.
Oh, like he lifted his bum. I get it.
That's funny, funny, Prince, funny. Well, I got that one, so this is good. That's one for me because I understood the joke this time. So good. Anyway, no, I am wanting to come up to talk to all the issues that I've heard about, but I'll try to restrict myself to just some few. I was really comfortable what you just finished saying, dry fly. I think that the nuclear umbrella is going to have to change radically from what it was. The mutual assured destruction with as many players as there are now in the world looks different to me than the olden days, right? The genie's out of the bottle, as it were. So that's one thing. So that's expensive right there. Probably whatever kind of lasers or whatever it is. Community building is at the other end. I mean, lasers at the last second is tertiary defense. It's point defense kind of stuff, But the primary prevention for this is deterrence, but maybe even before deterrence, there is community building. And we have to have Russia in the world community. It just doesn't serve us to throw them out somehow. They're not going to leave Earth unless, it wouldn't be right if we did it. If we got rid of Russia, that would be wrong. They're people too. But it would be good to have them break up into something good. And it would, what Joe or what M was talking about was that it has to be a process that is like community building and how to put it. It has to be a community that accepts each other. So there's got to be ways we can do that with Russia and lay down the line. So I approve also of the message that in some cases force is the only answer. That's the only way they're going to stop is if you stop them. But when we do that, and when we do that in the Middle East, and when we do that in Ukraine, then it has to come with an explainer about why and walk people through it again and again. And use the trials to do that, use the trials and have those televised. And if you have to pay to put that on every channel in your nation, you pay. That's my opinion. This shit about a national message not breaking through to the people because of the failure of the press to provide the news about our agency as we've given it to our representatives to take our nation forward. So anyway, that's there's that. So this is more expensive stuff, but there are benefits, right? That's the other thing. We talk about these purchases, as costs, and so we need cost offsets. But what's true is that deterrence is our shell around our inner self as a nation, and that is that it provides for the needs of the people. None of that comes cheap either, right there, healthcare, et cetera. But we can make it cheap by, reducing injury and doing more and more and more primary prevention and education. And so, I guess that's it.
Quite the plan for reform there, James.
Well, you got to think about it all the way through. But the atom stuff, right? I mean, that stuff that's crazy, and that's the first thing to control. And I'm glad we're holding back all the billions of dollars, because if it comes to it, and you can get back stuff that's floating around out there, get it, use the money, have leverage later, spend it to get back kids. I don't care. Give them the money if they give back all the kids, let them have their money, and then let them sit on an embargo for 30 years.
I
Well,
wanted
that's
to
it.
I wanted to address myself to one small part of what you said, which was the Russia breaking up part. I don't think we in the West or the US in particular, should foment that. Um, but I don't think we should be scared of it either. I think that if some of the regions break off because they want self determination, I mean, after all, Muscovy is a huge and one of the remaining two big colonial powers in the world. And if those colonized people want to be free, I don't think we should be afraid of that in terms of our polity. Um, and I think our State Department and our politics experts should be able to figure out all of their concerns about handling nuclear weapons, et cetera, in that context. But I don't think we should foment it. So, and
I think we just
I
need
don't
to
think you
open the
were,
door.
I don't think you were saying that we should either. But I'm just,
We just need to open the door to them, rushing into NATO, rushing into other appropriate alliances that are aligned, and them demonstrating, of course, that they're ready to be a player in the democratic arena. You know what I mean? Like all the accession stuff that we're seeing, which is so beautiful going on right now with Ukraine. Make sure, but bring people, bring all each of the nations that comprise the Soviet states were, some way or another their own nation. And if they go out, apart and they become little nations and then they decide to rejoin, at least it will be a healthier union, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll have, if they apply money first on their own people and the health, wealth, and happiness of people, and then they provide for defense without carrying on imperial wars, etc. Being nice neighbors, carry on trade. Then that'll be better, but it won't happen without I think splintering again. But it doesn't have to. We don't have to plan it. We don't have to do anything to motivate it. I think it's just going to come. Just the more information that people get, the more interconnected the world is, the better the common understanding is, and it'll come to them one way or the other. But it'll be like that tall guy walking through a short doorway kind of thing for them, and they'll fall flat on their back.
all right. Incognito, and then we have the three M's in this order: Martin, Michael, and then Marcus. Okay, Incognito, your turn. Second point.
Thank you. Yeah. Mic check. I had to switch earpieces because the
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Good, because the previous one was dead on battery. Anyway, to Michael's earlier point, I wanted to remind everybody that if you are lucky enough to live in one of the top uh, uh, economies in the world, like the United States or anywhere in Europe, or not anywhere, but most places in Europe, and you have a defense industry that is capable of producing enviably uh, um, and enviable technology, military technology. It is not a sin to want to spend a good portion of your GDP on supporting the manufacture of that, because, as Michael said, peace through strength. You can deter aggression, and not just aggression on you, but aggression on the countries who look to you for support. You can deter them by your ability to supply quality munitions and weapon systems. And so Please remember, this is specifically for Americans, what I'm about to say, but it pertains to everybody in the democratic, civilized Western world. Please remember that when you contact your representatives about supporting Ukraine, please remember it is not charity if you are asking them to vote for legislation that produces more armaments, quality armaments, unmatchable armaments, uh, because peace through strength matters, and peace through strength also makes great high-paying jobs in your local economies. Even if you are as disjointed and as vast as the United States, you get great jobs, you get an economic boon, and you get to waste your time instead of listening to the threatening international news of, like, say, the 1930s and 40s. You get to waste your time playing video games and watching reality TV instead of worrying about what Herr Hitler and Stalin are doing on another continent that is going to F up your life if you let it go. So remember this when you write or contact or leave messages for your congressional or representatives or senators or MPs anywhere in the world. Peace through strength means better economies for you. And I had another point, but I don't want to bother with it. Oh, yeah, actually, I do want to bother with it. The only thing that is truly threatened in Russia by a strong Western response to Putin's maniacal, ideological, and kleptocratic aggression is the Russian Empire. It's called the Russian Federation, but it's still the Russian Empire. It's just smaller than it used to be, and its national myth is called the Ruski Mir, the Russian world. And that is what is under threat, not Russia itself. Nobody wants to conquer Russia. We don't want any part of those outhouses and foul Siberian enclaves. We want nothing to do with them except that they just leave the rest of the world alone. And thank you. I have got to drop as a speaker, and I will happily thank you for letting me rant.
Thanks, Incognito. Have a good evening. Martin.
Thank you, Scott. I agree with just about everything everyone has been saying, and Incognito. Yeah, great points you made. Just great points. We think alike in so many ways in that regard. And Dryfly, thank you for explaining what you meant by this thug, this terrorist, this KGB man in the Kremlin. What's his name? Oh yeah, Putler. Meaning, saying, or looking at this war as an existential threat. Right. It's something that he himself has projected onto the rest of Russia in his own fevered and little mind. But I would say that the biggest threat that he fears is the example that the courageous, independent-minded, democracy-loving people of Ukraine have shown, both through the Maidan revolution and now in their defense of their beleaguered country from the aggression by Muscovy, the genocidal aggression. I think that's the thing he fears the most, because should that spread to his own country, well, justice shall be served. Justice will be served. Anyways, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Oh, one final point. The gentleman from Minnesota, a neighboring state to where I am, Manitoba, mentioned about a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. Well, something like that is already in the works through the EU Solidarity with Ukraine plan. And you can actually go onto Google and look for it. It's called the Recovery and Reconstruction of Ukraine. And as Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission, said recently, Ukraine can count on the EU's full support. We stand ready to take a leading role in the international reconstruction efforts to help build a democratic and prosperous Ukraine. This means investments will go hand in hand with reforms that will support Ukraine in pursuing its European path. So bravo to that. And I'm going to drop down to listener and then say goodnight to everyone. I have to hit the hay because I got to go to work tomorrow. So keep up the good work, everyone. We're all on the same page. Great ideas that people are putting forward, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thank you,
Ram
Martin.
Slava.
Michael.
Thanks, Scott. You know, one thing that has fascinated me over the course of the last 7-8 weeks has been that the war machine that Russia uses to attack Ukraine is fueled by oil. And it's been very fascinating to me to see about a week before the Hamas attacks on the 7th of October, oil hit about a 52-week high. It's actually gone down by about 18% since then. I think one of the things that Putin was banking on was instability in the Middle East to drive up oil prices, because if the oil price goes up in the Middle East, that would help him out. And he is, dealing with oil that's flirting with going below $70 a barrel. And in that nature, he needs it to be closer to $100 a barrel. That's what the Saudis with the OPEC Plus were banking on. And he is hemorrhaging money big time. And so I think one of the things we have to do is we need to keep the pressure on, and hopefully that price of oil will stay down, because that is just bleeding him dry. He had it somewhere around $650 billion of reserves. About $350 billion of that was frozen and remains frozen in Western banks. And he is burning through the remaining $300 billion of that. He's taken in some other, but by many accounts, in about 6 months' time, he is going to be in a world of hurt if things stay where they are. So keep an eye on the price of oil. Hopefully that price will stay low. And the lower the price of oil, the more that's going to hurt. So I'm hoping that things happen on that front to the benefit of the Ukrainians. Low oil on the global market helps Ukraine. And so hopefully that'll give us some solace, and hopefully we'll see that pan out to where Putin's war machine doesn't work anymore because they don't have any more money. Thanks.
A corollary to that, Michael, is the gas market. And I heard a report this week about how both Spain and France have not put an embargo on it, and hence their gas traders are allowed to take delivery of liquefied natural gas in Spanish and French ports, respectively. And so the price that they can get at those ports are higher than what the Chinese or the Indians are willing to pay, and also obviously just expands demand for their gas. So that's another front, especially since the U.S. has gas to sell, LNG wise. And there may be some technical issues, but it sounded like, and this was part of Ukraine, the latest from the Telegraph in London, it sounded like it wasn't necessarily the technical issues. It was just these traders, had a couple cents a cubic foot better price, and they grabbed it and then transferred it to buyers as anonymous natural gas. So we got to do we have to be vigilant on both the oil and the gas front, I think. Marcus, you are up, sir.
Awesome. So earlier I was talking about how I want to turn Russia, Moscow into glass. But I was thinking we could offer them a solution that doesn't involve nuking their capital. Complete demilitarization. Now stick with me here, because I don't care what they respond to that, because I had that first plan to fall back on. And maybe I'm just fantasizing here, but I think the world would be a measurably better, safer place if Russia didn't have the ability to wage genocidal wars on its neighbors. And I think if you examine the past 50 years, my theory holds up. So what do we got to do to take the guns away from the crazy person that's committing mass murders every once in a while? What do you think?
Well, I think we're a far piece from there if we're worried about supplying tanks and F-16s to to an army that's under-equipped in terms of kit from their adversary, for fear of provoking into escalatory moves the larger, meaner, better equipped adversary or an instigator.
You're 100% correct. So the goal, however, then would be to, as Earth, not just the United States, I mean like everybody, to be able to say, look, this crazy person will not follow the law. Maybe we should form a police department and properly arm them so they stop killing people in the neighborhood. And we should all build our armies towards not being held hostage by Russia every 10 years when they decide to invade and murder everybody and take their stuff. Rather than saying, hey, we're just building up capacity, just be like, no, we should be able to stop that guy that keeps killing everybody and invading their houses. Because I don't know, like, let's take his guns and put him in jail. And I think that should be the plan. It sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm honestly think that should be the military goal, is like, we shouldn't be subject to this crap. This is wrong ethically.
Yeah. I mean, if we're thinking of reforms for the globe, we do. I mean, depending on how we're going to go about it, we've got a few strong countries and a lot, let's say 50-ish countries of the global south who won't even vote to have a verbal condemnation of invading another sovereign territory. How are we going to get them all to agree? Not only are
I have a plan
you
for that
not
too.
allowed,
America's going to bribe them.
Oh, okay.
Start splashing some money around like you did in the 60s.
Okay, and who's going to discipline America when we get too big for our britches?
I
And
haven't
do
worked that out yet.
preventative wars and
I
stuff
didn't work
like
that out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Canada will.
Canada will? Well, Canada would have the moral stature to, but back to the bully argument, that might be tough.
We're going to settle everything with hockey tournaments, and then you're done.
Totally. You got us. You got us. If we can't buy all your players to play in our league.
Oh, no.
Perish the thought. No, this is not okay, Moose Scott. We cannot. Scott.
Okay. Well, I mean, it would kind of be interesting to try to flesh this out, but I don't know if it's interesting enough to our listeners. It seems a little far-fetched.
Yeah, it's like, okay, my cousin who played in the NHL was from Canada, but then several years ago, I guess now, I went to buy a stove insert at a little fireplace place near my house, and I walked in, and the sales guy, I looked at him, and I grabbed the business card, And I said, oh my God, you're Grant Sasser. You're Grant Sasser. And he's like, yeah. I was like, I used to watch you play when you played for the Winterhawks. He ended up going to the NHL too, though. He was good.
What league were the Winterhawks in? I've never heard of them.
Western Hockey League. It's
Yeah, they're a
good team.
WHL team.
Yeah, they're good. They're Western Hockey League is a good league. Martin will tell you all about it next time he comes up. Anyway, sorry.
All right, can't wait to hear. Where did David go? James.
It looks like he fell.
He fell to his
But
death.
but Scott, I wasn't being silly. I really think our goal should be to be able to stop the people that are doing this, because right now we can't. That should be our global goal. No more allowing genocides because we can't make it work.
I mean, as a citizen of a country that can't take guns away from crazy people, I'm having a difficult time getting from the current UN to a UN that would take weapons away from rogue states. But I do agree with you that it's a noble goal, and I would be glad a noble goal, and one about which I'd be willing to think with you, offline about how we can get from here to there.
You're right, and you just reminded me that the UN were the first version of thoughts and prayers. You're right.
James had his hand up.
James.
Sorry.
This can be done. It's what Ukraine is doing. It's not your idea. Not at all. Not at all. It's long been a part of this strategy, I think, of this war, is to make sure that they're down long enough. You can't have them be weaponless. You cannot even try to take away their entire nuclear umbrella. You cannot. So it's a matter of degradation below a set standard, and that can be worked out at the negotiating table. So it's not your idea. It's Ukraine is doing this. It's part of their strategy. They know the future. They know that if they don't do the right things here, they're doing it, Marcus. So you're catching up with them, but you're not there yet. So
okay, look, I'll split.
Good, man. It's good. So, but you don't interrupt me, and I wish I had a mute button because yeah. And the other thing is, I'd say about this that that it is good that Ukraine is pushing the kind of stuff that they did with Zelensky's speech about dignity. They're so into human rights, to diversity, to acceptance, to community, democracy. They really are. They're into that. And so it's the thing that is going to win is when UN nations can look at an example that works, where, what's written in about common defense in the UN Charter is going to be seen as a resolution to problems of aggression universally. That's kind of my hope, is that we get past just a little, like, solve Ukraine problems, but solve this whole thing throughout the world. And that means we got to change other policies too. I think we just should drain a lot of the swamp with legalizing drugs. Fighting it for 100 years hasn't changed the usage rate by 0.5%. Do like the Portuguese do. Figure out what's wrong with every individual. Why did you start doing this? Why did you start this? And treat them. So we need to get back on that path and watch where Ukraine goes, because Zelensky's leading out and Ukraine is leading out in terms of direction. And a lot of people talked about this. I realized it's not my ideas. It's other people's, like Flohes and other people. So anyways, it's good to catch up with the train, Marcus. It's good to catch up with these people that are going way faster than we are. But if people around the world see an answer, and it doesn't have to be the United Nations at all, it could be NATO making an arrangement with some other maybe clustered defense organizations, like African NATO. I don't know. The rest of the world divided up into parts, and then a union of those to say, let's vote, and there would be only a few votes in a cluster like that of NATO and other defensive groups, or set it up a different way. I don't care. Work around it, because ultimately that is what has stopped genocides in the past, is groups of nations that say, oh yeah, universal jurisdiction. In this case, it makes sense. We do this. In other cases, it doesn't make any sense. If you got to fly over two or three or four hostile nations to settle a dispute internally to a country, it doesn't make sense for you to be the one that takes responsibility, right? So that's why we're not in some genocides, but we are in Ukraine's, because we're U.S. Bound to it by our word in a signed document to provide assurance, and that means to me that we are assuring that they're free. So anyways, I'm babbling on.
Thanks, James.
Well, we could explore James' idea of decriminalizing all drugs, but no, that's not how we should go about this, probably. But Ukraine is set to make cannabis legal medically. The law has already passed its first reading, and it's going through some amendments, I guess, before the second reading. And they're trying to set it up as a medical program where you get cannabis through a pharmacy. So yeah,
That's kind of cool. Set off at least on the right foot with some, less dangerous drugs.
yes, I think so. But I know that not everybody holds the same opinion as I do. But anyway, and that's fine. Not everybody has to have the same opinion that I do. But I've lived in a legal state for several years now, and it hasn't been a bad thing. I think it's been a good thing. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, down the street we have the SQDC, which is the dispensary of Quebec, and it's just like the liquor store here. It's run by the same. It's run by the provincial government, and profits pay for things like healthcare. And the only thing it's done is make drugs clean and taxed properly instead of going to biker gangs' money. It didn't change hippies from buying pot, or 19-year-olds from smoking a joint. It just meant that biker gangs don't get that money. It's just taxed. So I think it's great. I don't smoke any, but I know people who do. It's definitely no more destructive than drinking. So
Marcus,
legalize it.
Marcus, the last order I placed, it took 20 minutes from the time I pressed place order to the time it showed up at my door. So power to the people, and it pays for drug programs, and it has, anyway, I could go on about how it's reduced opioid use, but
Oh,
yes.
it's there's people with chronic pain that well, my brother's an electrician, and he would put it as a butter on his toast in the morning, go to work, and it solved his chronic pain problem without opioids. It's great.
Yeah, we shouldn't get too far down this road, but yes.
No, it's two
No,
steps from Ukraine. 2 steps. I'll do it in 2 steps.
You do
Please,
it in
please
2
let
steps.
me.
You do it
Oh,
in 2 steps, James.
United
You
Nations
can do it.
single
You can do it in
convention.
one.
United Nations single convention on narcotics. It includes cannabis, and it's not a narcotic. It needs to come out, and that includes Ukraine, because they'll be a voting partner with the rest of the democracies. If we wanted to do that globally, it could be done. So it makes sense to take it out. it's less dangerous. Although it's got its own dangers. It is contraindicated, I'd say, for some careers, for sure.
Well, yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
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 There are some things that there are some things that, okay, this is what I'm going to say. Education is key. Knowing what you're doing is the way to be. Really, realistically. But also looking at Ukraine, and this is what is said in their law that they're looking at, is the uses for PTSD and the uses for chronic pain are something that they're hoping that this will help to reduce opioid addiction. Really, in the long run, is what it comes down to, I think. And I think that's a smart thing, but that's my personal opinion. You don't have to agree, Marcus.
Do you know that you
Yeah.
can rub it on your hand or whatever
James,
hurts you? And I'm sorry,
James,
didn't I use my hand? Sorry.
you did use your hand, but I just called on Marcus. Go ahead. Just wait.
Um,
Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, there are non-trivial links to the potential to unlock schizophrenia or other disorders, not just with marijuana, but marijuana is and it's a when I said unlock purposefully because it would be in people that have the predisposition. However, it's not trivial in that it can have a major effect rather than a significant chance of it happening. It's very rare, but the point is, like you said, there are risks. There are risks. You can get lung cancer from hanging around campfires. So you have to balance the risk reward for everything. But like you said, it's non-narcotic. It's definitely not a narcotic. And opioids have done such incredible harm to our society, just lasting terrible damage. And this is the opposite of that. And it serves very similar purposes without the horrific problems of opioids. So on that basis, it's no brainer.
You're right. It is a non-zero chance, and that's why, again, I say education, education, education. So, as I drifted off into that topic, somehow I don't remember how. Scott, I bet you have some topics for tonight.
I do. But before I go to them, I want to greet Tracy fella and see if she's still awake. She's up here on the speaker panel, quiet as a mouse. Tracy, are you awake? Are you there?
I am here, Scott.
Hi. It's good
Hi.
to hear your voice. I hear it throughout the day every time I can. It seems like many times when I turn on the space, you are co-hosting, so I do hear your voice, but it's nice to converse.
Thank you very much, Scott. It's nice to speak to you too.
Thank you. Do you have any highlights from your day of research? I mean, I went through your timeline to prepare, but I'm curious if you found out anything about SBU, people who are convicted or indicted, or special operations, or anything particular that caught your eye today? What caught my eye that's along your line is the few number of tanks, artillery pieces, APVs, drones, fuel trucks that were destroyed yesterday. What do you think? That did Chuck bring that up in bullet points?
I didn't listen to all of bullet points because I was having lovely Twitter pox where I was getting thrown out of the space like every 2 minutes. It was extremely frustrating. So I didn't get to hear a lot of it, so I'm not sure if you went through them then. But Certainly, the numbers have been very interesting and very high. And even on the days when they've been low, they've still been really quite high. Have you looked at the weekly figures, Scott?
I have. And what I started to do about 41 days ago was I made a spreadsheet because I was interested in getting the averages when the number of personnel killed in a given day got into the 1,000 range. So I've been doing that every day for 41 days now, and yeah, some of the days recently were crazy high in terms of equipment. The personnel, like you say, has stayed pretty high, although the variance between 600-ish and 1,300-ish is quite significant, right? That's kind of the range in the last 41 days in terms of personnel. But tanks was down to 0 yesterday, which is the first time I've ever seen that low.
So I'm dying to know what they were over the month then, or over did you say it was a month, the period of your spreadsheet? 41 days, did you say? Just
Yeah,
over a month?
41 days, 36,000. I'll read them off for everybody. Over that period, 36,000 soldiers were killed. Almost 600 tanks, 597 tanks were destroyed. Over 1,000 APVs, 1,028. 908 artillery pieces. 975 of the fuel trucks or fuel tanks. And I only started capturing drones because the drone numbers don't tally up very well on the Defense Ministry's site in the little placard, and then the drones and missiles attacked or stopped that comes out as a separate kind of report. Those don't tally very well. So I wasn't doing drones all the days, but the last 13 days on drones, the total is 204 drones. And I don't know if those are the little reconnaissance, if they count in that the reconnaissance drones, or only the sort of kamikaze drones and the Shaheeds and those. So yeah, you might know that though, Tracy.
So I think the way, and those figures are absolutely astounding, by the way. I mean, I keep on thinking, when are they going to run out of these things? Especially like, artillery pieces and vehicles and fuel trucks and even tanks as well. It's just absolutely mind-boggling, the figures, especially when you look at them like that. And in terms of the drones, I think possibly what happens, and this is just only the way that I've worked things out by looking at it, so I don't know for certain, but I think what happens is the general staff include, so if they've had any during the day, and in the 24 hours, those are included. But then I think the ones that happen in overnight attacks are reported by the Air Force. So I'm wondering if that's where you're seeing the difference, that the Air Force ones overnight are not included in the general staff reports. I also noticed as well that the what's he called, Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister for Digital Transformation, he has the army of drones total each week. So did you take that into consideration? And I guess that just makes it more confusing.
Well, sometimes the Air Force one, by your designation, is more than the Ministry of Defense one. So that's what's confused. It doesn't seem like one is a subset of the other necessarily. So yeah, we'll put that on our project list. We don't have to try to figure that out on the air, but I do want to thank you and then Tracy recommended to me that I follow Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation, his Telegram channel. And I would in turn recommend it to any of you listeners because he is one dynamic guy. Tracy was just mentioning that he's kind of the head or maybe the executive sponsor of the Army of Drones. I don't know who coined the term, if he did, but basically what's happening is he's also got this entrepreneurial network, kind of incubator writ large, and funding opportunities for entrepreneurs. And then he kind of has a conclave for all the drone developers in Ukraine. And he's trying to both streamline and regularize both drone production and drone procurement by the armed forces. So that's what the Army of Drones is all about. And they want to just go to Ukrainian production as much as possible to be free of all the stuff we talk about every night, that we're frustrated with our governments for not getting more into the pipeline for them. So, but they've had amazing success. They've already passed 10,000 drones. I don't know what this means exactly. It sounds like it means 10,000 drones have been produced and also handed over to the armed forces and also have gotten to the front lines, to the units. So they passed out 10,000 new drones to the units on the front lines. And they have another 10,000 coming, which they're going to obviously pass out as soon as they're received. And but they're not resting on their laurels. They're just like encouraging new models, new revisions, new manufacturers, new ideas for miniature ones for surveillance, bigger ones for dropping payload, new delivery mechanisms, new explosives. So it's amazing. But that's not all. He's also working on things like how to register your car, how to get a driver's license, all digitally. So akin to what Estonia has done on their e-government side. So this guy is just super dynamic. And thank you a million, Tracy, for turning me on to him. It's the only Telegram channel that I allow to give me notices because some of the journalists on Telegram just would ding all throughout my day. So yeah, I have him on notification, and I read every post that he makes or his team makes on his behalf. So that's pretty cool. All right, Marcus.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Yes. So there was recently a video, it was this week, so it's not recently in the sense that I expect some of you will have seen it already, but I just wanted to talk about it because it's apropos of what Scott was talking about. The female historical version of Vladimir Putin was named the Baba Yaga. And she lived in an awesome cottage with chicken legs. And that part of her story was so cool because I've always wanted a cottage with chicken legs. And then I heard that she had one and I was like, God damn, that's my girl. But then there's some paintings and I was like, maybe we could be friends because she's a witch lady and it's not good. But anyways, I don't want to be shallow, but I just don't know if, I work out. Anyways, so today the Baba Yaga is a mama drone that opens her belly and drops baby drones. And the baby drones are first person viewing bomby drones. And then the Baba Yaga is a range extension. So, and I'm assuming that she would be a bit more hardening for EW purposes, right? Because you don't want to put hardened electronic warfare devices on explosive drones that are meant to be cheap. So, I don't know that part, but I'm just presuming. So anyways, This drone itself was in one of those preview videos from the Army of Drones. There was like a mama drone. So the interesting part is we're just seeing videos now of the testing of this unit, and it would extend the range of the first person viewing drones to like 30 kilometers, 20 to 30 kilometers, which is pretty sweet. Now we're talking about counter battery fire for Russian artillery, especially given their degraded barrels, could be delivered by the Baba Yaga. Very cool. And that is 100% Ukrainian. So here's the interesting part. We have every reason to believe that since the start of the war, American, Canadian, British, NATO countries, electronics manufacturers, and development companies have been working hand in hand with the Ukrainians. I mean, certainly there are elements that we know they have come ahead leaps and bounds in, that it would be logical for these companies to be working with a future NATO partner. But anyways, as we know, recently there was more contracts announced with NATO countries working in Ukraine. And I think it stands to reason that some of the things in the Army of Drones attracted the interest of manufacturers that have the ability to take Ukrainian designs, make chips that are mass manufacturable, and convert things to bring down cost of production and other engineering functions that you'd be better off exporting out. Like, you're better off giving that task to a company that's good at it and having the designers of the drones in Ukraine continue innovating and responding in an agile manner to the Army's needs, and allow engineering firms to tidy things up, make a package, and then design transfer for production. Because we all love to see the innovation the Ukrainians come up with. People in that field, guaranteed, have all had their eyebrows perked up. So I'm sure there were, I don't know about bidding wars, because I don't know how these contracts work, but I'm sure there was plenty of people knocking on the door after seeing the Army of Drones. It's just fantastic, right? Because we need to have thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of drones delivered to Ukraine. But also, the one last thing I wanted to say was there were rumblings on Twitter amongst people in the Ukrainian military kind of reporting field that live in Ukraine that this may have been a Reznikov deficiency. Because apparently he famously called the drones wedding drones, as in like the kind used for taking photos at weddings, and was dismissive of them at the very, very, very start. And I'd read somewhere on a couple of different posters here on Twitter, which means verified news, that this was a complaint people had in the Army structure, was that he was dismissive of the utility of these drones, whereas they wanted someone that would put the full weight behind it, right? And here we have Army of Drones. So I don't doubt that was part of it. Probably bigger thing was the tangential corruption thing, but anyways, that's what some guys were saying.
That's interesting. I could see that being a contributing factor. So Tracy, you can say whatever or ask whatever you want, but I also want to know if you've seen the Baba Yaga drone, because I don't think I might have, but I didn't know that was the name of it.
Yes, I have seen it. It's very funny. Have you not seen that guy as well in the video? And he shouts something very similar. Is that Baba Yaga? He shouts like Baba Yaga,
Maja.
Maga Yaga. Is that not the same thing? No.
Magyar. His name is spelled basically Hungarian. Is the name. So yeah. It's, you guys, I think, typically call him Magyar or something like that, but he's Magyar. Yeah,
That's the guy.
Hungarian. That's the Hungarian pronunciation. Magyar, the way he spells that is the word for Hungarian.
So that guy was the OG drone guy. At the very, 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 very start of the war, when people were like, there's units of drone operators, he was the guy. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
He was what guy? He was like the first operator?
I don't know if he was the commander of the unit. It felt like that, but he did videos where he spoke about what they were doing. So he was kind of the face of the I think they're called the MAGA birds. Is that true, Prince? I don't mean to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was so within the drone, like the Ukrainian drone space, he must be like a revered figure because he's the OG drone guy.
All right. I have seen a few of those videos. I didn't track that was his identity. Tracy, were you going to say something? It seemed like you were.
Yes, I was just going to comment on what you were mentioning earlier about all those different things with the Ministry for Digital Transformation, because one thing that I found absolutely fantastic was I forget the name of it now. You may remember if you've seen it more recently than I have. Is it Brave One, I think, possibly, Scott? Does that ring a bell to you?
It does. Brave One is the initiative to that is the entrepreneurial initiative. Or maybe that's the drone initiative. I'm confused. I could look it up real quick.
Well, I guess you would class it as both, possibly, because it's where you can go on and submit your design, isn't it? Which I think is an absolutely brilliant idea. I mean, imagine being able to submit a design and have that taken up by, production by the Ukrainian drone army. How cool would that be?
Super cool. Super cool. I think it'll be not super quick for me to translate and go back several posts because but yeah, that is a super cool initiative. And I wish all of our government bureaucrats were as dynamic as this guy. Oh my gosh. And I did see a picture of him and he's like 32 years old or so. I don't know. He might be 39, but he's pretty young for such a post.
Yeah, he does look quite young for sure.
Marcus.
He's 40 because everyone who's more successful than me but younger is offensive. I'm gonna go to sleep now, assuming that Tracy, I guess, sleeps far less than I do. See you guys tomorrow.
Good night, Marcus.
Good night, Marcus.
Good night, Marcus. I'll maintain your voice.
Thanks, Prince.
That's awesome. Okay, now we can go to stories. I have lots of them.
And I will
Okay.
I will squeak in a supportive role occasionally.
Yay. All right. I would like to start out with a speech. I want to read it to everyone. It's President Zelensky's speech. Some of you probably read it as a matter of your, daily news intake. But because it's the day of, what's the official name of the day? Day of Dignity and Freedom in Ukraine. So just for background, 10 years ago, the Maidan protests started based on the decisions of President Yanukovych not agreeing to the accession to Europe path, and the Ukrainian civil society just did not want that to happen, did not want that result, and they voted with their feet, and they took to the square, and they demonstrated. So, in honor of that day, President Zelensky's speech is quite short, but moving. And I don't always read his speeches, but I thought this one was pretty powerful. And the day is very meaningful to me to see a country's citizenry um, just pivot to what they wanted. And what they wanted is really European and North American values. 10 years ago, we began a new chapter in our struggle. 10 years ago, Ukrainians launched their first counteroffensive against lawlessness and an attempt to rob us of our European future, against unfreedom. Year after year, step by step, we make every effort to ensure that among the other stars on the EU flag, which represents the unity of European nations, our star shines as well, the Ukrainian star. Only the strong can be united so that they become free, free so that they have dignity for the sake of new times. Happy Dignity and Freedom Day to the strong people of the strong country. Glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава.
What do you think, Prince and Tracy? That's pretty powerful stuff, right? Short and
Very,
sweet.
very powerful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, very powerful. I think that speaks to a lot of people as well, not just to Ukrainians, obviously. And I think he's got an amazing way of pulling people together with his speeches, and it's a critical time and on such a significant day as well. I think it's absolutely perfect, as many of President Zelensky's speeches are. And I often wonder if he writes them. I've heard that Mrs. Zelenska writes them or helps to write them or has some hand in it, but I'm not 100% sure. Prince may know more about that than I do, but yeah, absolutely, very powerful.
I actually have heard that she helps to write them also. I hope that that's true. James.
I do too.
I had the pleasure, Scott, to read that also today, and for me, it was the first take. It was my first run through reading it aloud, and it was hard to. I just kept having to take a deep breath. You know what I mean? Oh boy, I'm gonna tear up here. You know, but it is a really good speech. There was a couple points I tripped over. I don't know. I didn't hear your whole delivery, but it was so good. It was so good, and it's what'll win. That's the kind of stuff that's going to win. You get better ideas than your enemies, and you sell them, and that is what's going to win. Is stuff like that, especially if it's got to come true, right? It's got to come true. So, but it is.
It will. It will. I mean, it's really hard. This is the grueling time of a war. I mean, just put yourself in those trenches, right? 2 years in, it's kind of positional warfare. And now it's the rainy season, and soon the snow's going to come, and it's cold as shit in those trenches. And you're there, you're with your buddies, you're degrading the Russian forces. There's lots of encouraging signs, but the the lines aren't moving. And then you hear your president, call you back to first principles. And I think they have access to communications devices, so I think they get it.
It makes me think of when the it makes me think of when the full scale invasion started, and when I was just trying to figure out you know, what was going on. And I read something on Facebook one day and said, go read Winter on Fire, or go watch Winter on Fire. And so I did. And Winter on Fire was absolutely fabulous. And I just sat there when I finished watching that movie and I said, there's no way these people will lose. These people will fight with absolutely everything that they have. These people are fighting with motorcycle helmets and garbage can lids. And if that's what they have to do again, that's what they'll do. And they will fight with absolutely everything they have. And this is not a people, this is not a country where it's going to give up. This is a country who wants their freedom. This is a country who's willing to fight for her freedom and has gathered together in order to make that happen. And now, with this full scale invasion, they are going to find a way. It may not be the typical way that we think of wars being fought, but this is how they'll do it. They will do it their way and they will succeed. And that was just from watching Winter on Fire. So today, when I got up and I started seeing all of the posts about the 10th anniversary of the beginning of Euromaidan, the Revolution of Dignity, um, it just hit me. I just looked at all of this stuff again, and it's like the spirit and the strength of a people to come together like they did in those months, in those cold, cold, harsh months. It started a year ago, or 10 years ago today, the end of November. So yeah, it is. It's something that they won't give up. They will persevere. You know, they spent that winter out on Maidan. They'll spend another winter now in the trenches, but their spirit is strong, even when they may get a little discouraged now and then, sitting in the mud for how many days in a row. They will persevere because that's what they are going to do. Because if Ukraine wins, there's Ukraine. If Russia wins, there is no Ukraine, and we can't let that happen.
Absolutely. Well said, Prince. Well said. Before going on to new things, I want to go back to the Ministry of Digital Transformation because I did take notes on some of the things that he's doing. So we, besides the drone army, which we covered, there's he's working with United 24 and some of the donations that have come in through that charity, which the president and his wife started. That's helped fund the drone army. He's working on this, I found very cool. He's working on power resistant internet. And he had a post, which was a survey. Unfortunately, the form it was in, it wasn't exactly translatable by Telegram. But basically, he reached out to his followers and said, how many hours can your internet last without power? And so it was, I could find that relatively quickly. Let's see. So 16% were up to 4 hours. 23% were up to 8 hours. 16% were up to 24 hours. And 15% were up to 72 hours. And then 30% did not have any such capability. But they are he's trying to put in place a whole network where people can actually subscribe to a server, to not a server, but a internet service that offers those capabilities. So that I found super cool, in preparation for the Russians trying to destroy the electricity. He's got digital banking. Then he's got the Dia.business is what, that's not the Brave one. So the Brave one must be the drone army, Tracy, because Dia.business was the other title. And that's the network of entrepreneurial support centers. And then, just as one anecdote, last week, Ukrainian drones alone destroyed 39 tanks. I find that like pretty darn cool. And then this, the new one that we were talking about with Marcus, if that really has a 30-mile range and munitions, that will, not only be a counter battery spotter, but can take out tanks and artillery behind enemy lines. And some of them, to that point about behind enemy lines and anti-air defenses and getting shot down, and we've heard stories about how many drones are lost on both sides in a given week or even a given day. Some of these drones are completely electronic warfare resistant. So some of them have a chip that accepts a GPS coordinate, and then it breaks off communications with the ground. So it's not emitting an electronic signature at all, and therefore is not vulnerable to one in electronic warfare defense. So that's, it's just another example of ingenuity that the entrepreneurs are listening to not only the commanders, but their friends that are on the front lines, and they're coming up with solutions to the problems that the Russian kit is causing, and they're inventing around it, or they're inventing in the face of it. So that's pretty cool. Tracy.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I love reading his post, because he posts some really interesting information and some fascinating things about these drones. That one that you were talking about then, Scott, is that the backfire drone? Do you mean that one?
I'm not actually sure that I have the specs correlated with the names, so I don't know.
So this one here, I think you're talking about the same one. I was just trying to read it to follow what you were saying. And I think this is what you mean, because this is the one where you were saying, and this is what I think is fantastic. The point that you mentioned is the cooperation that they have with some of the frontline units in order to test these things. Because it explains in this post here about this one, that over the past 2 months, this one in particular has been tested by the military, and it's carried out 50 successful missions. And the developers cooperate with the joint unit called the Angry Birds, because they call drones birds, don't they? So that's fantastic. The Angry Birds unit. That's like the game, isn't it?
I love it. I love
it. Sorry, I'm trying to speak without laughing here. Yeah, so but this is one I think that you're talking about, because yeah, it's incredible. It says thanks to the GPS antenna, it's almost impossible to jam, and it's very resistant to enemy EW. And this one flies up to 35 kilometers. Is that the one? I think that's the one you were just talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the one.
Yeah, so that's called the backfire drone.
Excellent. Okay, thanks for that. That will help me remember the names. Now, which one is the Baba Yaga? What are its characteristics? Do you have it that well memorized?
I don't have that memorized, unfortunately. Sorry, no, I'm not good at memorizing these technical details. I have to read them from the posts. My head is full of SBU.
Fair enough. I know it's a lot. Okay, in the absence of hands, well, first of all, let me invite. We've got a lot of regulars as listeners. Dryfly, Iona, I saw Denjon. I don't know if he's still listening. So please come up if you'd like to. We'd love to have you. And also, if you're new and haven't spoken but want to give it a go, now would be a wonderful time. We as co-hosts love conversing with you as speakers. And you don't have to ask a question, you can make a comment. But in the momentary absence of said speakers or with hands up, let me tell you another cool story. This is, I got this from you, Tracy. The DTech group is a bunch of electricians, and they have been restoring electricity. And yesterday alone, they announced resumed electricity for 115,000 citizens. So we have heard about plans that the Ukrainians have for hardening their electricity supplies, putting transformers underground in tunnels, and that's all super encouraging because they're learning Russia's tricks, and they are, just powering ahead, pun intended, to foil their efforts by just hard work and common sense. So that's also fantastic. Thoughts on that?
Hey, Scott.
Any comments?
No, sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a second. I know that a bunch of our users have been having a hard time staying in the space, and we're very well aware of that, and we're working to try to figure out what to do about it. All I can say is just keep trying. Try listening to us on YouTube. Try listening to us on a browser rather than your phone. There's a few different options, but hopefully we're going to be in the next little bit here getting something figured out to try to make that a little bit better. Sorry, I just wanted to say that I've been getting a lot of messages about it. Tracy?
Yeah, just to make it easier for people, if it helps, I posted out the link direct to the YouTube stream, which wasn't that long ago. It's on my profile. I'll go and find it and repost it now for people.
Very good. Sorry, there was a sign of some life, and I needed to see if we were going to make any progress on trying to resolve this. Scott, sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. We gotta worry about infrastructure, just like the Ukrainians. Not as bad as the Ukrainians. Karen's coming up to talk to us. What do you have for us, Karen?
Well, give me a minute. I just got flustered over something and I forgot what I was going to say. So just give me a minute, okay?
Sure. James wants to chime in. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to talk about the Baba Yaga off of Chuck Farr's card on it, and it's a hexcopter, 6 blades, attack drone. You can see that it's deployed with 2 bombs in this instance, though that it can carry other ordnance. Not specified. It's got multiple cameras for targeting and reconnaissance. Laser for target designation can also be carried. So that would be like maybe a sniper with a laser or something like that pointing at something, and this would target it then. So battery packs, sensor suites can be rapidly switched out depending on whatever it is. If they need thermal optics, if they need, night vision, if they need both, then they can get all of that. So it just depends. So anyways, it's sort of a multi-purpose drone, but with basically attack capabilities being its primary target. And so you can see that in the picture.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. I now realize that I've read that card, and I knew I had heard Baba Yaga, the character of which I was aware from literature, but I had seen it. I'd seen that card, but I hadn't remembered that Chuck was where I had seen it. So thanks for that.
He's got a lot of good cards.
He does. I love looking at his weapon systems cards almost as much as his maps. They're faster to read too.
I can't raise my
Karen.
hand.
Oh, okay, Karen. I was just going to ask you if you were waving in lieu of
Yeah.
hand raising.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
I found a workaround, just trial and error for the problems that people are having with their Android devices. Open Chrome on your tablet. And if you have any problems with this, uninstall Twitter app, okay? But open Chrome and then go in your browser to MriyaReport, okay? And I am talking to you now, and I have no problems. The only problem I have is there is no hand visible for me to raise. It's like if I was on a desktop and I couldn't raise my hand. But I do have a clear connection. So with the troubleshooting I've done, it seems to be in the app, and definitely something. Also, one observation I made, I have 2 newer Samsung tablets that are higher end tablets. I like tablets better than a laptop. And I have a very cheap Android phone. Both my tablets with their newer editions of the Android system are having problems. My ancient phone with the older Android system, I can get this space in at 2 to 3 minute intervals to the point where I have to reset it, but it's coming through clearer on that ancient phone than it is on my new tablet that I just bought last year. And so I think this is definitely something, I think, between the newer version of Android and some stunt that Twitter has pulled. But anyway, if you're having trouble, try and open it in your browser. It works just fine with Chrome. Thank you.
Thanks for that timely technical tip, Karen. We appreciate it. I think I will mention some other stories. How about a little update on Russian doings This was, you guys may know that G-Man often scours Russian sites, Russian mill bloggers, and he cautions us about them. But this one's actually from the Institute for the Study of War, the Russian Offensive Campaign Assessment for yesterday. Key takeaways. So this is a bullet point list of all kinds of stuff that I thought was very relevant to our concerns on this space. Number one, Russia appears to be employing a known hybrid warfare tactic to artificially create a migrant crisis on the Finnish border. We might want to come back and talk about this one individually because this is kind of a big deal and very moving video. Russia's apparent hybrid warfare tactic on the Russian-Finnish border is similar to Russia's and Belarus's creation of a migrant crisis on the Polish border in 2021 and is likely similarly aimed at destabilizing NATO. I think it's highly unlikely that it will destabilize NATO, but Russian mill bloggers express continuing anger deteriorating Russian-Armenian relations as Armenia appears to distance itself further from Russia while entering further agreements with Western governments. 3, the Russian Ministry of Defense reportedly started public recruitment for the Russian Africa Corps aimed at subsuming Wagner Group operations in Africa after alleged failed MOD attempts to directly recruit former Wagner personnel. The Russian Strelkov movement, which is RDS in Russian, which was started by Igor Girkin, predictably backed Girkin's November 19th formal announcement of his intent to run in the 2024 Russian presidential election. That is just editorially here, a very small party. And Girkin presumably knows he has no chance of winning and is on some kind of either ego trip or quest before he's killed. He's in prison. And for those who don't know who Igor Girkin is, he was a member of the FSB. He was one of or the main instigator of the so-called revolt in the Donbass in 2014. He was a commander, and he rallied the Russian backers within the two provinces. And lately, in our era of the full-scale invasion, he was a very prolific blogger, always criticizing Putin from the right, and that he had shitty generals, that he wanted to, that he wasn't mobilizing enough troops, he wasn't taking enough chances, and basically his military strategy was terrible. So he was imprisoned about 4 or 5 months ago. And then just last week, he announced his intentions to run for president of the Russian Federation. Next point, Chechen Republic head Ramzan Kadyrov, deeply beloved by all of us on this space, continues efforts to distinguish himself in the Russian information space, infringing on the generally accepted boundaries between Russian federal subject or region heads and Russian President Vladimir Putin. He did this combined speech to President Putin was on the phone. It was this sort of a virtual conclave on like a Zoom meeting. And he thanked him for regularizing or securing Chechnya. And for those of you who don't know, Putin came to power in the 90s because he instigated a second Chechen revolt and then suppression of the revolt. So, you know, the Chechen people are not really fans of the Russian Federation, but Kadyrov is, and he's generally been kind of a toady, but now he says, but you haven't visited us. So that's what that means, that he was infringing on generally accepted boundaries. He was whining to the president directly on camera. The U.S. Department of Defense announced a new security assistance package to Ukraine during U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's visit to Kyiv on November 20th, which was $100 million, which is quite small by American standards, but it was some needed kit, so we won't criticize too much. Russian forces conducted offensive operations along the Kupiansk-Svatove-Kremenna line, also near Bakhmut, near Avdiivka, west and southwest of Donetsk city, in the Donetsk-Zaporizhia Oblast border area. That would be like Vuhledar, and in western Zaporizhia Oblast, and marginally advanced in some areas. So western Zaporizhia Oblast would be the Tavria direction, or Kyiv salient that Chuck talks about all the time. So they might have gotten a little bit of territory temporarily along the fringes of that salient. A Russian federal subject and occupation officials are reportedly planning to work together to provide drones to Russian forces. That's interesting. And a Ukrainian official reported that Ukraine successfully returned 45 Ukrainian children whom Russian authorities forcibly deported to Russia in the past 6 months. Some of you might know more about that particular story. When I was listening to our special guest the other day, I didn't hear her talk about that. So this might have happened just in the last day or so. Does anybody know more about the returned children?
What I can tell you about the returned children, it seems like the tea has taken effect for a short period of time. Hey, let's see how this goes. We are raising money right now. We are raising money in a Blitz fundraiser for Orphans Feeding Foundation. Now, Orphans Feeding Foundation, why on earth are we raising money for an organization called Orphans Feeding Foundation? Well, because when the full-scale invasion started, they changed their mission. Their mission now is to help bring kids back home to Ukraine. And it is something that they are working very closely with the Ukrainian government on. It is something that they are doing hand in hand with members of the Ukrainian government. And so it is an organization that we've gotten to know in a rather short period of time, but they have one heck of a track record, and they have one heck of a history, and they have some very good connections. So the first tweet in the nest is about our Blitz fundraiser, hoping to help bring kids back home. And and Miriam Lambert, she was actually on Maria Report on I think it was November 5th. And in that tweet thread, you will also find, I think it's the second one down there, a link to the podcast um, with from when Miriam was on Maria Report, and she is just a firecracker, and she does just an awesome job explaining exactly what it is that they do and how they do it and how hard it is to do and how expensive it is to do. Because you know what? They may spend a lot of time and energy and effort trying to track down the kids. And then there's the time, energy, effort, and expense of getting to Russia, then the time, energy, and expense of staying in Russia. If anybody watched the 60 Minutes piece on Sunday, one of the things that should be noted from that 60 Minutes piece was the grandma who went and had all of the correct documentation. And when she got there, they insisted on a DNA test, couple $1,000 right there. And then she had to wait, I think it was 70 days in order for all of that to come back and for them to then say, okay, yeah, you can, he is your grandson. You can take him. But then when she went to meet him and pick him up, Lvova Belova was also in the room. And Lvova Belova gave him some gifts, which was just sickening. And she tried to get the grandma to stay. We'll give you money. We'll give you a car. Don't you want to stay here with us? And so these are the kinds of things they're having to train these parents, these mothers and grandmothers and siblings, because it's only women who can go and get the kids. They're having to train these people for how to respond during these interviews and these interrogations that they go through once they get there. So it's a very intense thing that these people are doing, and they are helping and they are being successful. And so that is just, it's an amazing thing, and I'm so excited that we're able to help these guys. Now, the other bonus about this fundraiser for bringing kids back is that we have had a generous person who has said, I will double every donation. I will match every single donation. And we knew this before we even started the fundraiser. It wasn't somebody who stepped up afterwards and said, I'll do this. This is somebody who said beforehand, I will double every donation. So every donation is being matched. And it's being matched in the memory of this person's mother. This person's mother was a teacher who cared about kids all her life and taught kids all her life. And so she thought, what better to do with part of her mother's estate than to give back to help bring kids back to Ukraine? Because realistically, kids are the future of Ukraine. Kids are needed for rebuilding Ukraine. And for them to have been taken and stolen and kidnapped and taken to Russia the way that they have been is just wrong. And so we need to do everything that we can to help get these kids back. And so follow the link up or go to Maria Report and donate. Look at the tweet up in the nest, follow the link in there to go and donate. So your $1 would be 2, your 5 would be 10, your 10 would be 20, and on and on and on. Your $100 would be 200. Everything that you donate gets doubled. And so I'm hoping that we can raise a good amount of money for these guys in a short period of time, because we are only doing this for 2 weeks. We started, I think, on Sunday, and we're only going to do this for 2 weeks. Very short period of time, very fast. But we want to be able to get these people some money to be able to help, because they need the help now, and we need to be able to continue to shine a light on bringing kids back, because we hear the things that have happened to the kids every single day. I read about them, and there's not, there's good stories of them coming back, but there are horror stories of what they went through while they were gone still. So just wanted to give an opportunity to plug that, Scott. I don't know if that's what you were talking about, but that's what I decided to take from it, and give a little plug to what we're doing here with trying to bring kids back. And I tell you, I've talked to Miriam a few times, and she's just a firecracker. Go and listen to the podcast. You won't be disappointed. I've listened to it 2 or 3 times already.
I was able to catch her time on Maria Report. I was listening during that segment, and it was wonderful. She sounds like she really knows what she's doing, and she's super creative about it, and explained it very well. And I loved her deciding not to explain certain things because that could hurt her future chances to use those methods. So yeah, I thought she was super savvy and full of energy and principle and determination. So that seems like a great beneficiary of our fundraising.
Yeah, it will be. And it's someday I want to be able to, these guys recently helped to bring, they were a part of helping to bring Bogdan home. That 17-year-old boy who had been trying to get back to Ukraine and then received his summons to go to military, to go and join the military in Russia, and got a lot of publicity in the last few weeks. And I had no clue when I was thinking about, when we were talking about doing this fundraiser, that they were involved in that at all. But this organization was involved in making sure that happened. That's pretty darn special. Someday we're going to be able to say we donated money to help that kid come home and come back to his family, and that is huge. That means a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That is precious that we can participate directly with the people who are making things happen, especially such direct humanitarian efforts. The tea seems to have helped really well, Prince.
To some degree, it has. It's I feel like I want to be very ginger with it because I can feel that it's still scratchy and it's not quite up to par. But
But your mellifluous tones are coming through the electronic medium. It
Yeah.
sounds very
Yeah.
similar to your normal beautiful
I'm
voice.
I'm trying to talk very quietly, so I hope I'm coming through okay, but I'm just afraid of straining it because yesterday I was the squeakiest little thing. It was pitiful. It was pitiful. I was on a phone call. I was on a phone call with like 5 people, and there was something I needed to say and nobody could hear me, and so I had to like sort of yell a little bit, and it was just a squeak and everybody just laughed at me. Tracy, go
Aw.
ahead.
You should have ginger and lemon tea first because that clears your throat of everything and cleans.
Tracy,
Yeah.
I brought 60 ounces of hot tea in a thermos out with me to co-host.
60?
60 ounces.
Yes, but it has to be ginger and lemon first because that clears your throat of all the rubbish that builds up when you have an infection or a cold. And then you should drink like chamomile with honey, lots of honey afterwards, because then that soothes and coats your throat and makes it easier when you do use your throat, and when you do use your vocal cords, they don't strain as much if they're coated in honey.
I've got a good bit of honey in here and it's going good, and well, all y'all tried to get me drunk earlier, telling me to like gargle with whiskey and drink some brandy, and I'm like, no.
Very good discipline, Prince Heather. I'm impressed. That could have been, you know, a good excuse to have whiskey and brandy.
Well, I don't have any brandy. I probably could have ordered some in, but I don't have any brandy. I do have some
The
whiskey.
combo doesn't sound that fantastic actually, but
Yeah. I will say I did read one of the things that popped up on my radar today when I was looking for something else, actually. Hang on a sec. Andrei Yermak had a conversation with Cardinal Petro Parolin, is the Secretary of State for the Holy See, so for the Vatican. And he has been one of the people who has been helping with bringing back kids. He's been talking with them very specifically, bringing about the initiative of the Bring Kids Back UA, which is the president's official initiative to bring kids back to Ukraine. And it's already been supported by many countries, and it's one of the integral elements in the concept of implementing the Ukrainian peace formula and is bringing those kids back. Now, I believe this is the guy. There is at least one guy from the Vatican who was tasked to go to Ukraine and to go to Russia and to meet about bringing the kids back. And you know, I know that the Vatican has made big mistakes here when it comes to the full scale invasion. The Vatican, there's no doubt the Vatican has made some big mistakes. But the mistake that the Vatican did not make was when they did come to Ukraine and they did go to Russia. They didn't go with the intention of trying to broker a peace formula. They didn't go with the intention of trying to broker peace at all. They went only with the intention of trying to do something to help bring kids back, which I thought was pretty good. So anyway, so they invited the representatives of the Holy See to take part in the first meeting of the International Coalition of Countries for the Return of Ukrainian Children Deported to Russia, which is going to be held December 8th in Kyiv. They expressed, of course, gratitude for the Vatican's participation of its representatives in the meeting of the national security and political advisors in Malta. So they've already participated in some of these talks already, and they noted an to lend a solemn service in one of the largest churches in Rome, lead a solemn service, excuse me, this coming U.S. Oksana Markarova, the Ukraine ambassador to the United Nations, Sergei Klitskia, who I absolutely adore that man. Oh, I absolutely adore that man. He makes me laugh. I will never forget the time that he suggested that perhaps the representatives from the Russian Federation could benefit from the hospital down the street, mentioning that it was a psychiatric hospital. It was one of the most epic things I've ever seen in a United Nations meeting. You know, perhaps perhaps it would be best if the representative of the Russian Federation went to visit the psychiatric hospital down the street. It was absolutely fabulous. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Ambassador Elizabeth Millard, acting representative of the U.S. to the UN Economic and Social Council. So there were, of course, good conversations from different dignitaries, and then there was a choir that was there. That was very good also, and it is on YouTube. You can go and find this. It started the shoot, I hit the wrong button. I hate it when I do that. My hand like has a spasm and hits the wrong button. What's that about? The service opened with Cardinal Dolan giving some remarks, and then it went on to the Metropolitan of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and then it was finished off. The last religious leader to speak was oh, I know. There it is. Archbishop, Metropolitan Archbishop Boris Gludzniak of the Ukrainian Catholic Arpeggiate of Philadelphia. So it was just a really good. There were survivors of the Holodomor there, and it's really good. I'll see if I can't find it online, I will make a tweet, and I will tweet out this article because it's worth a read, because it really gives you a feel without watching like an hour or 2 hours of a church service on YouTube. James, I saw you had your hand up. You're not getting away with that. Did you open a second beer, my friend?
No, I have not. I'm still working on this one. But I did post something in the nest. I found a nice translation site, and so I posted a link to a translated article that you recommended to us, and I thought it would be a very good read if anyone is interested in another story, a young lady's story about her liberation from Russia, and just what she went through. And it's very long. I'll not kid you, but if it's moving, and even if you get partway through it, you'll understand how it is. And she does make it through. It's very descriptive. Not a lot of like lurid stuff, but bad enough to be threatened that she'll be tortured if she doesn't just play along. That kind of stuff, you know. Happy ending. What we want for every kid, and that's why the fundraiser and
Yeah,
the political pressure on politicians in our governments that can apply force to Russia, which will increase the likelihood that these kids will actually make it home. That too.
Yeah, and actually that is a really, really good story. I appreciated that story so much. Oh, that is a good story. Let me just say that. The thing about that story, man, it's heartbreaking, because what it comes down to is that, you know, they lived close to the Russian border, and she went to visit her aunt, and then the full-scale invasion started. And so she got stuck with her aunt. And then the only way for them to get someplace safer was the direction of Russia when when her aunt ran out of some medication. And so yeah, it was one heck of a story, and it had to be grandma who went and got the girl. It had to be grandma who went and got the girl back. Why? Because mom had been in the military. If mom had crossed into Russia, she would have been arrested as a war criminal. Mom had been a Ukrainian soldier. So yeah, you know, that's that's a harsh that is a reality for a lot of families whose kids have been taken and kidnapped into um, it- kidnapped and taken into Russia. Is that, their dads cannot leave the country because of, well, that's a pretty general rule for men um, of the age that they would be having kids. Um, so they can't leave the country to go get them. So it's often it's left up to the mothers. And in this kind of situation, and I've read of more than this situation, where the mothers have actually served in the Ukrainian military, so they cannot go. So they have to look to um, a grandparent to be able to go and get the child. And, and sometimes if the child is an orphan but has an older sibling who is of age, then the older sibling can take custody of them, and they can get them back that way. But none of the roads to return the children are easy. The roads to return the children have been made more complicated recently too. Um, there are there is one humanitarian land border between Ukraine and Russia. That really isn't an option for going into Russia and getting the kids back. It is used daily for people who want to leave Russia to come back into Ukraine. And there are some people who go through that daily. Um, so then the other options are um, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia would be to go from Ukraine up through Poland over to Lithuania and then over into Russia. And sometimes then that means going practically in a big, huge circle and going to Crimea, because sometimes that's where you have to go to get the kids back. But the issue that has come up now is that Russia, in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, Russia has closed those border crossings to any Ukrainian who wants to enter into Russia. So Ukrainians cannot enter into Russia through those borders. The only way Ukrainians currently are supposedly allowed to enter Russia is by going into one airport, the one that starts with an S, in Moscow, one of the airports around Moscow. That's the only way Ukrainians are supposed to be able to get into the country at this point. Flying by air is not safe when it comes to returning these kids. And I didn't ask all the ins and outs of why it's not safe. It just makes sense to me that it's not. And so, there's there are complications. There are complications as far as this is concerned now again. We know when Bodan was returned, he was flown to Belarus, and then they were able to meet the attorney, and the sister were able to meet him. I think the attorney were able to meet him in Belarus, and then they drove straight to Poland. I'm sorry, they drove straight to Ukraine. They got to Ukraine in no time flat. Let's put it this way. I had heard rumor that he had been returned and he was in Belarus when I went to bed. And when I got up in the morning, he was already in Ukraine. So they beat feet and did it fast. They did it as quickly as they could to get him back into Ukraine. And yeah, so it's Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do, but this girl, it breaks my heart. They made what did they do to this girl, James? They made her a victim of a non-existent crime to keep her in the country.
I really don't
Why?
want to remember everything that they did. I just remembered what I want to keep in mind is just how wrong it was to do all the things that they did to her along the way. I mean, she didn't, as she went through the system, I mean, it's like going through a washing machine, if you can imagine. You're a small dog and you get thrown into a washing machine or a dryer and they turn it on. It's like that. It bangs you up. It's not ever going to be good for you. And it just reminded me of that, and that's all I need to know about it. I did read it. I thought it was a well written story. It felt almost like oh, I don't know, a detective's notebook for kind of gathering forensic information. Building the case against them. So I appreciated that point of view, or that's how it felt to me. I don't know if you saw that same kind of writing in there, or saw that writing that was in there the same way I did, but that's what came home to me. Was I thought, here, okay, here we go. Here's another thing that I could add to the list, and so it was kind of an eye-opening experience. Except that by now and I know that this has been going on, and I don't want to focus too deeply on it, Prince. I want to keep at the surface and count the cases and watch what happens to the justice. I don't want to hang on to the lurid details. I don't want to.
Okay, well then plug your ears and go la 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 for a second, because
I can hear
I
it,
know,
and it can
I
go
know,
through. So you go
I
on.
know. No, no, I just I'm not gonna go into gory details or anything like that, because this article really didn't go into a whole lot of gory details. Um, but just to say, they made her a victim of a non-existent crime to keep her in Russia is what they did. Her grandma was there and ready to take her and was waiting for her, had all of the documents. And the morning that she was supposed to go and meet her grandma, the Russian police showed up, the FSB showed up and started doing all kinds of questioning and things like that. And ended up saying in the long run that, well, you cannot leave the country now because you've been a victim of a crime. You're a victim of a crime. You can't leave the country. And they had accused um, one of her friends who was older. I mean, she was 14, he was 20, but they were both refugees from Ukraine. But there was nothing inappropriate between them. They had arrested him and beaten him into confessing, and then they threatened her, threatened her big time, um, that she had to accuse him, and realistically, nothing happened. But that's how far they went. They made her a victim of a crime in order to keep her in Russia. In the long run, it ended up working, and she was able to go home with her grandma. But that's a lot to be put through. When you're 12 years old, you leave Ukraine and go to Russia, and you don't get back to Ukraine until you're 14. That's a lot to go through um, in that time. And I, I hope that she is doing well. It was, I know a lot of people have been beating up on the BBC lately, and very, 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 very rightfully so. I will say that, very, very rightfully so. But this story by the BBC is good, and it's a story that people need to read. It's a long story, but it's very, very good. James, go ahead.
You'll notice that the original wasn't written in English. It was written in Ukrainian, and so it's really not intended for the English-speaking audience, honestly.
This is true.
So this is a breakthrough. Beep, 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 incoming from another language. Here it is. And, I hope people do take the opportunity to have a look at it. This is a website I use called Lexicool, Lexi cool, and you just paste in the browser or the URL, and it does the translation. So it is subject to potential translation errors, but I thought it was just important to be seen. And you know what? At the very least, the title is seen by everybody, which I think is just by itself telling. 2 birthdays, 3 asylums, an examination by a gynecologist, and the UN Security Council. The path of a Ukrainian girl from Russia to her mother is very difficult. Wow. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just, it's what a saga.
Yes, very much so. Very, very much so. Scott?
I find that very moving. I had heard a little bit about the story, but I have not yet had a chance to read that article. So thanks for sharing it, James, and thanks for expounding on it so eloquently, Prince Heather. Appreciate it.
And now my throat hurts.
Oh
And now I'm going to go
no,
to bed. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to rest and relax and recover for you.
you're gonna leave us. Okay, well,
I
I
am.
wanted to. I mean, I don't mind if you want to keep talking about the children. Um, I was thinking an alternative conversation path would be talking about the Finnish border. Does that interest you at all?
The Finnish border is rather interesting.
That's what I thought. So I mentioned it in that roundup of Russian news from the Institute for the Study of War, but it's kind of complicated. So the one of the upshots is that 4 of the 8 Finnish-Russian border crossings are now closed. But what the Russians are doing, and there's alternative interpretations of why, and I'll give you the other one that wasn't in that news article in a minute. But what they're doing is they're taking immigrants that aren't Russians, they're not entrepreneurs, they're not people going to do Finnish shopping, like the sort of middle class residents of St. Petersburg used to always do, is drive up to Finland and go do clothes shopping or whatever kind of shopping. No, what this is they took, in one case, they took Syrian refugees. And I don't know, the story did not mention, if they like purpose grabbed them from Syria or if they had already made their way to Russia for whatever survival reasons of their own. But they took this whole group of Syrian refugees and they kind of threw them across the border. And it used to be that you could walk. But then Finland said, no, you have to come in a vehicle. So the next thing Russia did was they got a bunch of bicycles and they had these Syrian refugees ride across the, whatever it is, 100 meters or 200 meters to the Finnish checkpoint. And then they were turned away. And then so that now I'm at the stage of my understanding of all this has been going on for about a week. So this is, I don't think, all one event. But the one aspect of it is that at least in some of the places, Russia then closed the border on their side. So basically acted like they were humanitarian, and that you can go to Finland and have a great life there or something. Who knows? And then when the Finns didn't take them, the Russians locked the border, so the people were stranded out in the cold or the rain or whatever the weather was that day, and that into the night. And so the Finns relented on humanitarian grounds because they didn't want these poor people who were pawns in the whole game to freeze to death or get hungry, etc. So then that happened, and so it's this ongoing little weird incident. Now, the interpretation on the one side was to, try to rattle NATO. But what some people have said is that it's actually not that. It's aimed at the Russian population to have a new Iron Curtain. And this is like the first strands of the wired curtain, which seems slightly more plausible to me, although it's Russia could just say you can't leave, but they've been noticeably reticent to do that. I mean, if you're not a man between 18 and 65, admittedly a big range, you can travel. You can fly to Turkey, you can fly to Armenia or Georgia or Kazakhstan. So I don't know. Any thoughts? We've got the Hoff fella who might want to respond to this directly, or do you want to? Okay, he might have some further insight. Go ahead.
Yeah, one guy that I like to follow is Pekka from Vatnik Soup. He actually exposes a lot of this information quite well all the time. One thing that he actually posted a few days ago, it's called a migration bomb. This is basically what Russia and Belarus has been doing. They've been forcing, immigrants or basically travelers trying to get into Europe, trying to get them to the border and overrun the border. So this is just another tactic basically used. I mean, they literally pay for the tickets to take them up to the border to do that kind of thing. Second thing that I'm talking about is Finland. They actually tried to close down the border. The federal government tried to close down the border, but the judge today said that they cannot do that. They have to let them all in. So it's a catch-22.
That's super interesting. Was Pekka thinking that it had to do with Russia and
Scott,
Russian policy?
Scott,
Yeah.
go to Tracy. She was on earlier when Pekka was on.
Okay, Tracy, go. I didn't see your hand.
That's okay, no problem. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, this was like the main topic of conversation today of the segment with Pekka, and we had some actually really great conversations and some fantastic input. And yes, it's definitely weaponizing, asylum seekers and vulnerable people. And so I really wanted to highlight that for listeners because I'm sure the podcast will be out very soon. So that will be posted by the main MriyaReport account. And I will post that on my my timeline or profile. I don't know. What do you call these things anymore now on social networks? I get so confused with these name changes. Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but yeah, so definitely he was discussing that in great detail, and not just about Russia doing it there, but also doing it in other countries. And in fact, it's not something new, is it? We've seen, Belarus and Lukashenko do that quite often, resulting in Poland putting up fences. So he seemed to think that they will indeed end up closing all the borders. So I don't know whether we were discussing the possibility that probably there's going to have to be some kind of legislation change, and that's probably going to have to be an EU-wide thing, because it's the EU laws that the asylum seeker rules come under. So you cannot, you have to let them in to a certain extent. It's the same way that we have this same issue here when they come across the channel in boats. We can't obviously just, and it wouldn't be humane to just leave them anyway. So and that's what Russia capitalizes on. But they're definitely weaponizing it, and at a critical time, if you ask me. I think it's all planned. It's all planned to take place, in conjunction with following what's been happening in Israel with Hamas. I think it's all timed. That's just my own personal opinion, that part. But Pekka seemed to agree as well. And many other people did, but I definitely think it's all timed. If not because it's an issue that Russia has used to divide a lot of countries, and it was used here as a tool to divide people with Brexit. Especially from the right wing side, trying to use immigration as an excuse for Brexit, which is absolute, complete, and utter nonsense. And that's Russian propaganda. So I hope that helps, Scott.
It does indeed. I didn't happen to jot down where I got which interpretation. It seems to me that.
Hey, Scott, I'm going to post a link for Pekka's website so you can check it for yourself.
Okay. I've got Pekka's account. I follow Pekka, so I can do it. But you can check it nonetheless. I mean, you can put it up nonetheless, so that everybody can have access to it.
And Scott, I put that article that Gina wrote about the service for the Holodomor in the nest.
Great. I saw
We
one
might-
one photo from before the service where the colors, it was the material of a flag and the colors of a flag that went from narthex all the way to the altar in St. Patrick's, and it was a beautiful photograph. Oh my
that
gosh.
that was actually I believe the end of the service.
Oh, was it? They unveiled it? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, that's cool.
And the dignitaries from Ukraine who were there were part of the people who were helping to unfurl it. It was very, very nice. It was very nice. And the Holodomor, I'm telling you, seeing the Holodomor survivors was just amazing. And it was very impactful. They do this every year, and I think it's as impactful every year. And so yeah, the
That
Hoffala.
sounds incredibly more moving.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
want
was.
to read Gina's article.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, you can find it pretty easy on YouTube too. The Hoffala.
So, a question. I don't know if you guys been following the news today, but it seems like the U.S. Released one more HIMARS system. It seems to be a special system. I know they were talking about this is a GLSDB system, but I mean, this is a part. A part. It doesn't matter. You just switch the parts. I wonder what what this system is different about all the other ones that we sent.
I do not know.
I
I
have a
have no
feel.
clue.
I have a feeling. I mean, I know Russia wasn't able to hit any of them, and I know we usually replace the system when it fails, with a Bradley. So we did that before, but I think this might be a new system that there might be testing going on. I mean, Rheinmetall from Germany has been doing that too, testing new equipment there. I think that might be a new system that they're testing out against the Russians.
That could be. I mean, I don't think the Russians would. I mean, I don't think the Ukrainians would feel used in any way by such a tactic. It's like, yeah, if you want to collaborate with us and you've got
Yeah, I
some
mean,
weapons,
you getting like the newest shit to go play with. It's like, fuck
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. So, that makes a lot of sense to me. I hope that's the case.
It wouldn't break my heart to try new toys. I think it's a good idea. It's like the world's best testing ground. I'm sure that they've done tests before, but this is proof of concept in battle, right? And
Yeah,
nothing's better than the actual proof of concept in battle.
it it
So
it breaks my heart, but I mean, if you keep sending people in to run out the ammunition of your enemy, I mean, you deserve everything coming back at you twice.
I didn't fully get that. Sorry.
No,
Can you
what
say
I'm
it again?
saying is like if you send so many Russian soldiers just to get killed, just to like drain a Ukrainian's armory, with all the weapons they have. I mean, when you look at that Vika, how many people they lost there, and they have losses of like 800 to 1,000 people a day. I mean, this is like how do you call it? If you keep doing the same thing over and over, you're crazy, right?
Yeah, we call it the definition of insanity. That's the phrase you were looking for, I think. Tracy.
Thank you, Scott. Sorry, I didn't hear you then. Did you say my name already? Sorry.
I did. Can you not
Apologies.
hear me?
No, not the first time I didn't know, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
What was I just going to say about drones and new things? I wondered if you'd heard, and you probably know about these things. I don't, because in the Odessa region, they shot down some new drones that I've never heard of. Some Moha 6 UAV drones. Apparently, they're quite rare, and apparently, Russia only bought a few dozen of them from Iran.
I did see the outline of them, and I saw the report that they were shot down. But I can't help you out with like specifications or range or payload or any of that kind of stuff.
Well, that's okay, thank you. I just thought you possibly may know, Scott. Definitely more chance of you knowing than me.
The Hoff.
Okay, so what I heard and seen is I know that Iran has a new drone. It looks like a Shahed drone, but they got rid of the moped motor, and it now has a jet engine. So it's going to be going a lot faster, but the distance it's going to travel is going to be a lot shorter. I don't know if this is the one that they shut down, but this is something to keep in mind.
That's interesting. I would love to get some of our air defense brain trust, like Thomas Tyner, on what that would do to the radar signature, and general info on whether that's likely to be more or less problematic to shoot down. I could imagine a scenario where that jet engine gives a signal of radar cross section that's a lot bigger than the typical Shahed, which I think has a pretty low radar signature. And that then the range obviously also matters. So, I mean, it's not going to be fast like a KH-101 or a Kinzhal. I can't even with a jet engine, I don't think. Tracy.
So I have a question for everybody, to change the subject, if that's okay.
Sure.
I was wondering, so we saw Lloyd Austin, was it, come to Kyiv, and then the following day Boris Pistorius, and we saw some lovely new aid packages, in particular some nice military things, which are very much needed. And I was wondering, who do you think is going to turn up today, if anybody? Because I'm not sure who it was that said this, but I remember somebody saying this in the space, but they're absolutely right. It's almost becoming like a mini Ramstein.
Ramstein is today virtually. Today is Ramstein.
Yes, but
22nd.
to have a mini one before with all the aid packages come out before, I think just fantastic. I hope it doesn't mean that we're going to be underwhelmed though, and no more comes out after the actual meeting.
Well, maybe a new defense minister could come from, say, France or the United Kingdom and participate in the virtual Ramstein non-virtually. Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be good. Who could that be? I don't know. Maybe it could be the United Kingdom, because David Cameron is the new foreign minister, and he's not exactly a defense minister, I know, but he's going to want to be looking good, I would think. So that's a possibility.
But he was just there last week.
That's true. So what about France then? And what do they have to give? Because it has to be somebody that has something else that they can give.
Right, but we could have the UK defense minister go. Or France, that would be good. Chris
The
has a
UK,
thought. Christopher
the
has a
UK
thought.
defense lettuce.
Go ahead, Chris. Christopher, you're on mute still. If you can hear me. Christopher?
Christopher, did you put your hand up and fall asleep, or can
I
you not hear
did.
Scott?
No falling asleep. I have to, so I watched the 20 days. Most of us who have been following it from the beginning will recognize most of the footage that's in there. So it's not any surprise, really. It's just seeing it all put together is really, it's really jarring in some ways. And it just, it's very surreal to look back on it and remember where I was at the time, how much I was involved, or how I was becoming involved. And it's nicely done. Makes you think. It just didn't sway any hearts or minds really at the time. There was the one thing that I have seen time and time again with the Ukrainians that have been in situations where they're being asked questions by journalists or being filmed. They wanted to be filmed. They wanted to get the story out. There were many people soldiers that risked their lives getting these reporters out. And I don't know where they are. those soldiers in the beginning. Anyway, I know some of you all have are behind a paywall or whatever. I'll stick a link in the nest to the actual footage that I recorded as I was watching it, so you can see it. Just thought I would say that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Christopher. That's great. Yeah, I would like to watch it. I suppose US viewers could watch Frontline is ABC? Could watch it on ABC's
PBS.
website.
PBS,
Oh,
and
it's
it's also on
PBS?
YouTube.
Okay. So
Yeah, I can put
that's
the
very convenient.
I actually have a tweet in my bookmarks here that I will put up for US audiences if you want to go this way. From Daria Zorka. Daria Zorka. Let's read this also. Today, the 20 Days in Mariupol documentary becomes available online in the US. I was one of the translators who worked on this film, and it is the most important work I've done in my life, and I wish I didn't have to. Please watch it. The experience of translating raw war footage from Mariupol made me realize how naive and blissfully ignorant I was before. It was a point of no return. Mariupol and its people should never have gone through this unspeakable horror. Unspeakable horror. Tens of thousands of people from Mariupol should have been alive today. We as humanity let them die and suffer. The least we can do now is to remember and not let others forget. Please watch the film. Please remember Mariupol. Please stand with Ukraine, even more now than ever. And then at the bottom is a link to the both links to. There's what the top link is to YouTube, and the bottom link is to PBS org directly. So that is up in the nest too.
Could I speak? I can't raise my hand.
Sure, Karen.
Okay, I didn't know what to do. I just want to say, for all of you who are not familiar with Frontline, it is that show on PBS is just totally excellent. It is worth a PBS membership, which is very inexpensive, about $5 a month to view these documentaries, and most of the time, some of them are free on YouTube or other places. And I wanted to ask. Oh, by the way, I did see another tweet a couple days ago, and I'll look for it. Apparently, it has been observed that there are numerous new graves being dug in Mariupol right now, and I wonder what anybody has heard about that. I'll dig up that tweet. But what I was going to say to begin with, because I say this all up because I couldn't raise my hand, is the European Parliament has agreed to open an office in Ukraine to boost its support for the Ukrainian Parliament. And it's probably going to be opened in Kyiv, of course. But in view of the steps Ukraine is taking to becoming an EU member, I was wondering how significant this was, or this is. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had 5 messages I had to read. Can you please repeat that? I apologize. I know as soon as you start saying it, I'm going to remember what it was.
That's all right. You sound like you're a little bit under the weather tonight, and I can certainly sympathize. So I crammed a lot into one.
I remember now.
You do.
Yeah, it was the mass graves in Mariupol that they're finding more, that there appear to be more of them showing up.
Yes, they're
Yes.
expanding is what I
Yes.
heard.
Yes.
What have you heard?
I have seen indications of the same. I have seen indications of the same. I don't think we will know the true horror of what happened in Mariupol until Mariupol is free and graves start being dug up. We will not know that, and I don't know that we will ever truly know the full horror of what happened in Mariupol. Because if you think of the